A lot of good men in the spot. Yes. I saw a lot of hands up.
I saw a whole lot. I have a question to ask. How many people came out tonight to free their mind?
I didn't really feel like it.
I can't hear you. Let's see what's going on over
We're
here.
gonna see what's going on over here. We can't really hear you guys.
All my people along my right in K-Town. Did y'all come out tonight to free your mind?
It's a little bit better.
All right. What's going on in the middle? Did y'all come out tonight to free your mind?
I like it. I like it.
I like that. All right. What's up?
What up?
Well, now, did y'all come out tonight to free your mind?
We working with it? Or we
I don't know. I gotta ask
It was
y'all
a little
again.
lukewarm,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
We can't really hear you guys.
All my people over here on the left. Did y'all come out tonight to free your mind? Now that's what I'm talking about. Now what about the people in the back? Yo! We see you. Did y'all come out tonight to free your mind? Well, now we wrote a little old song about it, y'all. Y'all wanna hear it? I said, do y'all wanna hear it? Well, now y'all ain't acting like y'all wanna hear it. Do you really wanna hear it?
All right now.
Well, here it go. Everybody say free your mind. Free Don't be so shallow. Free your mind. Thank you. You guys are awesome. And it goes a little something like this. Hit it.
Love knocks you on your behind. Love your heart, love your long. How this love is gone. Yeah. Love him and leave him. It's the rule of the stars. You must be strong. Stand up on your own. Take control of your life. I've seen it time and time again. It's not worth it. No, don't get down and miserable. You and only you can bring yourself around. Oh, yeah, baby girl. Oh, woo, give it up, give it up, yeah. Turn it loose, baby. Give it up, turn it loose, baby. Give it, give it, give it, give it. Give it, give it, give it, give it. Turn it loose. Woo. Turn it loose.
Thank you.
got me so confused. You gotta make a sacrifice. Somebody's gotta choose. We can make it if we try. For the sake of you and I, together we can make it. We can make it right. What's it gonna be? What's it gonna lose control? Yeah. Thank you.
Well, we have some good news. We are coming out with a brand new album in August. It's going to be called Electric Cafe. But tonight, here for you, we would like to perform the very first single from our album. This is called Deja Vu. It's one of those laid-back, breezy kind of tracks.
Grown and sexy vibe. Y'all ready? Come on.
Hand clap.
Baby, baby, I just caught a good vibe when you passed me by. Deja vu. Baby, feeling like I've been here before when you caught my eye. Deja vu. Mercy, mercy, you got me. It's electric inside. let it stop. Ooh, is it real or not? Hope it never stops. Oh, now it's getting hot. Please don't let it stop. Ooh, is it real or not? Hope it never stops. Deja vu. Deja vu. Deja vu. Baby. Deja, deja vu. Deja vu. Deja vu. Deja vu.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Old school music. It's just a very small part of what makes this planet of music what we are. And you know what? Sometimes that music is social consciousness, is sexy, is sassy, is funky, is love, but it is always power to the people. Now, when we were coming up, there were some very funky divas dominating radio and paving the way for groups like ourselves. And I mean real divas, y'all, like Chaka Khan, Patti LaBelle, Tina Turner. Hey, now, there were groups like the Emotions. But you know what? Who could ever forget my personal favorite, Miss Diana Ross and the Supremes.
Ain't no mountain high enough, ain't no valley low enough, ain't no river wide enough to keep me from you. Ain't no mountain high enough, ain't no valley low enough, ain't no river wide enough to keep me from you. Ain't no mountain high enough, nothing can keep me from you.
You ready to party? Come on, let's turn it for. Y'all ready?
Now, girl, now back in the day, that dance was called the freak.
Now don't you ask yourself,
check it out. She said, come on, give it a go. Come on, yeah. Itchy, itchy, ya, ya. Hey, hey, itchy, itchy, ya, ya. Mocha chocolate, ya, ya. Let me hear you loud. Real what? Tell me something good. Ooh, tell me that you like it.
Why, babe? Why you do me like that? What I got will not owe your pride aside. Come on, K-Town, where you at? Come on, get this place high. Tell me something good. Yeah, tell me, baby, you got to tell me that you like it. Well, whoa, whoa, tell me something good. Yeah, tell me, baby, you gotta tell me that you love me, baby. Ooh, tell me something Well, I left a good job in the city, working for the man every night and I never lost 1 minute of sleep and worried about the way things might. Big wheels keep on turning, top very keep on burning, rolling, rolling, rolling on the river, rolling, ooh, rolling, ooh, rolling on the river. Do, 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 do. Yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Whoa, whoa, yeah. Girl, break it down. Bring it down. Bring it on with it. Woo! Woo! Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. I say we roll and y'all listen up. You come down to the river. You're gonna find some people who live. Don't have to worry, you ain't got no money. The people on the river are happy to give. Big wheels keep on turning. Wild fairy keep on rolling, rolling, rolling on the river. Let's roll, y'all. Rolling, hey, rolling, hey, rolling on the river. One more time, come on, rolling, hey, rolling, hey, rolling on the river. I'll take you rolling, hey, tonight in K-Town. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. I say we're rolling, y'all. Yeah. Yes. Thank you.
We love it when y'all party with us like that, y'all. Well, now those were just a few of the songs that inspired us. But if you can remember, we did record a little bit of our own old school. See if you can remember this one. It was written by Mr. Curtis Mayfield.
love you. Yelling, I'm yelling, I'm yelling, I'm yelling love you. So sweet to me, so sweet to me, my baby. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. We're going to keep it right there for a second, y'all.
Are you enjoying yourselves? Yes, I love that. The energy has picked up in here tremendously. It's beautiful. Thank you for that.
This next song we're going to do, I'm sure you remember this one. It was a song that we had the opportunity to re-record by one of our favorite male groups by the name of Guy. You guys remember Guy, right?
So just a little bit.
Well, we took the opportunity on our Soulflower CD to record one of their songs. It's called The Piece of My Love. It was one of our favorites. And we always wondered what it would be like to sing that song from a female's perspective. So, we did it. And we want to share it with you guys tonight. It's called The Piece of My Love. Here we go.
Come on, y'all remember the song? When it came on the radio back at home, we were like, this is my cut.
That's right.
It's my jam.
Hands waving from side to side. Come on, y'all. Here we go.
I do love you. Have a piece of my love. It's waiting for you. Boy, it's true. It's true, baby. You can have a piece of my love.
All my love.
It's waiting for you.
It's waiting.
Boy, it's true. I do love you.
Now, baby, you can't have all of me.
Tell them about it, T.
'Cause I'm not totally free. I can't tell you everything that's going on. Baby, there's a few things in my past that should not be explained, you know. Now I'm asking you, baby, won't you come be with me for just a little while, yeah? Please hush. No questions asked.
You don't have to say but one word.
Baby, relax, boy.
I do
Got
love
you. Kick off them shoes
Come on.
and take that coat off for me, baby. Since we're here now, darling, I wanna give you a piece of me. You can have it.
You can have a piece of my
Oh,
love.
my love,
It's waiting for you.
it's waiting.
Boy, it's
Boy,
true.
you know, I'll make you walk a piece
You can have a piece of my love.
of all my love.
It's waiting for you.
It's just waiting. And
Boy, it's true. I do love you.
yeah.
I know that this is wrong,
Y'all tell about it, bro.
but the feeling's so strong. I wish this could last forever, but it wouldn't be the same. Tell me who'd be the blame if we were to hurt all over again? Please don't question that. You don't have to say but one word. Y'all ready to have some fun? More fun. Okay. So we've been up here giving you all a piece of our love, right? I need 3 brave souls to come up here and give us a piece of love. Okay. Terry, Cindy, you guys want to help me pick somebody?
Okay.
I see this. This is a young man right there. He's got his hat on. Mark, where? Okay, you see this gentleman right here? Flashing his flashlight with the tan shirt. Come on, honey. Oh, shucks. Here we go. You never know what you're gonna get. Okay. We need 2 more brave souls. Yes. What you see, Sin?
They all point to him. He's saying, no, no. So do you want to, you want to come up? Just, brother, yeah, right here. Like, do you want to come up? Yeah.
I don't think he
We
doesn't
need the
want
brave
Cindy.
souls. We need the brave.
Yeah, he doesn't want to come.
You gotta
Don't
be
pressure
brave
him.
because you're gonna be put on.
Because you're gonna get up here, you
Don't
might get scared.
pressure
You're gonna be
him.
put on blast up here, so we just want to let you know.
Don't pressure
Giving
him.
us a piece of your love.
Come on.
Yeah. Okay, you see this young man?
The one jumping?
Should we grab him in the white shirt over here? Or do we want the man in the red hat, with the red hat? Who we got?
Oh, shucks. How about both of them?
Oh. Okay, both.
All right,
Red
we're gonna
hat.
take red hat and white shirt with the
And
drink
white
in his
shirt.
hand. With the
Is he
turning
coming?
around. Okay.
Okay, I think we're good. When they get up here, I want you guys to give them a huge round of applause. This is not easy. Yeah. Whoa. Giving us a piece of their love. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Giving us a piece of their love. Hey. Giving us a piece of your love. Yeah, 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 yeah. They coming? Come on up. We got friends on stage. Are you coming?
Oh, Lord.
Okay, let's give them a huge round of applause. Welcome to the stage, young man. Welcome to the stage. Welcome to the stage, sir. Oh, shucks.
We got
Uh-oh.
4.
Uh-oh.
I got 2.
All right. They ready. Okay, sir. What's your name?
Yonda.
Yonda? This is Yonda. Everybody give it up. Okay, Yonda. If you were going to show me a piece of your love, and you have to be creative, because everybody's watching. So, look, you can sing it, you can dance it, you could flow it, you could use that sexy radio DJ voice, but you gotta be creative. How would you show me a piece of your love? Give it up, y'all.
What's your name?
H. Posture Mufiso.
One more time, brother.
Mr. Posture.
Mr. Portia. I love it. Say hello to Mr. Portia, y'all. All right, Mr. Portia, you heard Cindy, right? But I'm gonna flip it. Are you here single? Are you single? Are you just saying it? Are you just saying it?
I mean it.
All right. So check this out. Got a little slick smile on his face. Y'all see the smile? Telling the story.
What is he up to?
All right. So check this out. Let's create a scenario here. So, do you go out? You go out to nightclub?
Do I?
Do you go out dancing?
Sometimes, yeah.
Okay. Well, let's just say you're at a nightclub, you're at a grocery store, or something like that, and you just happen to be walking down the aisle or listening to a great song, and you see this beautiful lady. Beautiful lady. She's so beautiful, you just can't let her get by, right? Without letting her know how you feel and giving her a piece of your love, right? Okay. So, you walk up to this lady and you're thinking, what am I gonna do? What am I gonna say? You can say it in your sexy DJ radio voice. You can dance it. You can poetry it. You can sing it. But you cannot let this lady go. Okay? You gotta meet her. I'm gonna hand you the mic. You can be creative. And you gotta show everybody how you get this woman. All right? All right, band. We're gonna give him a groove, band. You ready? Give him a hand clap, y'all. Come on.
We want it. Hey, keep that feeling.
Okay.
Whenever I talk, keep boning, but no lady loves you. You never, what do well to say?
Hey! Show him some love, y'all. That was great.
How about that? You just never know what's gonna happen. Okay, sir, what is your name?
Earl Frost.
Earl Frost. Welcome, Earl Frost, to the stage. Okay, Earl, you know what's going on. You can give us a piece of your love in whatever way you feel creative to do so. You can sing it, you can rap it, you can do your sexy radio DJ voice, you can dance it. I'm gonna give you the mic. Should I give you the mic? He said yes. Okay, here we go. Earl Frost in the building.
Come on, Earl.
Baby, baby, baby. I was always told, be careful what you ask for. 'Cause baby, 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 I'm here for you. Ooh.
Go, Earl.
Now, wait a minute. Wait a minute. That was some old school get down right there. Y'all better give it up for Earl Frost. Man.
Wow. Woo! See, you never know what you're gonna
That
get.
was awesome.
That was
That
cold-blooded,
took me-
Earl.
That surprised me. Okay, young man. I don't want him to feel. Now don't be nervous. Okay, what's your name?
Success. Success.
Success?
Uh-oh.
It sounds like success. I love that. Okay, let's give it up for success. Okay, so you've heard what's going on. You're gonna give us a piece of your love in whatever creative way you want to do it, right? You can sing it, you can dance it, you can rap it, you can have your sexy radio DJ voice. He says he wants to dance. Okay, success. Let us have it. Wow. Can we give everybody a round of applause on this stage? Just for coming up here and doing that for us, we want to do a little something for you. Is that okay? Come on, band. You can have a piece of my love. It's waiting for you.
One more time, you guys. One more time for the fellas in Cape Town.
When I had you, I treated you bad.
Wrong, my dear, but since you went away, don't you know why? Sit around with my head hanging down, and I wonder who's loving you. Should have made you cry. Oh, and say it, you've been gone. Don't you know I sit around with my head hanging way down, and I wonder who's loving you. Said I wonder.
show how much you care. Waste your time. Hold on to the love. You've got to hold on. Hold on. Don't let go. You gotta keep the time. Hold on and hang on tight. And sometimes, Lord, hold on to the love. Do you don't let go. To the love. No, you better not let go. Hold on to the love. Don't you wanna keep on holding on to that love. To the love. Hold on to the love. Listen, y'all. Hey. 'Cause if you love him, if you need him, really want him, just keep on hanging on. Little girl, honestly, for the youth, give us with the passion. It's burning. Hold on to your love. Hold on to that love. Hold on to your love. You gotta hold on to that love. Hold on to your love. Hold on to your love. Hold on to your love. Hold on, hold on. You got to hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Oh, yeah. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Hold on, y'all. Thank you. Thank you for partying with us tonight. We appreciate you. Thank you so much. Hey, Tim! Give it up for the band! Woo! We gotta go, y'all. Once again, thank you so much for coming out tonight. We appreciate the love, y'all. Thank you. Thank you. God bless you all. Thank you. Enjoy the rest of the show. Thank you, guys.
Gentlemen, give it up one more time for En Vogue.
Oh, man.
You have been an absolutely amazing audience this evening. Thank you so much for coming out tonight at the Cape Town International Jazz Festival 2017.
If you have a weekend pass, we'll see you guys tomorrow evening, starting at 5 p.m. for the likes of the Rudimentals.
The Chris Hani High Band.
We've got the internet.
We also have Laura Mvula,
And then, of course,
the Soweto String Quartet.
Guys, you guys have been absolutely amazing. We trust that you're going to be traveling safely home. If you had a little bit of a something, do use an Uber or a taxi. But otherwise, we want you guys to get home safely so we can see you here. If not tomorrow, next year, same time, same place.
Thank you, everyone. Safe home. Good night. God bless.
God bless.
Welcome. I'm Jonathan Copeland, your fashion stylist.
Hi, I'm Salome, designer from Salome Style.
And we are your style guides for this fashion showcase.
First up is Fanny House Collections.
Great.
Clarissa's wearing Fanny House collection. I love the bag and the dress. I mean, the skirt with the top. I think she looks great. And color, so colorful.
The color is what's getting me. Like, I feel like one could wear this like on an everyday situation at work. You know, it's a very professional silhouette.
Yeah.
You know?
Eugenia. That's amazing.
Yes.
Love the pants.
Eugenia?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, look at her. Yes.
I see you, girl. Oh, look at the back.
Yes.
Oh, that's a fantastic surprise. Those
Beautiful.
little design details, those are perfect.
Yeah. And this is for every age group, you know. You don't have to be, you know, young or older. It's for every woman.
Oh,
and
look.
I love the way she put it
The
together.
right.
Yeah.
She has that mesh going on. That's super. I mean, it's like the mesh, I feel like always adds an edgy little flair
Yeah.
to a look.
Oh, blue. That jacket.
Very nice. Oh, and it has my peplum going on. But
Yeah,
it's
there you
interesting because, you know, now we have the cutout. We're introducing that, which adds a little more sexy flair to it. Love that. Ooh, and it's
That's
military.
amazing.
Oh, I hadn't realized that
Okay.
it's like a jacket almost.
The back.
Oh. And then we
I
have the
actually have that
pleats
piece,
going on in the
so-
back. Oh, do you?
Yes.
Oh, I'm
Oh,
sure it
wow.
looks fantastic, like everything else.
Look at it.
This red, is that leather across it, or no?
Yes. Yes, it is leather.
That looks awesome.
With the African fabric, like, amazing.
Very good combination.
Yeah.
Very good, very good.
Beautiful. Look at him with the jeans. I
Yes.
mean, again, you know, even with white shorts for
couple
the guys.
combo.
Yeah.
Is that a cape?
Yep.
We don't see enough capes.
There you go.
I feel like this is
Is it cape for you?
interesting. And then, hello? And then we have the metallic detailed top.
I mean, that would be like a nice,
Oh.
if you go into like an event, you know, like a red carpet, you can always take out the cape.
And I'm
you know,
loving the
because it's
wristlets
Gorgeous. Yeah. Beautiful.
and the fabric and the setting. You know, I'm a big fan of like
accessory. He'd love like big.
my Wonder Woman
Yeah.
cuffs. And here Fanny
Look
comes.
at the designer Fanny
Yes.
with her gorgeous model
I
mahogany.
love what
Yeah.
what Fanny's wearing. That's fun.
Good job, Fanny. Oh.
I know.
Team Africa, there you have it.
Perfect,
Richmond, come on.
perfect.
Gorgeous. Beautiful.
Mahogany looks
Oh yeah,
amazing.
I love the headpiece, the accessories.
Yes, that headpiece,
Gorgeous. And then the
amazing.
little detail, the belt. I mean, beautiful. Absolutely. Next up is Alan Fur.
All right, let's see it.
I do like the poncho.
I love
That's
the
beautiful.
collar on that poncho. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
the
really
brown.
interesting. You know, I love a dramatic situation.
I agree.
Makes me feel
Poncho,
like it's very sculptural, architectural.
yeah.
I like that.
Now this is my style. I
This
would
is very
definitely,
luxe.
yeah. Sort of dramatic. You know, you can wear this in New York City.
Yeah, definitely.
It's really super cold.
It has a
snow
nice
day.
sheen
Absolutely.
to it.
Even with ladies too. It looks great.
That's always really pretty and luxe.
I
to
like
me.
this. I like those bold style. I mean, high
These are a lot.
fashion, you know. I love the red white style I was
The
wearing.
red.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Even the blue and diamond looks great. You know, all black. You know, you kind of have like a little bit of lighter sweater under. You
Yeah.
know, we can still
A
go
different
out the
take
city.
on
You know,
fur.
Chicago.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, you'll definitely get
Yeah.
in Chicago. This one looks like, you know, I love jackets that look like you should be in the wilderness, but then you wear it with like like I would wear a nice skinny jean and
I
some,
agree.
you know, some edgy boots.
Yeah.
You know.
I can see you wearing those.
Yeah,
Definitely.
I would totally wear that. That's cute.
That's nice. I
As
feel
a
like she
sheet-
can probably remove
The fur.
this part, the fur, yeah. Then
Yeah.
it will be like a casual.
Well, I mean,
not
if it's
blazer,
like
like a
winter,
polo.
you know,
I guess,
and like,
yeah.
you know, you need the extra bit of warmth for
I'm from
the
Ethiopia. I'm
poncho.
hot all the time.
Is that a fur hat?
Yes, it is.
Yes, it is.
Eugene, okay.
So you could wear that. I would wear the fur hat and then just you can not wear fur, like as you're, you know, like just have that be the statement. That's what I would do personally.
Okay. Next up is Urban Marsala.
Okay, awesome. Let's see it. They are so fun. Is that tie-dye?
It looks like that.
You don't
right?
see that
She-
much
yeah.
often in like
She
bottoms
designed, I mean,
either.
everything is handmade in detail. Beautiful pieces.
I feel like I
love
need
both
them
pants.
to come back.
You like that?
I do. I really love those first two pieces. That was a good opener.
Diana's wearing the blue with the pants. Looks like it's the jacket, the blazer, almost like crochet.
Yeah, yep,
Really
crochet.
nice,
I was
yeah.
just about to say that. I love that. And I feel like that particular design, you know, is very indicative of the 60s.
Yeah.
You know, kind of your flower child girl. I love a
like a
long
classic.
silhouette. Like, this is
Yeah.
something I would wear. I love an overpiece that gives you that long kind of like, I like looking like Jafar.
I can see you. Yeah.
Look, see, and then I
Gorgeous.
love that whole movement when you see trench fly open. It just
Yeah.
gives you so much of a visual effect as you're walking down the street or walk into a room. It's like, I am here.
Look at that. That's gorgeous. It's actually
Shocking pink.
a romper
Oh my gosh,
jumpsuit.
is it?
One piece, yeah? Look at that.
Well,
She
I
added the little
totally would
scarf.
wear it in lieu of this whole romp him situation. I'm like, hello, I think clothes are clothes. We
Yeah.
can all wear them, and I would totally wear that.
Love that dress, the mahogany.
Yes,
Gorgeous. Absolutely.
that is very Picasso.
Class, beauty.
And yes,
Absolutely.
I could totally wear that to a museum opening. You know,
Yeah. Yes.
Urban
Beautiful.
Masala.
Oh, yeah.
Very
Gorgeous.
wonderful. Very wonderful
Absolutely.
indeed.
Beautiful. Up next is Bernard Moore.
Yes. Bikinis.
My
yes.
favorites. Yes.
It is time for summer.
I mean, I'm telling you, when you look at this piece, every pieces, you feel like you're in Europe.
Yes.
Like Milan Fashion Week.
Oh, love.
Absolutely gorgeous.
We were just talking about that. That's the
Earlier.
one place I want to
yeah,
be.
Beautiful.
Milan.
Really. I mean, he's very talented and
Stripes.
from Washington, D.C. Look at that black and white.
Oh, I love the backing of that bikini.
Gorgeous. Look
This
at
is
that.
interesting. She looks like a art piece. Like something that needs
Such
to
a
be in a
beautiful
museum.
model. It's made
She
for her.
is.
Absolutely. Black and white. Class. You know, you don't need too much. Less is more, you know?
It's good that he has both combinations, you know, for, you know,
He's-
both audiences.
Absolutely.
Who
Oh, yeah.
want to wear
Because
the
not
trunks
everybody's
and
comfortable
then,
enough to wear. Yeah.
Right.
So,
Look at this. Like your eye, I'm traveling from
You
the
see?
top
Look
to
at her.
all
Look-
the
look
way
at the back.
through. Her. Yes.
Oh, my
like
goodness.
your eye just follows his path.
tuxedo? What do you call it?
Okay. Well, a
I think
tuxedo
it looks
situation.
great, yeah. But you guys like more like longer.
Oh yeah, like the shorts. Like
I love that.
I agree.
Do you
I
wear
think
that?
me. Hello. I mean, and besides, you show less skin. Like, or you know, you can. It's about
Exactly.
letting the air hit your skin.
Bless
Like that's
you.
what a bathing suit is
Yes.
about.
Look at that.
Like I don't want to be wearing basically clothes. This is so sexy.
Beautiful.
I love the cutouts on the side, and then we have. I mean, there's like a lot going on, but it all works
Yeah.
together.
Beautiful. Look at
Beauty.
Bernard. He is.
Yes.
Oh, that was my
Multiple
favorite.
applauses.
Amazing. Absolutely. Next up is Thomas Ruffin.
Awesome. These are
I
fun.
love it. Like Eugenia, the one on the left, of course, someone young and they're teen. And then what's Laureate wearing the red pant? Definitely I wear that, you know, for work, you know, blazer. I think for any woman.
So I could see you wearing the top on the left and then the pant
Absolutely.
together.
Together. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Maya, I would definitely buy this for my daughter.
Yeah.
I think it's really very age appropriate. The blazer looks great on her.
blazer is
yeah.
definitely
And
the
I love the
statement.
skirt. Look at that.
That's really fun. She looks like a
That's
storm.
Yeah. And I
Like
love
a
the
storm
blue
in the city.
blazer for him
Yeah.
with the white and black. He added colors with
Yes.
more like a modern, you know,
Yes.
classy look.
More.
I wear black all the time.
I love this. I mean, and it's black, but
Beautiful.
then with the transparency,
Yeah.
it gives more, you know.
If somebody's not comfortable, they can always add the tank top, you know, the
Right,
blazer.
right.
Really,
Or
really-
cami, you know.
Absolutely.
I like the detail on the shoulder. It's good. It's very edgy, but
Yeah.
feminine.
And I love the V-neck. Yeah, the details, gorgeous.
Yeah, on the back.
Almost gray stones, you know.
Yes. There we
Look
go.
at that. You see, if you look at this
Okay.
piece now, the dress she can wear in daytime.
Yeah.
You know, I
Yeah.
mean, work with the blazer. And if you take the blazer off, you know, she's going out for cocktail, meeting her
Right.
friends. It's
Right.
still simple, classic.
I would like the blazer just with a blue jean and a white shirt.
There you go. Yeah, I agree. Two different dresses. Oh, the
I
same
wish
dress.
the guy would have came
Yeah,
forward.
I think he added the belt, the
It looks like
accessory.
it. Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's a gorgeous dress.
But they look very
Yeah.
feminine, very 1940s,
I agree.
50s.
Very elegant.
Classic female, yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Wonderful.
Yes.
Bravo, bravo.
Next up is Asparte Privé.
All right.
Look at that. Clean.
I love the white,
Summer.
yeah.
Beautiful.
And the
They
long
both look great.
silhouette. Yeah.
Absolutely.
I love the sleeves. Especially now, you know, we're all into like the bell sleeves.
Yeah.
The frilly neck. The, you know, just, I feel like it's very, it just gives you a bit more
You have
swing
to be able
without
to-
having to wear it on
Yeah,
the bottom.
you have to be
know?
able to travel well to kind of appreciate what he's trying to do.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I get it. Really, I mean, I will wear every piece of
Mm-hmm.
the collections.
I'm loving this red. I just have to throw that in there.
Again, layers.
Right, the layers,
Yeah.
the length.
I mean, look at every detail of the top, the necklace.
Yeah.
It's gorgeous.
I love
Absolutely
that.
beautiful.
It's a good contrast too, because it's really like,
I agree. Yeah.
you know, dark on top, and then we have the light on the bottom.
Yeah.
I love
Yes.
I this one.
beautiful.
I really appreciate this. You know, adding that blazer on top of
Yeah.
the layering.
And I like the little hat he added in, the accessories.
Yeah,
That's really
yeah.
neat. It's similar to the first one Mahogany wore, but he added
Yeah,
the
but this one's a
scarf,
bit
you know,
more
for the
full.
shawl, for the hair. And then look, the necklace.
Is that? Did he
Beautiful.
design those too?
Oh yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
awesome!
Everything designed by him.
That's wonderful. Yay!
Beautiful. Well done.
And he's such a nice man. I
Merci
remember meeting
Alfardi.
him
Oh yeah,
at the
I love
show.
it. He was great.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Next up is Michael Carter.
Awesome.
Love the sweaters. Very nice.
That's a good
They have the
combo.
hat,
I
yeah.
do like that. Yeah. It's a very smart combination. I
Yeah.
think that's what that gives off.
Now I like this. I love the other piece again, you know. I mean the suit. Look at the suit. They both look great, you know. He always
I love the
that's the blue
sparkle.
sparkle on it. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. They both
Oh,
look
the
good.
back.
Oh, look at
That back is
Absolutely.
everything. Way to highlight.
gorgeous. Yeah. Simple, black.
It's simple,
Black.
but I mean, I think with that, you know, the bottom, the flippy bottom, like that just gives it that extra oomph to that
Yeah.
little black dress. Like that's the type of little black dress that I would want.
There you go. That's another one too. I love the you know, across
How it
the
comes
detail
down
like
into the
diamond,
necklace.
you know, yeah. And then you
Yeah.
add the leg. But you know, you gotta show the leg.
Uh-huh.
The gorgeous long legs.
Nice slit.
Beautiful, yeah.
This red looks
Kimberly's
great on this
gorgeous.
model.
Absolutely,
Yes.
it's beautiful. Love the earrings, the necklace.
Her hair looks great.
See, yeah.
See, and that type of dress, I feel like it really gives the woman the opportunity to glow.
Absolutely.
And that's what's pretty about that particular
I like that.
dress.
Michael.
Yes.
That was wonderful. Next up is Mikasa Charles.
Mikasa.
She's into metallic, you know, she loves gold.
Yeah. I mean, and you know
absolutely.
me, I'm all about metallic.
Yeah.
Right now, especially. I mean, I feel like it's very futuristic. I think the whole idea is to push for the future.
I agree.
Push for positivity, and I think that's what metallics gives you as well, because it's just
That's
shiny. It just makes you
beautiful.
feel like
I can definitely do photo shoots with that. That's just
it's like Black Swan.
gorgeous. Clark's beautiful. If you have a, like I said, the metallic gala,
Uh-huh. She looks
like the little skirt, you know, little tutu.
yeah.
Yeah. Beautiful.
I love the sleeves on this and the sparkle. Like, that's really
New Year's
kind of
Eve.
armor. Yeah. That's perfect.
Absolutely.
That is
That's
perfect.
Your dress. That's another beautiful pieces. I love the leather top.
Mm-hmm.
You can't really see the whole thing, but it's gorgeous piece with skirt. And then she had the oversized coat to go with it.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I always love high-waisted pants.
Mm-hmm.
So
I like the
posture.
cutout
Oh, I love the cape.
situation.
You know, we're talking about the cape.
Yep.
Yeah. She's very into gold, metallic, black and white.
Yeah.
Absolutely every detail. Gorgeous.
It's an interesting
that.
spot to
Beautiful.
put. Is that a full? Oh, so they're just
It
like
reminded
little
me also of
pillars
this dress
on the side.
Versace, and he's all about gold, you know, glitters, you know.
Yeah,
That's
Versace
absolutely
in
beautiful.
the
you know?
80s,
Yep.
the early 90s.
Amazing design.
Yes.
She is.
Oh, she has
wow.
high
Yes.
energy.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, I love
Amazing.
it.
Absolutely.
Wonderful.
Beautiful. Beautiful. Our next designer is Stephanie Maxwell Reed.
Sounds good.
It's like one of a kind piece. You must have it. You know.
Yes.
Absolutely.
I love the
gorgeous.
fur on this one.
Beautiful.
See the frog fastening?
Yeah.
See, I'm a sucker for those small type of details.
Black, of course, you know, black goes with everything. And like she said, you know, when I was interviewing her for Salome Styles from our website, and she would say, like, this is for every woman, you know, goes from day to nighttime, with jeans, with skirts, tights.
Super
you know, you see
elegant.
most of our models wearing with tights. It's such an elegant pieces. You feel like $1 million, you know.
But you could also wear it with like a full pleated skirt underneath, you know? And that would give it
Or if you go to like a certain party, you can have a nice, beautiful
coat to
bra,
wear.
nice
Ooh,
lingerie.
yes.
Just an idea for your view out there, you know, if you want to put pieces together.
And then even, so I feel like with this too, you could wear it without pants.
Yeah.
And just wear it just
What are you
as
gonna
a
wear
coat.
under?
So, I mean, I feel like, you could wear like well, I personally would wear just a smaller, maybe slip, but I would want to just wear that as the top, you know, just
You wear
a
that
dress.
as, okay.
Yeah.
So that would, okay,
Yeah.
okay. You just give me an idea.
Yeah.
Next time I will
An
wear
idea.
it to fashion event.
Because I feel like it'll give your legs the
I agree,
chance
long
to
leg.
shine,
That's true.
right?
I agree. Beautiful. My beautiful pieces.
Yes.
I
See,
love it. I
that
love that much.
red.
The red, yes.
Yes.
Amazing, Daphne. That was gorgeous. Our next designer is Trey Van Van.
Travian, let's see what you have to show us.
Dress, gorgeous. Oh, I love that. Good little leg.
I love the lace detail at the top. She looks like she got this dress from the Black Forest.
I agree. Beautiful. With the bag. I actually did a photo shoot with that dress. Beautiful. Look at the bag.
Yeah. These sleeves. You know I'm a sucker for sleeves.
She made this actually for our fashion show.
Oh, did she?
Fashion show, yeah. Look at that against detail.
Yeah. It's very East Saint
The
Laurent,
stuff you see
actually.
in Hollywood and in Europe and other countries.
Exactly. Like
Here,
I was saying, like Yves Saint Laurent. Maybe.
Absolutely.
Like I feel like it's definitely giving
yeah,
that off.
like a Cannes Festival in France. You see all those beautiful women.
Totally
Like
agree.
in the white. It's like off-white.
I'm really interested in
The
the
back is
fabric choice
gorgeous,
used
too.
for the
Yeah.
bottom
Look at
half
the
of the
back.
piece. Yeah. Oh, that's fun.
Makes her tall, long. That's another piece I love.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Skylar, she looks great.
That would definitely be daring. to wear
Beautiful.
that. Yes.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, you can have, the bralettes, something lace under, absolutely. But for the show, it's a fashion show.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
she gives
definitely.
us fashion.
I
We're talking
agree.
about fashion, absolutely. Van,
You know?
gorgeous
Yes.
piece, no? Beautiful.
Very nice.
Very talented
nice.
designer,
Yeah.
absolutely. So what do you think overall, John?
I was really impressed. I am in love with the fact that, Virginia has a wealth of designers here who have great design eyes. And, this collection just showed, a variety of different looks for everybody.
Which one was your favorite?
Honestly, I think I have to go with Travion Vaughn. I mean, the whole Maleficent, that
Yeah.
speaks to me so much. The second piece that Mahogany was wearing with the sparkly head to toe silver bodycon gown, that was amazing.
John, thank you so much for joining me. I had a wonderful time.
Thank you for having me. It was
You're
great
welcome.
chatting about fashion and all the great Virginian designers, and I look forward to next time. So until we meet again.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back.
That's right. That's
It's
right.
gonna be us. We can drink and talk shit as much as we want. Nobody can say anything to it. D.L. Hughley Uncut.
Welcome to the show. It is D.L. Hughley Uncut, and we're happy to be here as always.
You only do that better than me. That's why they let you do it. They won't let me do it.
Well, they won't let you do it because you stumble over your words.
You'll see my scarf with I feel like I'm rustling cattle after this. is
I
over.
thought you were trying to choke yourself.
No,
Wasn't
no.
sure.
I only do that when no one's around. It's so
That's scary, and I can't unsee that in my head
It's
now.
so
It's
crazy.
very strange.
Something I find very interesting. So, Donald Trump said that he was taking, I can't
Hydroxychloroquine. See?
what is he taking?
Hydroxychloroquine.
Yeah, whatever. So he's taking it. Well, he admitted. He says he's taking it.
He said he takes it every day, and he's been doing so for the past couple of weeks.
I call bullshit.
I do too.
I do. I don't think he's not taking it. I don't think he's taking it.
I don't think he's taking it either.
You know why? Because if a dude won't wear rubber when he fucks a porn star, like protection ain't your thing. Like that ain't your like taking precautions is not your thing.
Clearly.
When you fuck a porn star raw,
Condom.
you're not really
hydroxychloroquine. Yeah. Well, the other thing too, though, is it's not supposed to be something that is like a preventative measure. It's supposed to be something that they say allegedly works after you have it
Right.
to fight it. So the thing is, if he says he doesn't have it and he's always tested negative, why is he taking the medication?
Exactly. It's
It makes no
preventative,
sense.
like condoms, which he didn't use.
Hold up. Wait a minute.
Right. Right.
First of all, why are we trying to make sense of anything that this guy does?
I won't use a lambskin condom, but I'll take
Right.
Come on, stop.
I also won't read. There's so many things that he doesn't do that, I even listened to an interview that Howard Stern did, and he said that he knows him personally, and that even at dinner, he would have like stacks of all of these hand wipes and sanitizers because he's, I guess, like a germaphobe.
Yeah.
So he was like, I can't imagine he would take a pill that they've said is making it.
No, Pence would do it.
He would.
Yeah,
You
would
want me to do it?
Right.
Like Smithers and his.
If I take this drug, I get to stop pretending I like girls. It's so crazy.
Can you say brown noser?
And we are uncut. For sure.
If I stop taking this,
yeah, he might be a beard. He might be.
I don't know.
Might
It's Nancy Pelosi.
I love Nancy Pelosi. Can I just say that? I love her so much.
The cat who trains my my dog, he's a San Francisco. He's from San Francisco. Like he's a big Bay Area fan. And that's where Nancy's from.
I love her.
And the Bay Area has always had march to the beat of their own little drum or tambourine or whatever it is. But she called him morbidly obese, not like in a low key kind of way.
Yeah. Well, it's interesting though because that is the medical term for someone.
Fat ass.
Yeah, but that's just a nice way to say it.
It ain't nice if you at your physical.
Yeah, that's true. But listen, Nancy is gangster like that. Don't you remember when she did the clap?
Yeah.
And they made a meme out of it. She knew what she was doing.
Yeah. So she called him
morbidly obese. Yeah, that's pretty much what she said. And that was in response, I guess. And her exact quote was, especially in his age group, when she was talking about him taking this.
Though, right?
I think so.
Yeah, but women live what?
And she's in better health.
I guarantee she could beat him in the race.
She said, especially in his age group and in his, shall we say, weight group, morbidly obese. They say.
Oh, she shaded.
That
the
was
fat
so
dude.
shady.
I thought we didn't like fat shaming.
Well, we only approve it if Nancy does it.
Yeah,
if
that's
Nancy
wrong.
does it, yeah, it's not wrong.
I think. Well, you can't just fat.
It's
shame.
right.
You can't fat shame the president.
Yes, you can.
You can't.
And she did it. Go, Nancy, go.
You can't call him the extra. Like the.
Don't do it.
The large bag of Cheetos. You can't call him that.
Well, you can't. You do.
No.
Really?
I think it's wrong to fat shame somebody.
Do you?
But I do.
You think it's wrong to fat shame somebody?
I think it's clear. I think if you can't see your feet, you can't see justice. That's all I'm saying.
Welcome back to the show. Now, I know we've all thought, I wish somebody as intelligent and real as Obama was president during this pandemic.
Like a motherfucker.
We were able to actually get a special guest via Skype, but we have to protect his identity. It seems he has some very interesting viewpoints about the politics. Many people have different perspectives when it comes to the coronavirus pandemic and how it should be handled. Our next guest is no different. Via Skype from a secure location, please welcome Barry O from Chicago.
Hey, Barry.
Well, hey there, DL. Hey there, Jasmine.
Hey.
First of all, I need to let you know that I'm a big fan of yours, DL. Been a fan for years.
Thank you.
And, Jasmine, I think you're absolutely beautiful, and you have a great voice.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Oh, no problem. Now, you had to excuse me having to hide my identity here. Apparently, there's some rules in place that say that you can't critique your successor. And trust me, I use the word success very loosely. and let's keep it real, DL. Come on now. Now, who doesn't want to talk a little shit about their own job sometime?
Let's leave BET out of this. Aren't you worried that he's going to figure this out?
Come on now. He's absolutely dumb. You know that. He's not going to figure this out. He tried to get his own people to spray Lysol disinfectant inside of their body.
That's true. Now, I see that you're wearing a mask. Does it upset you that the president doesn't wear one?
Absolutely not. I believe that he shouldn't wear a mask. I actually kind of want him to get it. If you think about it, I didn't know if oranges have any ears anywhere. They can't even put a mask on around that head.
What is it that you would do differently?
Well, first of all, we'll never be in this position because I assembled a team of people that were dedicated to handling pandemics just the same. Now, if he knew what was good for him, he would have just kept it instead of trying to dismantle it. He should have kept it, rolled it out, and took all of the credit for it like he did everything else.
Well, when do you think we should go back? When should we go back?
Well, that's something that should be calculated. Let's take a look at the results of Atlanta, see how it spreads down there. You know, we can shut those barbershops back down and those salons because that's killing minorities. We don't want that.
Right.
We should keep those bowling alleys only. Maybe open up a rodeo too, see how that works out. I know one thing, there wouldn't have been 1,000 pair of Michael Jordans in Atlanta being released during this COVID if I was under watch because only be 999 pair. I would have got mine first.
Hey, Barry O, I got to tell you, I wish you were still president.
Well, because of people like you, DL, I think I would jump back in there in a heartbeat.
You would do it again?
No, I'm just bullshitting. That's the quarantine talking. I'd do almost anything in the world to get out but that. Look here, DL, I got to go, man. They're over here tracking me like the Tekashi 69. I'm going to get on out of here now.
Welcome back. Our guest today is a lawyer representing the family of Breonna Taylor, the EMT who was shot and killed in her home in Louisville, Kentucky. Welcome to the program, attorney Ben Crump.
I just got to take this moment and say, every time I see this nigga, somebody dead.
Every time.
Just come by and say hi once in a while. Just have some good
Bring
news.
good news.
I promise I will, DL, Jazz. But before we talk about Breonna, some good news, DL.
Thank you.
In the Michigan right to literacy case, I don't know if you heard the announcement, we won in the district appeals court that there is a constitutional right for children to have literacy, to be educated.
Right.
Remember, for the black children in Detroit,
right,
that it was so inadequate that they had to file a lawsuit. I came on and represented Dr. Pam Pugh, DL, who did something extraordinary. She was the vice chairman of the Michigan Board of Education, a black woman who left and sided with the black students, went against her board and the governor, and we prevailed. So we have a right to education, all children in every city.
Wow.
That's the best news you got. That's great news. But come on, Ben. I was I was hoping somebody's going to jail. Or...
Me too.
No such luck.
That's coming. I would tell you, in Breonna Taylor, obviously we've been talking to you a lot about Ahmaud Arbery. Well, Breonna Taylor is just as horrific, Jasmine. I mean, this sister on March 13th, DL, the Louisville Metropolitan Police Department, 3 officers at 12:30, 1 o'clock, while she was sleeping in bed with her boyfriend, Kenny Walker, they executed one of these dangerous, no-knock, I believe they are unconstitutional,
right?
No-knock search warrants where they used a battering ram, busted in her front door. Kenny and her was startled, woke up, called 911. They thought they were being robbed. They thought it was a burglary. And Kenny, being a law-abiding citizen who never had any criminal history, registered gun owner, got his gun, went down the hallway, peeked around the corner. As the first officer came through the door, remember, they didn't identify themselves, they're in plain clothes. He shot one single shot, and then the police just unloaded. I mean, they shot from the front door, they shot from the back window, they shot from the side patio, 25, 30 rounds. They were so reckless in their shooting that bullets went into the neighbors' apartments. A 5-year-old little girl had a bullet in her room, DL, and tragically, Breonna Taylor's body was mutilated with 8 bullets while she was in her underwear.
Let me ask you something, Ben. Now, this is, so in the 1970s, Supreme Court basically, they basically said that they could have no-knock warrants, right?
They did.
Contrast that to 50 years later. Now we have, armed citizens. You can stand your ground. The castle law. So that is at odds with how armed we are now. I think those dualities can't exist. You can't have an overarmed society and men who storm in, because the very idea that people say they need to be armed is just in case somebody breaks into my house. And now you have the Supreme Court basically ratifying the fact that armed men can break into, it just doesn't think like those dualities can exist together.
Yeah, it's so profound what you say, DL. We literally just testified before the city committee on safety in Louisville, me and my co-counsels, and that very issue came up. Well, don't they have a right to stand their ground if they don't know it's the police, and the police never identified themselves and violated all kind of policies because the guy they wanted in the search warrant was already in their custody, but yet they still did this. And so, dear, that point you make is exactly what Kenny Walker did, because don't African Americans have a right to the Second Amendment? All he was trying to do was protect his castle, protect his woman, and protect their lives. And for that, DL, he was confronted by the police, arrested, put in jail, charged with attempted murder, and now he is facing life in prison.
Wow.
When you say don't we have the same right, I would to the same protection the Second Amendment officer, I would ask you, because ultimately you could look at Philando Castile, like our situation, the young woman in Florida who shot up in the air so we have we have a lexicon of people who have basically tried to defend themselves, and we found out the Second Amendment doesn't quite apply to us. So what is it that we can accomplish to have at least this idea that whatever, first off, I think we're overarmed as a society anyway. I don't think we need the kind of weapons on our street that we do. I don't think that if you're not like my mother used to always say, if you ain't doing nothing wrong, ain't nothing wrong with telling people who you are. I don't understand why the police need a no-knock warrant, particularly like in this case, they were only there to get documents. Not like, I don't understand. So what is it that we can do to kind of, I was not being facetious, but every time I see you, it is some tragedy has befallen people that look like us. So what is it that we can do to kind of navigate this? This is very new territory where you have this many armed people, this many rules that allow you to be armed, that no kind of idea of what, no limits on what kind of weapons you can have. So what is it we can do?
Well, if we were in court, DL, that would be a compound question. So I'll try to take them.
Break it down for us.
But since we on cable.
If we on the DL Glenn cut, I wait for Jasmine to object for me.
Oh, and I will. Objection.
So the deep question is, number one, when you talk about the right to the Second Amendment, you were talking about Marissa Alexander. When she shot in the roof, they put her in jail against her domestic violent ex-husband who was beating her. Then when you talk about Philando Castile, he had his gun. They shot and killed him, and they still didn't convict that cop. Corey Jones in Palm Beach, Florida, he had a gun. That cop did get convicted, but it did beg the question, where was the NRA for Corey Jones? Yep. Where were they for Marissa Alexander? Where were they for
Philando Castile?
Where are they for Kenny Walker? If ever there was a case that the NRA could say, no, this African-American citizen who was a postal worker, 27 years old, never committed a crime, he had a right to have his gun. It was registered. It was licensed. We got to stand for him, but they won't do that because, DL, you know this better than anybody, it's political. We are not their base. And so we have to form our advocacy group, maybe have a black gun lobby to stand in these cases and show up every time when a black person tries to defend ourselves and say castle doctrine or stand your ground. Normally it does not work for black people, especially if it involves killing a police or another white person. So that was your first question. The second question, DL, is far more complicated. What do we have to do? Until they see our humanity as equal citizens to them, like with Ahmaud Arbery, and that's another profound thing here. When you think about how his killers said self-defense, and they were not arrested, and they were allowed to go home and sleep in their bed at nights for 10 weeks. But when Kenny Walker said, I thought you all were intruders, it was self-defense. It sure didn't work for Kenny Walker. And I do believe it's because they do not acknowledge our equality to them. They don't believe what Thomas Jefferson said in the preamble of the Declaration of Independence, that we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equally, that they're endowed by their creator with certain inalienable rights, that amongst them are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Because if they did believe that, then Kenny Walker wouldn't be arrested.
Correct.
Ahmaud Arbery's killers would have been arrested on day one, and the cop who shot Philando Castile would have went to jail, and the Ethiopian cop who shot the white woman in a dark alley
went to jail right away.
Went to jail right away, and they paid her $25 million. None of our Black Lives Matter cases, and I know you get on me and joke a little bit there, we get about $4 to $6 million every case, but the white lady got $25 million.
You know what's
That's so
interesting?
crazy.
You said something, and I just, the difference between, and it was something that happened because Louisville, and on our radio show, is a market that we have, and there was much more of a dust up, even though it was later, with what happened at Ahmaud Arbery. And you know, outwardly it could look like we're not as concerned with women as we are with men, which I would say nothing is further from the truth. I think that what Ahmaud Arbery had that Breonna Taylor didn't is video. Because when cops don't have video, or when there's no video, people can lie, and they are given a presumption of innocence that they wouldn't, like the fact that it isn't Ahmaud's Arbery's killers aren't in jail right now because they had a video. They're there because we saw it. Even with Breonna Taylor, if they were doing a no-knock warrant, which they knew could be dangerous, why didn't they have their cameras on? Why didn't we? Why aren't we able to see it and say, okay, you acted in good faith?
Yeah, I think these are rogue cops, and that's what's happening. You know, Senator Rand Paul, DL, your buddy Rand Paul came out in support of Breonna Taylor, saying that we don't need to have these no-knock warrants, and joined Kamala Harris asking for a full and transparent investigation by the DOJ. We believe that the police chief is going to be fired over this because they violated so many policies and procedures. But there are two things directly to answer your question. There is a 911 tape of Kenny Walker calling the police, and they won't release that. And we think that is because it affirms what we have said, that they thought these were burglars, and it's objective. Why would you call 911 if you thought it was the police? And then number two, dear, I do want to believe that we affirm sisters like we affirm brothers.
We do.
But Pamela Turner, look at that video. Many people don't know her name. I believe her killing was one of the worst I've ever saw because she was on her back, and the police officer was on his feet and shot at her 5 times while she said, I'm pregnant.
Yeah.
And it did not get the traction that other brothers
I got to tell you, if I had seen, here's what I'll say. It can't be just about race. It can't be just about white, cop, black. It's got to be the unjust killing without being an answer, being brought to justice of anyone, to me, is an affront to whatever we call justice. But the fact that our women ever feel like we're not marching for them like we do for everybody else is something that I think as a society men need to own. And if that is the situation, I got to tell you, I pride myself on keeping abreast of those things. I never even heard of that. I never even heard of that case.
Trouble because it was big for a week and then it went away. And I would invite you, DL, if you and Jasmine get a chance, just Google Pamela Turner Turner's case, and I will send you the video. The video is horrific.
Oh, man.
And it's been a year, and we all need to call the Houston DA, Democratic DA. Her phone number is 713-274-5800.
Give it to me one more time. You know I got dyslexia. I done had all of them wrong.
It is 274-5800. She's the Houston, Texas DA, Kim Ogg.
Do you ever get cases mixed up? Because you're going from one tragedy to another tragedy to another tragedy to another tragedy. You're almost on the go all the time, which is indicative of how often these things happen. Are they happen? Is it just that we have more social media? Are we more aware? Or are they happening with, is there an uptick in frequency?
We have more social media. We have more awareness. They have been killing black people in this fashion for 400 years. And in my career, almost 24 years now, I have seen no drop off. I was telling Lee Merritt and Chris Stewart, we were all talking. I said, nah, y'all, even with the coronavirus, we were still getting calls every day where they were finding some way to kill black people. And so it's just one of those things. Until they see our humanity, DL and Jasmine, I don't think it's going to...
Ask you something, Ben. What about the people that say, like, I don't know, every time I post a video, or because to me, the difference is if there's an injustice, generally it's somebody's brought to account. When black people kill black people send black people to jail for killing black people. Generally, there's... Why is this some people feel as if police or the authorities have license to do this because of black on black crime, which I think is the most dangerous phrase I've ever heard, and not true at all. But why is it that so many in our community feel like that is kind of tantamount to why it happens?
You know, DL, they can come up with what I call the intellectual justification of discrimination over and over and over again. They did it at the inception of the country when they said, you know, we were going to be 3/5 of humans. And so they were already trying to say your life doesn't matter as much. So when they say blacks kill blacks, they say they don't care about us killing one another because they don't think we matter. And what we have to do, we have to get indignant as well when we have black people.
Absolutely.
Anybody, that's period. But we cannot equivocate and say just because a black person killed another black person, that makes it all right to say that the police or white people can kill us, because what we find more than not, black people go every day. It's white people that don't go to prison every day when they kill us. And that is the facts. I mean, when you think about the whole stand your ground law, it is made to justify white people being able to shoot people of color and not be held accountable.
Let me ask you something. Ahmaud Arbery, we alluded to him, and we're trying to cover a lot of bases because you're always somewhere something bad happens. I mean,
it's true. But we're glad you're there.
I know I love you and everything, but when Ben Crump happens, is around something bad that happened.
Yeah.
Ahmaud Arbery.
Something else good happened. You know, I'm in the litigation for a lot of black women who took
Johnson & Johnson.
Johnson & Johnson pulled it back after we had been fighting for 3 years, and I'm going to come and tell you I gave a lot of black women money really soon.
All right.
Oh, that is good news.
That's almost the same thing. It's almost like, okay.
It's good news, right?
That is good news. It's the best Ben Crump can give us with this climate that we can go. You're doing the best you can. So Ahmaud Arbery, the cat who shot the video, and when you were on, I didn't know how exactly he had played a part in this, but now subsequently there's been other videos and so evidence. It did look to me like they were stalking him, like it was
the lawyer for William Rowdy went on TV.
That's a dumb motherfucker right there. You gotta say. I know you can't say that, but come on.
He can say it.
I hope he represents every white person never get charged with murder. I swear to God.
Well, he went, Jasmine, and made a plea, DL. I don't know if you saw it, where he said literally, I'm making a plea to Attorney Benjamin Crump and Attorney Lee Merritt to quit calling for the arrest of my client. And I kept thinking to myself, and he said that we were causing his family to be put in harm's way. And Jasmine, I kept thinking to myself, why is it when black people call for people to be arrested based on objective evidence, it's as if we are saying everybody is vigilante justice. Well, we got the video, DL, 4 minutes. They chased this boy while he ran for his life. And so how are they going to say we're not basing this on the rule of law to say he should be arrested? We're not saying you're guilty, even though we believe in our heart. We want to give you due process.
See, Ben, that's what I'm talking about. You know what it is? His lawyer asking you and Lee to give up. His lawyer asking you to ease back and give him a break. Now that is good news. See, you tell us that first.
Finally.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back.
That's right. That's
it's
right.
It's going to be us. We can drink and talk shit as much as we want. Nobody can say anything to it. D.L. Hughley, Uncut.
Hey, welcome to the show. It is D.L. Hughley Uncut.
It is graduation season.
It is.
Yeah.
I've never seen as many, well, obviously, I would not see this because this has never happened before. Right. But all of the signs in the yard of people who are graduating, right. and they want you to honk your horn as you pass by, so that the students will feel like, oh, I did have a graduation.
It's almost like walking across the stage.
What does that feel like?
I don't know. I got a GED.
I do.
Yeah.
Do you guys walk when you get a GED?
No.
You
we
don't?
walk right to the Waffle House.
Oh, wow. That's terrible.
I just, it's very sad, and it's one of the examples of where we are as a country, where people can't be together. And I feel bad for these people because these young people work really hard and want. And first off, let's face it. I don't know if young people are as inspired by the graduating process as the people who pay for it. Like parents are the ones.
Yeah.
And we only want to go to hear our kid's name.
That's true, but you got to wait a long time too.
Yeah, that's
right?
it. Like so, like virtual works just as good for us. It might not be as gratifying for people who worked hard.
Right, because you think about it though, you want to be with all of your friends and your fellow students. You want to throw your hat.
Right.
You want to do something buffoonish when you walk across the stage, whether it's high five somebody or flip or whatever.
We don't have
none of that.
We don't have none of that.
None of that.
And I really think it's going to be indicative of the time. These people worked really hard and can't do it. It was weird because he and I graduated together.
And they called his name before mine.
Yeah.
Go figure.
Well, because he came first, no?
No. That's just because I paid the money.
Because you paid for it.
No, he got the honorary doctorate because they really wanted to get somebody else, but he was in town, so they were just like, all right.
Thanks for the truth, Kyle.
Wait.
Thanks for the truth. We appreciate it.
Oh, I'm sorry. Was I too honest?
He wasn't supposed to say
Charlie Sheen's not available, so let's get this dude. And it was the closest I ever came. But I really do. I feel bad. I feel bad for all these people because now people are, and some very innovative things. Like there have been principals in, I think, North Carolina. He went to everybody's,
that's
home.
right. I saw that too.
People are taking billboards like on our radio show.
Yep.
We're calling people's names out.
Trying to make people feel good.
Right.
It's tough. And you think about this. I read this great article in the New York Times talking about not only will these students who are just now graduating have a difficult time with understanding and processing that they won't get to experience all of that. Now, eventually, whenever we get back to this new normal, they will be going into a workforce where people who lost their jobs will be trying to come back and get those jobs.
Right.
So now the competition is even greater
Right.
than it would have been
Hey,
before.
look here, Errol. This motherfucker who never graduated got your job.
Right, pretty much.
Nobody knew him, and don't nobody know you either.
It's terrible, though.
It is.
Psychologically, like, it's kind of rough.
I never graduated, so I don't really understand it. But I know that there have been a lot of virtual commencement speeches.
Yeah.
And I got to say, like, when Barack Obama gave the virtual one.
Didn't he give it?
Didn't you kind of wish that he was in charge right now?
I do.
Yeah.
Every time I see him, though, I wish he was in charge.
Right.
When I see him, and I really appreciate, not that I didn't before, but after watching the clown who is in office now, that's what I said. It's interesting when you listen to Barack Obama speak, and he's so compassionate about the people who lost family members, and he's so compassionate about and passionate about making sure that we put ourselves in a position so that we can get through this quickly but safely.
It pisses me off.
Yeah.
And it pisses me off for reasons probably it doesn't piss you off.
Well, what reasons does it
like
piss
it's
you
like
off?
you with somebody and you miss them and then they look better than they did when they were with you.
Yeah.
Like America misses Obama, but there's very little evidence that he misses us.
Oh yeah, because he always looks good.
He's all tan and fit. He's like, hey,
And happy.
Smiling.
I'm sorry you got to live with your abusive mama, but
I got a new life, and it ain't you.
I'm on with my new.
It is pretty sad.
Like it's just like the father that left and don't quite have time for you now.
I mean,
what about me, Daddy?
I mean, we never really showed America as a whole never really gave him the credit I think he deserved, and they never really appreciated him. And you don't really appreciate what you have until you don't have it anymore.
And then he let you know it.
Yeah,
he let you know.
As
It's
he
like you
should.
break up with a woman, she like gang. Like it's like when you break up with somebody, and they're wearing the jersey of your sports hero, but they really date the sports hero now. Like now you can't even wear Michael Jordan's jersey anymore because the woman with him.
This sounds oddly
bad.
personal.
It's like if your woman had a Stokely.
Welcome to DL Hughley Uncut. You know what time it is.
Yeah, it's my favorite part of the show.
It is. I've never seen you get more excited than you do
It's my
around
favorite
this time.
time of the year.
Yes. Well, we have a tweet from Donald Trump Jr. regarding Joe Biden, basically alluding to the fact that he's a pedophile. You see this? See you later, alligator. In a while, pedophile. Yeah, that's pretty bad.
It is time for
this
nigga here.
Yeah.
Now, can I have that one more time?
Yeah.
Just because I think it's so dope. Wait, just like a nigga jumped early. Damn it.
Well, listen,
Jesus
jumping is good
Christ.
for you, right? Well, what's interesting is he tried to say that he was joking around, and he was like the 3 laughing emojis should indicate that he was kidding.
Right.
But then he also added, if the media doesn't want people mocking and making jokes about how creepy Joe is, then maybe he should stop the unwanted touching and keep his hands to himself. He posted all of these pictures of Joe Biden allegedly, I guess, too close to women, at least in his mind.
Now, he's Donald Trump's son, right?
He is.
Isn't he, his father used to have the beauty pageants with 15-year-old girls? And
yes.
He would
go
get in early
backstage
to watch them in
when they were
state of
half dressed.
Isn't he the son of the man that used to regularly hang out and party with Jeffrey Epstein?
Oh, absolutely.
Isn't he the one that supported Roy Moore Jr. in Alabama?
1,000%. You got him.
Who was an actual pedophile?
Mm-hmm.
Do you know Roy Moore Jr. was such a pedophile, this motherfucker couldn't go to the mall.
Now, you know that's bad. He could not. No, seriously.
No, I'm not
He was
even
banned
kidding.
from going to the mall.
When you
for
can't
that
go to the
reason.
food court.
That's something about you. That's pretty creepy.
I don't, because everything they say and do, they don't realize has an implication to something his father's done.
Oh, for sure. You mean kind of like the way that Joe Biden is facing that, allegation, right?
Right.
And initially, Trump Jr. was trying to make light of that, considering his father has so many allegations against him.
His father has children by 3 different women. If he wasn't president, he'd be in the NBA.
But you know what? Yeah.
This.
But the nerve of him.
This
to
dude has so many kids by different women. He could be the 6th string on the Cleveland. He could be the 6th man on the Cleveland Cavaliers.
Yeah, and just like them, he doesn't recognize one. He doesn't recognize. How about that?
Well, that happens.
That's true. That's what I'm saying.
I can't perfect my jump shot and know this little motherfucker right here. Who is this?
I can't babysit her. Yeah, it's a lot. But he's got a lot of nerve.
Do you remember my mother? Yes, it was Ontario, Canada.
That's
it's June.
That's pretty bad.
I don't understand. Here's the thing. I am not making light of what happened, but you do realize who your father.
Yes, he grew up with this man.
Yeah.
He knows the stuff that he's done.
But Roy Moore Jr. was running for the Senate in Alabama, and he was a known pedophile.
Yes.
And he came within a few.
He almost won.
The only reason Roy Moore Jr. didn't win is because he rode to the horse on a pole, to the poles on a horse.
He did.
And black people wasn't even going to vote. Like, is this nigga on a horse? And his horse name was Trigger, and that sounds too much like nigga for us.
Black one was like, no.
Only in Alabama would a pedophile losing be a shock.
I just think it's pretty sad that Donald Trump Jr. actually got on Twitter, right, and posted this meme as if we wouldn't say, hold on there, cowboy.
He has like pictures and dialogue being with Jeffrey Epstein. Like his father has pictures and dialogue.
Proudly being with him.
He when Jeffrey Epstein was arrested and in jail under his Justice Department.
Yes.
He blamed it on Hillary, even though he
those Trumps, man, I gotta tell you. You can't even make this up.
Oh, it's hilarious.
You can't make it up, I'm telling you.
Listen, the one thing we shouldn't talk about is pedophilia. We shouldn't talk about that. Let's stick to other stuff you can pronounce.
Like what?
I don't know.
We'd be in trouble that they can pronounce.
Your father had a fake university just to attract unwitting children. Are you fucking crazy?
There you go. Welcome back to D.L. Hughley Uncut. Our guest today hosts one of the popular nationally syndicated radio show, The Breakfast Club. You know who it is. It's Charlamagne the God.
What's up, Big Daddy?
Hey, Charlamagne.
Yo, Jasmine, how are y'all?
Doing
excellent,
good.
man.
What about you?
I am blessed, black, and highly favored.
There it is. It's interesting because you had several incarnations. What were you, and what are you?
What was I? Man, I think we all come here just a spiritual being living a human existence, right? And I think as you grow throughout time, you know, sometimes, you know, more of the human existence starts to appear than the spiritual existence. And I think as you get older, you start to go right back to the spiritual, you know? So I think I've always been a spiritual being living a human existence. It's just that sometimes you're more consciously aware of that.
But a lot of people aren't. A lot of people don't evolve. A lot of people, like I remember when you worked with Wendy. I remember when you first started in the Breakfast Club. I remember some of the things you said. Now I remember you have such an expansive thing that you're actually a hyphenate now. Now no one can say, like nobody can say what you are. Like nobody can. I couldn't. But most people don't evolve like that. Most people are the thing they started out as.
Well, you know, yesterday was Malcolm X's birthday, and I always say that's the greatest example of evolution on the planet. Like when you read the autobiography of Malcolm X, that shows you that change is the only constant in life, right? So you should be evolving and growing all the time. Like I'm 41 years old now. If I'm the same at 41 that I was at 21, then I wasted 20 years of my life.
What do you think has been the impetus for that? Like, is it success? Is it fear? Is it anger? Is it love? Is it hope? What has been the impetus for your involvement?
I think it's all of that, right? I mean, you know, I'm a married man. I got 3 daughters. You know,
that's fear right there, goddamn it. That's
definitely like, I call that parental paranoia. It's a lot of anxiety that goes into that, but it's just like, you know, I've always wanted to challenge myself, and plus growing up, like one of the first books my dad ever gave me was Message to the Black Man by Elijah Muhammad, and then it was the autobiography of Malcolm X. So I've always been close to the NOI. You watch them brothers and you watch them sisters, and they'll take the worst amongst us, you know, or the worst society may have to offer and make them into evolved, civilized human beings. So I've never been afraid of the growth part of it. Right. That's never been a thing to me. I think when you get into the industry, you know, yeah, you could be doing something that works for you.
Right.
But it works for you on a professional level. It don't work for you on a personal level. And for me, I gotta sleep. I gotta sleep well at night. So if something that I'm doing is causing me to lose sleep, I gotta switch it up.
You said something I was watching you, Alex, with. Like I'm not very intrigued by a lot of people, like at all. Like I'm like most people, but I always want you because you say the shit I wish I would have, and then I want to assassinate you. That's not the point. And
you said it.
Let's not turn it into that. But on Alex Witt, about 2 weeks ago, you said that all black people should be armed. All black people.
I said that, you know, a black person in America having a legal firearm is a form of self-care, you know, and you know, unbeknownst to me, well, I can't say unbeknownst to me, I just like to act clueless in front of white people. I thought the Constitution was for everybody.
Right.
Even though we know that the Constitution doesn't apply to us in the same way, but the Second Amendment, like I'm from the South, like, you know, we always, you know, had guns, some legal, some illegal, but now I'm old enough to understand we can have legal firearms, we have the right to bear arms. And it is supposed to protect us against those militias. Like if you read the Second Amendment, it says that you cannot be a part of a militia and have a firearm. If you've ever filled out a permit to purchase a gun, they ask you if you're a part of a militia. When you look around now, all of these white supremacists...
A well-regulated militia. Yeah. It's supposed to be a well-regulated militia. It's supposed to have some rules and regulations.
Absolutely.
Yeah, but they won't respond to us the same way. We know constitutionally it is our right to bear arms, right? But we saw Philando Castile. We saw situations where black people are legally armed and still they get hassled. The result is not the same for us. How do we change that?
I don't know if you can change it. You know what I mean? But I tell you what my daddy told me. My daddy told me that he'd rather get caught with it than get caught without it.
All right, right, for sure. Right. I'd rather be called witness than DOA. I know that.
Yeah. I would rather be in jail fighting for my freedom because, you know, I defended myself as opposed to my wife and my kids and my family crying over me in a casket.
Why is it you think it's come to that? Like, because now the way between our idea of the way things should work and the stated mission of America of the way things should work is at odds with the reality of the way things do work. Why do you think that is? I mean, I have my idea why I think it, but why do you think it is?
I think America is working just fine for the people that it was designed to work for. You know, because if we're really being honest when it comes to America, everything that America is founded on needs to be remixed. Like the Constitution has never applied to black people in that way. Any law that was, you know, created by a white person, any piece of legislation that was passed by a white person is usually to impact white America. And, you know, the rest of us get the short end of the stick. So
that's why they don't see anything wrong.
Yeah.
That's what that is. That's why they never see anything wrong. They think everything is perfect.
You're absolutely right, Jasmine. And the Constitution always had us labeled as 3/5 of a human being. So that shit was never for us, ever. So America's working perfectly fine for the people who were designed to work.
Then if it's running like the way it's supposed to, then why is there so much angst? Like, because it can't be running the way it's supposed to if everything's crumbling around. Like if it was running like it was supposed to, everything wouldn't be in such disrepair and such uncertainty.
Well, if you have a country that's founded on murder, rape, the blood of Africans, you know, if you have, you know, raped and pillaged to build this society, that was never a stable foundation to begin with. I still believe in the law of energy. I still believe in the law of karma. I think a lot of times, man, we might be getting in the way of America's karma. honest with you. When I look at Donald Trump, I'm like, that's what America deserves.
I think exactly the same thing. I think that America needs to understand that Barack Obama was real. It happened. It wasn't a nightmare. It wasn't a dream. It really happened, and nothing you do will erase that memory. You can't. It's like, listen, white dude, your daughter slept with a black dude. Ain't nothing you can do. It's nothing you can do. She fucked a nigga. It just happened. It's nothing you can do. You can't undo it. And I think America is in this weird position where it is just leveling all abandon, just erasing all abandon to try to make this thing that happened not have happened, and it did.
Minister Farrakhan said in early 2015, I think it's when Donald Trump had first started his campaign. Minister Farrakhan said, if America elects Donald Trump is going to send America to hell in a handbasket.
Yeah.
Shit, it looked like it's a hand delivery going on.
It's true, but that's probably why it's in shambles as well, because I would imagine the election of Barack Obama, first of all, obliterated, their narrative about the black man, just blacks in general, that he could be so articulate, he could be so classy and all of these things. Then when you talked about, white women sleeping with black men, I think they feel like it's slipping away from them. And so now you see these people protesting and they're trying their best to figure out, how can we make sure that these black people don't take over? I think that's why it's crumbling.
Yeah, they're trying to hold on to what was. I love, it's a movie, Avengers Endgame, right? And in the movie, Thanos, the villain, Thanos said, Thanos snapped his fingers to wipe away half the population. But he said that I know what I got to do now. Now I got to get rid of everybody. Because as long as you have people around who remember what was, never grasp the concept of what will be.
Mm-hmm.
And so, we've been sitting around waiting for all these old white people to die. Now they still around, and now they teaching their kids.
Right.
Yep.
Right.
So as long as they can remember what was, they'll never grasp what will be. And Barack Obama showed them what could be.
Absolutely.
Hillary Clinton scared the hell out of them. They were like, what? Now a black man, a woman president?
Right.
Oh, hell no. We got to take this all the way back. And that's where the whole Make America Great Again and everything came from. Also with Trump, man, Trump is like the Frankenstein of America, because he's everything that we've let run rampant, or America has let run rampant. White privilege, a racist, a bigot, one of those rich old white men that just feels like he's above the law. And now Donald Trump is out white man in the white man.
Yeah. It's funny because you said something that was very true. This disease is getting rid of everything America really didn't want. They don't want old white people around. They want their houses. They do. They want the shit they built. They don't want black men around. They don't want poor black, poor brown people around. They don't want people in prison around. So this disease kind of is giving them the thing that they always wanted. And it's interesting because you can tell, and we talked about somewhere on the show, America's not sad. 90,000 people, it'd be 100,000 people by the time this air. They're not sad. It ain't no... It's no flags at half mast. It's no day of mourning. It's like, hey, nigga, go to work. It's really no one, because the people that we're losing are the people that we never cared about really anyway. It's
they
like
old, they black,
Yep.
they brown, and you know what it reminds me of. I was talking about this earlier with somebody. Like the '94 crime bill, like that comes up a lot nowadays, and you'll hear people say, well, there was a lot of other good things in the bill that we needed and that we had to vote for, and it's just like, damn. So they looked at all this other stuff in the bill, and even though they knew that this was going to affect on black and brown people, they said, well, let's vote for the stuff we want anyway. Yeah, so they always willing to sacrifice us.
Yeah,
they always have.
Yeah. Every compromise, every compromise, when America compromise, it means niggas is going to be fucked. It really does. That's what it means. It really does. Missouri compromise, compromise means niggas is in trouble. You really did something. But the bravest thing, out of all the shit I've heard you say, all the things I've watched you do, the bravest thing I've ever seen you do is embrace your struggle with mental health. Like the idea, because black people actually think you could pray shit away or pretend like it ain't there, and it's good. But I've never seen another person with, like, if you're an athlete who has made tens of millions of dollars and your future is set, but a guy who is still in the fight, saying that these things exist for me was one of the bravest things I've ever seen from an entertainment perspective.
I appreciate that. I mean, that came from my wife, and that came from, like, you know, my sisters around me, you know, like Angela Rye and Amanda Seals. Like, they were people that I saw constantly doing the inner work on themselves, and they started to challenge me, like, you know, saying, like, man, black men don't like to admit that they're damaged. Black men don't like to admit that they're trauma. They got trauma, you know. My wife knew about my panic attacks and stuff like that. So a few years ago, I just decided to start going. And, you know, it's really changed my life in a real way. And I tell people all the time, it's just like going to the gym, man. You know, like if you go to the gym to work on your physical, you got to go sit down with somebody to work on your mental.
What would you?
And when you talk about growth and evolution, that's part of it, right?
It really look. I'm telling you, what would you say? Because you're a young dude, you're in the game, you got a lot of stuff happening, and you've done it unflinchingly. What would you say that black men have permission to do that they never knew that they did?
Feel. What's that? Feel. You know what I mean? Like, we get these emotions, and, you know, whether it's sadness, whether it's anger, whether it's frustration, you know.
Anxiety.
Like, we get all of these feelings, and you can't tell nobody. Like, I come up in the air, my dad punched me in the chest, tell me to man up. That's it. Forget what I'm going through. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Rub some dirt on it, nigga. Keep going.
But you know what? My father was dealing with his own issues. You know what I'm saying? And that's another thing that therapy taught me. It taught me that, you know, we got to be patient with our parents because they were just doing the best that they could. Okay. You know, my father dealt with his own substance abuse issues. My father dealt with his own mental health issues. My father tried to kill himself 30 years ago. He said he's tried 10 to 12 different medications prescribed to him by a therapist. You know, he was going to a therapist, psychiatrist 2 and 3 times a week. So these are things that he told me once he saw me doing the work on myself. And I remember going to my mom and telling my mom, like, yo, you know, Pops was going through all this. And she was like, I just thought he was playing crazy to get a check. That's just how it was growing up in the South.
Can you imagine how powerful it is to tell men, black men, they have permission to feel. They have permission to go through what they're going through and have an assessment of that. That's an amazing thing, man. And if that was all you did, if that was it, that'd be a hell of a thing, man. That's a dope thing to think.
Because, you know, we walk around, especially the era I grew up in, we had to be hardcore. Yep. Like, there literally was a genre of hip-hop called hardcore.
Yeah.
Which meant be as tough and gangster as possible. So that's no vulnerability. You ain't supposed to feel nothing, and you're supposed to take anybody's head off that messes with you. Now, that's the easiest thing to do when you're a hurt person, right?
Right.
When you're a hurt individual, hurt people hurt people. When you're a healed person, healed people heal people. So when we think about, like, the violence that would go on in our communities, man, I think 95% of that came from the white man kicking our ass, and then us coming back to our communities to kick our own folks.
Yeah.
I mean, so it's just like, I would rather be and I don't know if you ever do get all the way healed. I think it's a process.
Yeah.
You know,
but even the best athletes that work, I don't care what athlete you're talking about, how great they are. No athlete says they're 100% healthy. No, nobody. They don't ever go. If you playing 80% healthy, motherfucker, you could play. So I think humanity's like that too.
I think it's impossible. Like, it's impossible not to wake up some mornings and you just be down. You know, you're in a funk and you don't know why. It's impossible to not have panic attacks. You know, I know what they are now, so I'm able to control them a little bit better. But yeah, things get to you all the time. You know, every single one of us. We're only human at the end of the day.
I don't think I've ever had a panic.
I have.
I didn't even know what they were. You know what I thought it was? You know what I thought it was? These motherfuckers is on my nerves. I gotta come. That's a hell of a thing. And you were gonna say, what were you gonna say, Charlamagne?
No, that nerve thing is real because, like, you know, my whole life, my grandmother suffered from bad anxiety, but I didn't know what it was. Now that I look back on it, I knew that she was having real bad panic attacks. And she used to say the same thing. They're getting on my nerves. I need my nerve pills.
Yeah.
You know, like, but that was really anxiety medication. I didn't know back then, though.
Yeah.
You know, so it's just interesting how you get more information and you can look back on your life and have a lot more empathy for the people who raised you because you realize that they were dealing with a lot of the issues that they're dealing with a lot of undiagnosed issues. And, you know, for me, I don't take for granted the fact that we're the first generation who has the luxury of healing.
Yeah.
The generation before us was just scratching and surviving on some good time shit. We have the actually healing, and I don't take that for granted.
But we also weren't talking to each other. Like, you know, my grandparents and my parents, they were having issues, but they never talked about those things because they did not know what they were because their parents didn't tell them. So it just became this constant thing about, you know, oh, you're getting on my nerves or don't tell my business. And so it made it impossible to have a safe space to even come out and say, you know, I'm having issues. I know I've had anxiety for the past, I don't know how many years. And when I first met DL, I would not tell him because I thought he's a dude. He's going to laugh about it. He's not going to take it seriously. And so when you came out and began to talk about, I never heard not just a dude, but a black dude say, I'm having this particular issue and here is how I deal with it. So I thought it was huge. And I've known you for a long time, you know, and we've had several conversations, but never talked about that. So I commend you for saying that.
Absolutely. No, it's real.
I'll say this. And I appreciate what you're saying right now, and I appreciate what you're saying. But it does not negate the fact that some motherfuckers just get on your nerves. That's just
it. And you should be allowed to express that.
Right.
Oh, he does.
For me to tell you, get the fuck away from me because you're getting on my goddamn nerves is a form of self-care.
Right.
When all of us were growing up, we had some adult that would kick us out the goddamn house.
Right.
Don't
Right.
Where
I'm gonna play, nigga, on the train tracks. I don't give a fuck where you go. Get up. All right, Charlamagne. I love you, man. Take care, boss. Take care.
Talk to you soon.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back.
That's right. That's
right. It's going to be us. We can drink and talk shit as much as we want. Nobody can say anything to us. D.L. Hughley, uncut. Hey, now, I'm D.L. Hughley. Welcome to D.L. Hughley Uncut. That's Jasmine Sanders. We call her Smanders.
Yeah,
Sanders.
well, that's what you call me.
There she is, DJ Lucci, and there he is, Black Blade.
Black Blade. You got a mad today.
Kyle grew his hair out and let his beard grow, and I almost didn't let that nigga in the house last night.
Well, he said he was embracing his blackness. Remember?
Yeah, he got a white woman. He can't embrace it.
That's how you get a white woman.
Oh, well. Sorry,
That's
Kyle.
go.
Well, all right.
We are still, I guess, well, people that where the states still give a fuck about their people. We're still in quarantine, but other people.
Yes.
Yeah. You saw where Ohio was like, listen, we're going to reopen too.
Of course.
Let's just join the crew.
Of course. Well, obviously, listen, I think it's interesting that people who are now called essential were once called immigrants and get the fuck out, but now somebody got to scoop these lima beans up.
Facts.
Come to work.
Somebody got to do it. We are, it's just, I don't know how we'll come out or what'll happen. But, you know, now, of course, even here, everybody has to wear a mask, you know, when we're not broadcasting. Everybody has to be socially distant. If you know, exhibit any symptoms, then we cut your pay. You know, that's how it goes.
To say.
Well, first of all, we stop you from coming in the building.
No, we do. We cut your pay. It's I thought this was very interesting that people who are married to immigrants in terms of the stimulus checks,
yes,
won't get a stimulus check.
You get nothing. That's basically what the government is saying.
But yet, Donald Trump is married to an immigrant.
Yes. But a lot of
we don't mean her though. We mean everybody else.
But a lot of the policies that they talk about that I guess relate to immigrants. You know, she was just naturalized not that long ago. So all of the things should have applied to her, but they don't.
Right. Well, because I think we're very hypocritical. When you understand the fact, the truth of the matter is, America's always needed someone to take advantage of. Always. It's the reason they had slavery. It's the reason they had, the Irish come and dig tunnels and the Chinese, the railroads. but they've always had somebody to take advantage of. And the problem is that the people now, and we do it for various reasons, like brown people, poor brown people do our intellectual labor, and poor brown people do our physical labor.
Mm-hmm.
Like if you can't pick a strawberry and you can't write an app, we don't really use you.
Well, the sad thing too, though, is they do it right to your face.
Yeah.
Because think about it. It is the immigrants and a lot of the black and brown people that we need at this very moment. But while we need them and we're asking them to show up for work, we're also saying, but we're not going to give you a stimulus check.
Right.
You don't get that.
And after that, you got to leave.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Like if we
But
kicked out
sweep
all
up
the
first.
Yeah.
That's basically what they're saying.
If we kicked out all the brown people and black people who served us, like right now in during this pandemic, like if we kicked them all out, like thank God they weren't successful kicking out the Muslims and the Latins,
right?
Because we wouldn't have doctors or food.
No,
it's true.
Like I'm serious. Like everybody that you see on the news talking about who's an infectious disease doctor or anybody epidemiologist, all these people who are very learned, their last name look like the last line of an eye chart.
It's true. And you trust just about all of them except for Dr. Fauci.
Yeah, Dr. Fauci.
We ain't trusting. He's a different group.
I'm so tired. A lot of people think they trust him. First off, I think that he's allowed Donald Trump to say things that he should have checked him on. And second off, I can't trust a dude that's standing on phone books to tell me about a pandemic. I can't do it.
Well, what do you say to him saying, listen, what am I supposed to do? Just go up and, push the mic away from him?
Well, no. What you're supposed to do is to adhere to the oath you took.
Yeah.
It's the Hippocratic Oath.
That's right.
Do no harm.
Right.
Donald Trump is doing harm. When he says things that you know are patently true, here's the unspoken truth. The only reason that you are able to speak in a Trump anything, administration or conference or a press conference or anything, is because you will say what he thinks what he wants you to.
Yep.
If you challenge him in any way, you won't be there. And it's the reason why we're in the shape we're in.
I don't even know how you get sidelined when there's so many different platforms you can go on. Like you could literally go on live on your Instagram and people would tune in. So it's just like,
But that's
tell
the
the
scary
truth.
part, because that means that people are out there like Trump himself, from the Oval Office nonetheless, just peddling these lies. The fact that he says, okay, well, you can drink disinfectant, you can do this, you can do that, or hey, how about we check into light? Can't you shine a light on it and it just dissipates? Like, where are you getting this information?
Well,
and people believe
the
it.
fact that the broad with the Chanel scarf on,
up to here,
looking like Diane English from Murphy Brown, like her.
Yeah.
Like the fact that she didn't say anything.
Right.
I think that a lot of people who want certain things and want, like any level of personal achievement, they want to be appointed to something, and they forget that their basic charge, the idea that the reason their tenant, their calling was to take care of people. I think that there's so much selfishness, but ultimately, if we are in a pandemic, I think I've seen things that I don't understand. Like if you can't get a check if you're married to an immigrant, or you can't get a check if you owe child support, or if you can't get like the bottom line is, first off, everybody should get a check no matter what.
Right.
And the other thing is we should stop with this special dispensation. Look, we're all in this together, whether you are an immigrant, whether you owe child support, whether you're behind on your bills, we're all in this together. And if that money is to bail you out or to help you out or to help you kind of get you through, then there shouldn't be these kind of limitations.
And honestly, there need to be multiple checks. It shouldn't just be one. Here's $1,200. That'll last you for the rest of this pandemic.
Yeah.
Add to the fact that it's your money.
Right.
How about add that to it, because you're going to pay for it one way or the other. So give me my money.
So the government it ain't the government. It's J.G. Wentworth.
It's my money. I want it now.
Honestly, I'd rather them freeze my rent.
I'd rather than freeze your rent too.
Thank you. Just freeze my rent. Like, you're not paying your mortgage. Freeze my rent.
That's what I don't understand. Even the people. One thing I will say is that even when this first happened, I got my business manager got calls from our mortgage. Like I own a place here in New York and then Santa Barbara, and they said we're gonna So what they'll do is take care of people that they think can pay.
Right.
But they won't take care of people that are having financial hardships. It's like the very people that we're depending on to live, to exist, are the very people we malign all the time.
Right.
Well, it's true, because what they're doing is they're offering support and help if you have a mortgage. But the majority of the people in this country pay rent. There is no help for you.
Yeah.
You have to pay that
Call
rent
J.G.
every month.
Wentworth.
He ain't got your money.
So we're going to run out of beef and pork. Is a
And
food
chicken.
shortage. Yeah,
Everything.
chicken.
Yeah.
And they say it's a food shortage. And they say it's because basically, first off, we're not running out of meat because the pandemic has, basically compromised the plants. We're running out of meat because Americans are home and we're fat asses and we're eating them all.
That's not true.
I don't think that's the story.
Stop it.
Not
Stop
true.
it.
That's not
You
true.
can't leave America. You can't have 97% of America at home with nothing to do and think some shit ain't gonna get ate up.
Yeah. Well, that part is true.
That's true.
But they won't get fatter because the problem is they don't have any way to get like the pigs and the chickens and the cattle to the places. So what they're doing is they're aborting a lot of,
I thought they didn't like that.
Only when it benefits them. They love it. But they're doing that. They're also throwing away, just thousands, hundreds of thousands of pounds of food
So it's
instead of
food
feeding
shortage.
people. Yeah.
We ain't running out of spinach.
Nah,
we run out of broccoli and a cauliflower. It'll never be a lettuce shortage.
Because ain't nobody eating that.
It's because, and first off, I'm tired of this. I've never seen so many fat-ass vegans in my life.
It's
so the
true.
one great thing about this, we'll get the chance to tell if all these vegans is telling the truth. Ain't no tofu pepperoni.
Tofurkey.
Sit your fat ass down.
That is true. I never really thought about that.
Of
But
course.
most vegetarians and vegans, they're a little on the
If you
fluffy
don't
side.
sit your burly ass down, and let me finish this pork chop.
Before they're gone.
As I say, you're not gonna be eating one. No more mastros for us.
No. It's interesting because we are in a food shortage, not because the plants are compromised, but because of one, I think we consume a lot when you're home, you ain't working. And the other is that the people who produce those things would rather slaughter the chickens and pigs and cows if they can't sell them and dump food than feed people.
Yeah, that's because we're selfish.
Yeah.
That's all that is.
That's American.
It's mine.
That's really is. And I'm telling you, I swear to God, we'll get the chance to see who be, because you can't get an ass that big just eating radishes. I'm just going to tell you.
Well. Hey there, welcome back. It is DL Hughley Uncut.
Hey there, welcome back.
Hey there. Yeah, that's my cool talk. Hey there.
That wasn't
welcome
hey
back.
there.
It was cool in my world. You silly.
DJ Lucci over there.
Yes.
It's interesting because did you so you are nervous about this pandemic?
Yes.
What scares you the most?
You guys getting sick.
No.
Yeah,
No.
actually. I
Really?
feel like I might bounce back. Like I
promise I'll be all right.
Yeah, but
I all this alcohol I drink, I sanitize from the inside.
for sure Papa getting sick though. I'm
Yeah.
like,
Oh, your grandfather?
yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's
that,
weird.
That nigga burned my house down, so I'm ready for him to go.
I'm not. I'd let him burn several houses down for him to stay.
I got to get the full story on that.
Yeah, my wife's father, he made barbecue one day. So it's the same thing. I come home from work and he's a great cook, but he barbecues. He barbecues, and what happens is he takes the coals, puts them in the Amazon box.
Even though there's a tin can
Right,
right
and then puts
there.
them in the trash can, and before I even got home. So about 12 o'clock at night, he come in there. Dale, there's a fire in the back, and the whole backyard is literally on fire. And I'm like, if only we had a fire extinguisher. Here comes LaDonna. I have fire extinguishers.
Several.
Because she has everything.
She was prepared.
So we put out the fire. We were trying to battle in the fire. And I had to let him go in the house because the fire department came and they go, somebody put charcoals in the briquettes, the charcoal briquettes in the trash can. And if this would have been June or July, it would have been dry up. This whole place would have. And he ain't said one thing.
He hasn't
yet.
apologized yet.
He hasn't.
Maybe he didn't listen. Maybe he was doing it old school. Maybe there was no such thing as little bins where you put the
Old school ain't burning your son,
he didn't do it on
daughter's
purpose.
house. No, he ain't doing it on purpose. And I like him, They mad at him. I'm not.
Well, because he can cook, I'm sure.
Well, he can cook and he can burn too.
Didn't he almost do it again?
He almost did it again.
Oh, you can't do it twice.
He almost did
You can't
it
do
again.
it twice. No, that's too much. That's too much. Listen, we were talking about how some crazy things are going on during this pandemic, right? A lot of people doing things they shouldn't. I want you to check out this clip from Central City News. It's Pastor Tony Spell out of Baton Rouge. Check this out.
We're not hiding anymore. Sorry, we're not hiding anymore. It's a dirty, rotten, crying shame when you have to hide in America.
This nigga here.
Yes.
Here's, I understand that people are very religious and people turn. And this isn't about oppression of religion. It's about the fact that large groups of people gathered in small spaces lend themselves to the spread of COVID. So there are a lot of ways that you can worship your God and praise your Lord and still be safe. And I think shoe booty ass dudes like that, like
sure.
Like recently there have been as many people that got it going to church, to religious services, went to the bar.
Oh.
Like, who'd have thought Chili's was safer than a benediction?
Yeah.
But the interesting thing about this particular case for me isn't really about him practicing religious freedom. It is really more about, well, first of all, my question is, how do you preach from the pulpit on Sunday, then get out in a bus and try to run over a protester?
Right.
That's why he had the ankle bracelet on for assault.
Yeah, so running over somebody, if you run over somebody and you're white, you're a preacher. If you run over somebody, you're black, you Suge Knight.
You Suge Knight. Fainting in court.
I think that either we're going to all abide by the same rules, and I think there's always these hypocritical stances we take. So everybody, we had the protesters that showed up, and they had assault rifles, and they were saying, let us free, and they were congregating together, and they were saying that COVID doesn't exist, and they were treated with deference. But you had people, and I'm not, I dig it, I think that they're all wrong, but then you had, kids partying in Philly and Chicago, and they were all arrested. And I think that the idea that we're all kind of, they'll paint them as reckless and irresponsible, but the people who still have religious services knowing what could happen. There was a preacher in Virginia that had, a religious service, and he came down with COVID and passed on. His wife had it. That's irresponsible.
Well, not only that, I think it's also a blatant showing of how they use the Constitution at will.
Right.
Because for the protesters, it is them exercising their constitutional right, right? But also, you have the right for life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
Right.
Maybe your happiness is a party.
Right.
So that's really your constitutional right as well. But look how they were met. Law enforcement, guns drawn on them.
I think that people have even with religion, bars are closed, but church services in some states was open.
Right.
And what's gonna happen is the alcoholic gonna go to church service just for the wine.
Well, on first Sunday for sure.
The little cracker and wine.
You gonna get that like appetizer.
Fuck Applebee's. I'm just gonna come to Mount Calvary. But it's these lines that we draw. Like, I remember we had a situation where Easter, fell when we were all, and so it was crazy because they were telling people to stay home on Easter, which is a very religious holiday. And it's crazy. It's simple. Like, you should have stayed your ass home for Easter because Jesus rose from the dead, but you won't.
That's so true. Welcome back to DL Hughley Uncut. I won't say hey there. I'll just say welcome back since you guys gave me so much grief about that. So listen, this next guest on the show, comedy tours sold out, comedy specials, TV shows, movies, you name it. He's done it. We all know him. Legendary, iconic, all of that. Welcome to the show, Sinbad.
There he is. What's up, Bad?
What up? What up, man?
How you
What's
doing,
up, man?
man?
Look at y'all wearing hats. I got a hat.
And I got hair. I'm not. I just.
Oh, Jazz, hold up. They got hats, Jazz. Hold up.
They got. Oh, you gonna get your hat? She gonna get his hat. Oh, damn.
Now, I'm gonna tell you what Sinbad did. Was on a plane one time. So if the plane was on with a crash, a lot of comedy would have been gone that day.
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
But
We was all on that.
he was gonna get me a hat.
Okay.
He said, "I'm gonna get you a hat, man. I know you love hats." And that nigga never got me a hat.
Never got the hat.
You know what happened? I'm gonna tell you what happened. You like that blue hat that I got from the hat right now. I ordered that hat for you. I liked it so much I never gave it to you.
That's horrible.
Yep.
So I'm gonna get you another one.
Another hat I will never see.
That hat came. I said, I see why he liked this hat.
That's
I
acceptable.
said, I'm keeping this hat for myself.
That hat is fly on you, bruh.
Do you know how many times I've seen you on planes going to gigs? It's got to be a couple dozen.
We live it. But you taught me. See, Jazz, I've been on planes going to gigs. DL got special people who take you parts of the airport. I don't know nothing about.
Yes, he does. Right? Special cars.
They get your feet. The person worked on my feet, checked my eyes, got me some new contacts.
Yeah.
I said, what? I've been flying forever. What is this?
Yeah.
Do you miss being on the road right now?
Man, when it first started, say the first week, I said, oh man, what I'm gonna do? More of you miss the money. The first thing is like, wait a minute, my daughter's getting married in September. I said, I got to pay for my daughter getting married. I had these dates picked. I had these dates set up just for that.
Right.
But you know what? All that's going to take care of itself. And now that I'm home, dude, I'm like this. I got a chance to work on software I ain't had a chance to touch in 2 years.
Right.
I go to all these tech shows. I've been doing shows with my son. I've been doing shows with my daughter. I got a brand new grandson here. I'm like this. I'm okay.
Mm-hmm.
That's a great way to look at it, though.
But you don't. I gotta admit this. I'm not having as bad. Like I thought it would be miserable. But I'm not having as bad a time as I thought I would. Like I'm not miserable.
How about the people around you though?
Yeah, I'm miserable.
but I do miss. One of the things I've always loved about you is that I could always tell what was going on by what you talked about. So this is an incredibly important time. And then the voices that you count on to kind of guide you through them are not able, in front of a live audience to kind of illustrate it.
Exactly. And know that's not happening? I don't know the weather anywhere but L.A. See, Dale, we travel so much. I know, okay, it's snowing on the East Coast, it's raining in the Midwest, they have a tornado. All I know is, it's hot.
Right.
It get jacked up. I didn't know that. Because I'm local. Right. And I've never just been a local. Right. I've been more of a global. And it's my world. And only thing right now that the problem is the homeless. I'm so angry at the people who lead this country who just robbing people right now.
But why? A lot of people say that, but what specifically are you angry about?
I'm angry about, man, you got a stimulus check and you stop the check, put your name on it. You got small business, that PPP loan. The Lakers accidentally got $4.8 million. The big corporation took all the money. So people are sitting home thinking they're going to get this. You got banks lying to people because they got the CARES program. They can't throw you out your house. So I'm like, but I got the people in Michigan. I'm from Michigan, and dude had a Confederate flag. Since when was Michigan in the South?
Right.
And they're carrying guns because they want to go get barbecue. I said, dude, you're confusing what's happening. It goes back to the whole Republican Party. They showing up with guns. This ain't the second right rally. Right. You just want to go get your hair. Why'd you bring your gun to shoot coronavirus? What you going to
That's a good point.
Don't you understand? I think that what happens to us is that we just start to take ourselves too seriously, and what happens to cats like you who've been just able to navigate, obviously it's a very serious thing. No one is kind of undermining that or underplaying that. But humor has a way of crystallizing things, and even music has a way of crystallizing things. And I think there's some things that you just find because you're able to go out in it. And now I think, obviously with you adherence to safety rules, but there is an amount of art and illustration that is being diminished because people are sequestered.
We can't get out there and talk about these people. I'm sitting at home trying to do it on a no. We screaming on live. But can I say this? If one more Negro get a podcast or a live stream or go live and join me live and TikTok dance with me, I swear to God, everybody needs to go back to what they normally do.
Would you?
You ain't no dancer in your fake cooking show and clean my house and my TikTok clean the house. I don't care. I don't care. I don't.
But it's fun.
I don't. I don't. I don't.
What do you care about? Like what's cooking in Sinbad's head right now?
Man, now right now I'm just figuring out. Everybody says when this we're gonna go back to how it was. If it goes back to how it was, we failed. This is I call this Sinbad 2.0. This is the world 2.0. If we go back to the way it was, we didn't learn anything. We just saw a pandemic shut this country down. We got to look at, hey, man, how am I going to spend? I need to save up some more money. I need to look at this different. How do I get a hold of my loved ones? And if I can find time to be home and Zoom and talk to my family, why can't I do that when I'm working? Why can't I show that kind of love when I'm working? So I'm like this. I don't want to work the way I did before. I don't want to live. I know we lived hey, man, I'm on the grind. Every time you see somebody at the airport, I'm on the grind. What you doing, man? I'm on the grind. Right. I'm on the grind. First of all, you ain't on the grind. Because that comes from people who work in factories that were grinders. Right. When I was in the factory, they grind, and that's a hard job, and it's a beastly job. That's an 8-hour job. So when you're saying the grind as an entertainer, now we're having a good time. Even on our grind, on our worst day, it's a great day.
Right.
It's a great day. The fact we're in the airport talking about, I'm on my grind. Get ready to jump into first class and get something to eat.
I'm waiting for Sinbad to bring me my hat, nigga. It's ready to go up. As soon as Sinbad bring me that hat,
I'm on the grind with a warm towel.
I'm on my grind to get you that hat. I'm on that grind to get you that hat.
How has because you're an artist. Like I think a long time ago you were probably a comedian. Just that if that were the hyphenate. But you play as much music as you do comedy. So like, what would you say you were?
You know, man, I call myself a Renaissance man. I used to love Renaissance men. People that, remember, you talk back in the days of Sammy James Jr. and everything. Yeah. You know, guys say, hey, I sing, or a guy says, I sing lead, or a guy says, I play guitar lead. Back then, cats had to be a multi-hyphenate. If you didn't, they're like, I sing. Well, I sing too. What else do you do? You have to be able to do a lot of things. I'm like this. I'm interested in everything. I'm interested in tech. I'm interested in art. I love music. You know, I like doing comedy. But dude, there's not much that doesn't interest me, man. The problem is with this ADHD, I want to do it all. I want to do it.
And now you're just home, not giving me my hat. No. That's what it is.
I got your hat. My hat is like right around this corner on a hat stand.
What hasn't been working? Do you obviously art is impacted by the environment, and I do think I know we're going to be significantly different. I know that like culturally, I think nationally, I think intrinsically we're going to be a different place, and there is an opportunity for different. Doesn't mean worse or doesn't mean better, but I think we're going to be different, and I think that there are ways that we can be different that elevate us, and there are ways that we can be different that don't, and I think. One of the things I've said about this is this disease affects all the things that capitalism and greed did. It affects the poor, the old, the weak, the underprivileged. Yeah. So I think this disease just really kind of exposed what we believe, what we cherish.
Well, you know, it's funny because you got people marching. You got the one cat from North Carolina that was leading the march on fake COVID. He got it this week.
Right.
Can't write that joke. I can't write that joke for you. You're talking loud and saying nothing. But what it impacts is this. Would you also show this though, man?
I can't hear you. What did he say?
Island. They went out and bought an island.
Right.
And then everybody was going to the Hamptons. Like COVID can't find you. Like COVID said, oh man, where'd the rich folks go? Right. It's like you can't outrun it. You can't hide from it. And another thing I learned, rich people quit going on Twitter and Instagram, acting like you know how to be poor, going like, hey, we're all in this together. And then I see your yard goes overlooking mountains, and you got horses in the backyard.
It's different.
Hey, don't go outside. And then you rent a gym. You rent out a gym for you and your husband to go work out by yourself. Hey, keep moving.
Stay home. That'll be enough, Jeeves.
Right.
That'll be enough.
That's different for sure.
Man, you know what? Don't fake. If you ain't been broke in a little while, you really don't understand it. You gotta look at poor people to mimic their mannerisms, so you can at least do it right. When you do this with it, man. Just mimic the mannerisms.
Ask a poor person.
Ask a poor person.
You got to watch the poor in their own habitat.
Yeah, still you got to. Like going to the zoo. Like, let's look at the zoo.
How can they cook with no electricity? What happened right there? They're
How are they
amazing.
getting groceries with no money? How are they getting groceries with no money?
That if God didn't want us to have groceries with no money, He wouldn't have gave us guns. That's what I'm telling you. What's funny to you? Like what cracks you up?
Now or like anytime?
Anytime, like ever.
People trying to hide the dumb stuff. You know the dumb stuff we do that you should embrace. Remember, like we outside as a kid, you almost fall, and by trying not to fall, you look dumber. Just fall, man, and get up and bow to the people, because when you can do that, no one can hurt you. I try to hide imperfections. I laugh at the imperfection hiding. I laugh at people trying to be something they're not. I laugh at all this surgery and all this stuff we're trying to create something, man. I'm like, you can't hide from who you are.
Right.
And I'm a comic. I'll find it. I'll find an old picture. Don't make me go look for you. I'll find it. I'll find you.
What would the sin be? Because you're evolved. Like you've evolved. You've been through things. You won. You lost. You've had. Now you were just talking about your daughter getting ready to get married. That's Paige, right? Is Paige getting ready to get married? That's her. Paige.
Yeah.
So
Paige get married.
So you've won. You've lost. Now, what would you the more settled you, the more nuanced you tell the younger you? What would you say to you?
The most precious commodity is time. When they say that, when you're young, you don't understand what that means because you think forever. I look at these kids say, you only live once. Yeah, dummy, so don't waste it. You act like y'all found something. Yeah, you only live once, but you can shorten that. You can shorten that once by doing dumb stuff. So I look back, since I have a limited amount of time, I'm going to do as much with my time as I can. And I'm not worried about what people think. I'm going to do what I want to do. And it's not about having the big house. And it wasn't about having the car. It was about, man, having the damn experience.
for you. How you doing? Come on, Cape Town, how you doing? All right. We are Jazz Funk Soul, and this is our first trip to Cape Town, and we're so happy to be here. What a beautiful audience, what a wonderful sight. You're really packing in this place. And have you had fun all day? Have you had fun? You want to keep having fun? I'll tell you what, you give us some love, and we'll give it right back to you. Because we certainly love being back in the motherland. That was a song from our first CD entitled Silver Lining. It featured Mr. Jeff Lorber on the keyboards and Mr. Paul Jackson Jr. on the guitar. My name is Everett Hart, and you're going to be hearing from our wonderful rhythm section throughout the night, and I'll introduce them in a little bit. We're going to do a song from one of my earlier records, a song entitled All Jazzed Up and Nowhere to Go. house warmer. Thank you.
All right, how you guys doing? This is my second time here, and I'm so glad to be back. Great to see this fantastic crowd. Very glad to be part of this incredible festival. There's so much great music, so many great musicians. We were hanging out at the hotel and just overwhelmed with how much talent we were just seeing all day. We're going to do a song for you off of our latest record, which is called More Serious Business, and this song is entitled Connections.
How about another hand for Mr. Paul Jackson on the guitar? Now, Jazz Funk Soul has been comprised of mainly with Jeff Lorber, myself, and another wonderful guitarist named Chuck Loeb. He had a conflict tonight. He wasn't able to be here with us, and we want to thank Paul for coming in and making the shoes even bigger. And we're just having some fun. Are you having fun? Are you sure? You know what I loved earlier when you guys went off after the previous act was on, and she was wonderful. How about another hand for her? I don't remember her name, but she was wonderful. When you guys went over here and started singing, you don't hear stuff like that in the States. You just don't get it like that. It was just beautiful. It's a wonderful spirit here, and we're very happy to be part of it. We're going to do a song from our very first record, Jazz Funk Soul, and this particular song is called Serious Business.
got another hand for Mr. Everett Hart.
Thank you.
Had the pleasure of doing a project this year, and a lot of it with Mr. Jeff Lorber. The title of the project is Stories from Stompin' Willie. Stompin' Willie was a nickname given to me by the late, great George Duke. So there's a song that we put together, myself and Jeff Lorber. This is from the CD, my new CD, Stories from Stompin' Willie. This is a song called Down the Road. It's all about a groove, y'all.
Paul Jackson Jr. You guys still doing okay? I see they turned up the lights so I can see you now. What a beautiful crowd. Give yourselves a hand. Is that as much as you like yourself? Come on, you can give yourself a bigger hand. If you don't like yourself that much, we can't expect much. But Paul brought up a person that was very influential to just about all of us up here. And I had the pleasure of having him as my mentor, best friend, and just an all-around great guy. He passed away 3 years ago, but he is the one that got me started on my solo career and produced my first and last record. I'm talking about George Duke. We miss him terribly. He died about 3 years ago, and it just feels like yesterday we were laughing and talking with him. We're going to do a song now that I had the pleasure of writing with him on my last record. And it's a song that, well, I'm not going to go into the long story about it, but it really kind of describes where a lot of us who are our age of here, 35, 36. Why are you laughing?
Why you think they're laughing?
We've experienced losses in our lives around this time, as I'm sure a lot of you have experienced losses. And it's a period of transition, you know, at this point where we become the adults. Our parents are gone, and we're the adults in the room. And this song aptly describes the transition that a lot of us are going through, and I certainly went through when George passed away. It's a song we call Going Through Changes. Thank you. All right, we can do one or two more for you. What do you want? One? You one? Somebody said four, five. Well, good. At least a handful of people are enjoying themselves. How about another? I'm sorry. How about another hand for Mr. Jeff Lorber on the keyboards? Mr. Paul Jackson on the guitar. Stompin' Willie. On the drums in the back, we have the pleasure of having him play with us for the first time. Incredible drummer who's played with so many people. Mr. Tony Moore on the drums. We're going to feature this wonderful bassist on this song. We like to call him Buttercup. His name is Ron Jenkins. This is a song from our latest release, Jazz Funk Soul's More Serious Business, a song called You'll Know When You Know. Run, Buttercup Jenkins!
All right. Hey, it's been such a pleasure playing for you guys. I think we got one more for you. This one's called Monday Speaks.
Something for you to go out dancing on.
Mr. Everett Hart.
Mr. Jeff Lorber. Paul Jackson Jr., thank you so much, Cape Town Jazz Festival. We love you. Hope to see you soon.
All right, let's roll. Let's play one more. Now, somebody said that South Africa, specifically Cape Town, was the party capital of the world. I don't know. They say that Nashville is Music City, but somebody said that Cape Town is Music City.
Thank you again, Ron Jenkins on the bass. Mr. Tony Moore on the drums. We are Jazz Funk Soul. God bless you. Hope to see you again soon.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back.
That's right, that's right.
It's going to be us. We can drink and talk shit as much as we want. Nobody can say anything to it. D.L. Hughley, Uncut.
And welcome to the show. This is D.L. Hughley Uncut.
You said that you look like one of them game show.
Yeah, I'm like Vanna Black.
D.L. Hughley Uncut.
And then I turn to you.
What's behind
and then
number
you say
one?
Nothing,
nigga.
stupid. It's the same thing every show.
Well, you do. You you pizzazz the joint up.
Well, I try to do what I can.
Like Jay, he's just like he's here.
Furniture.
Yeah, furniture is necessary. Just so you know. It's good to laugh a little bit though. It's been a lot going on lately.
It is
with this George Floyd situation.
Yes.
Video has gone viral, of course.
Right.
People are rioting in the streets in Minneapolis, and of course, what are the police doing? They are throwing, tear gas at them and basically manhandling them as they often do.
Do we have the video?
Because we do.
I've had a hard time. I'm going to see if I can get it.
Yeah, even resisting arrest. I cannot breathe. You just a grown. You're a tough guy. You're a tough guy, huh? I say you're a tough guy. You're not even resisting arrest, bro.
His whole nose.
You fought with him? Bro, but why you just sitting there? He ain't doing nothing now. Put him in the car.
He'll kill me. How long y'all gotta hold him down?
Why you don't do drugs, kids? It ain't about drugs, bro.
I can't really. But there's not a police expert of a suspect is allowed anywhere, is trained anywhere on any police department in the United States of America. And he had his knee on that man's neck for 7 minutes. It takes 6 minutes to strangle a human being. Generally, the average is 6 minutes before that. He was 7 minutes, and he basically had to feel that man's life leave his body.
Mm-hmm.
And what kind of people are populating our police departments where no matter what's going on, you can see that and not understand that what we witnessed was a murder in high def. And even if you look at his facial expressions, it didn't look like an officer who was worried. It didn't look like an officer who was trying to. It looked like an officer who was unbothered. When you murder somebody on TV, live in front of witnesses, you are generally unconcerned.
Well, not only unconcerned, but you think about how inhumane he was. Every time, George Floyd would beg for his life, the officer would kind of lean in even more, as if he was getting off on the fact that he knew he held this man's life in his hands.
Or feet, or knee. What is the point of putting your knee on another human being's neck for 7 minutes?
None.
I don't get it. And what's very sad for me is every black person has felt that fear.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not talking that this could be a reality. And I don't care. I'm talking about everyone that has ever existed in the United States of America from the time we got here till now has always had that as a fear. And that was a lynching in that this is the same. I guarantee you that scenario has played itself out in this country thousands of times from our introduction here till now, and it always is the same thing, and no one really cares. And I think it's just frightening that we're seeing this more and more, where men and women are being slaughtered in front of us, and people were. I guarantee you more people were angry about not being able to go to the mall than will get angry about that.
So true. And you watch the other officers just sit and do nothing.
Right.
Not even check the guy to say, hey, look, he's in distress, or hey, that's improper. Don't do that. They just sat, encouraged it, and told everybody else to step back.
Well, what they did was a bed of murder.
That's the worst part to me. If you can sit there with your back, like making sure nobody bothers you as your boy kills somebody in cold blood right there, you deserve every bit of the penalty as anybody else.
I don't understand what it is. What needs to happen is, one, I think that what's even more insulting is those men are fired. If they're tried for anything, they will then use a union, which uses money from the community. Like, so the community that pays taxes will be paying for the defense of those officers. And I think that if you're going to make decisions like that, you should have a financial responsibility. What I know for sure is going to happen, for sure, is that there'll be millions of dollars that city pays out. And there'll be like anywhere from $1 to $5 million
in a civil suit,
in a civil suit. They'll pay it before it even starts.
Absolutely.
Unfortunately, George Floyd won't get his life back.
No, he will not get his life back.
His children will still suffer. His parents will still suffer. And then if nothing is done and these officers are not brought to account for this, then it will happen again.
Imagine if they gave him $1 million or $2 million or $5 million. And the officers that were involved in that were responsible for 15% of it, out of their own money. I guarantee, like, okay, we're gonna pay this because that's obviously contractually we're obligated, but your part of that is 15%. So now, if it's $1 million, you owe $150,000.
Maybe then they'll think twice.
I guarantee you that knowing that man looked around like he knew that nothing could happen to him. And do you know who his lawyer is, the lawyer who's representing him? The very lawyer who represented the officer that killed Philando Castile is his representative. So he has very good reason to believe that he's in good hands. Very good reason. That's what that officer, that's what that lawyer does.
Yo, welcome back to the show. It's DL Hughley Uncut.
Wait a minute.
Is that better?
What is it? MTV Raps?
Well, I wanted to, add a little, variety to it.
You scared the hell out of Charlie, my dog.
That was spicy right there,
Yeah, I was trying to throw some flavor to it.
All right. Oh, yeah.
Every now and then you have to do something to spice things up, right?
Yeah.
No?
That was the perfect thing.
Thank you. Thank you. You're welcome.
I'm so spiced up right now.
Listen, speaking of spicy, yeah, listen, did you see what Jimmy Fallon did? I mean, it happened a long time ago, but people are talking about it. They're upset, and he actually apologized because he appeared on, I think it was a Tonight Show or something, in blackface as Chris Rock.
Comedy's off. We don't subscribe to your societal norms. Like, I think if you were a politician or a police officer, or a professor or somebody, that we later on find out, like a governor, and then we found out that while you were in medical school, you tried to dress like Michael Jackson, which was weird because when you dressed like Michael Jackson was whiter than y'all. Like, so I don't get why. But I think comedy is its own thing, and one of the funniest things I've ever fucking seen was Robert Downey Jr. in Tropic Thunder. That shit was hilarious.
That was hilarious.
He killed that. Yeah.
He was in blackface.
Yeah.
Yes.
He was so good in blackface, that nigga almost won a Soul Train award. After that, he became a Muslim. I'm telling you, this nigga, that was hilarious. I mean, I just think comedy has its own thing, and I think it's not one of those things you have to explain or, I have a committee about. It was funny, and I think now, I remember Soul Man I forgot C. Thomas Howell played in Soul Man. Funny movie. Was hilarious.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
And I think comedy is the irony and just being avant-garde is just funny there, and it takes on a different connotation if you're not trying to be funny and you're trying to be hurtful.
Well, I don't know if he was trying to get ahead of it or if perhaps social media, the backlash was so swift, but he did issue an apology. And he said, there is no excuse for this. I am very sorry for making this, and thank you all for holding me accountable.
Shut the fuck up, Jimmy.
Man, that's what he said.
I mean,
and if he was a black dude, there's no way he was going to be early for it. You a black dude, you're supposed to be late and not know what happened.
And then not apologize.
Pop up and say, oh, my bad.
I didn't know y'all was mad. But y'all mad? Why are we going back in time and adjudicating things that like that whole Eddie Murphy thing? Is we laughed at it and now we're going back when it's gauged by today's prism. I think comedy is its own thing. We don't subscribe to your societal norms. We're not trying to be what you are. And whether you know if I'm telling a joke or not, I think that, comedy is its own different thing. And I think I don't think you should ever apologize because somebody didn't like what you said. That was funny. Your intent was to be funny. It didn't work, and that I'm apologize for it.
It didn't hurt the person who he was trying to imitate.
Right. That
he was imitating his friend.
Anything, yeah,
that was Chris Rock he was doing.
Right.
So it's like if Chris laughed and says, "I'll go ahead," then why can't we?
Yeah. Right. And why are we waiting 20 years? Oh, he is black. It wasn't.
Well, Jamie Foxx came to his defense and he said, listen, we did a show called In Living Color and we played every race. Let this go. He was like, we've got bigger fish to fry. I think he's got a great point.
And he's frying fish. He is black. I just think that some things are not the same as they are in society. I really do. I think if you're a police officer and you wear something that's in blackface, and you're trying to demean somebody and you're calling somebody that needed you for help and you call them a Katrina victim, that's a different thing. But if you are having, like I remember when Ted Danson and Whoopi Goldberg at the Friars Club, wore blackface. Well, Whoopi, hers was a little authentic.
Yeah,
her blackface was so nice, it didn't come off.
Yeah, she still got it. Yeah.
At the View, they were like, "Hey, Whoopi, it's time. We get it. It's over. let go now. It's real.
Oh, that's you."
But I think that society is comedy and art doesn't subscribe to the same norms of society. If you do that in the office, at the office party, okay. You do that at the high school play, okay. But you do that on Broadway.
Yeah, it is different.
You do that on a skit on TV, and he wasn't even trying. Obviously, he wasn't trying to hide. You didn't find it on Facebook, motherfucker. You Googled it. It was right there.
Right, that's the problem.
You know what I mean?
It has something to do with the person too. Like if the person doesn't have any type of other bad effects on his record when it comes to things like if you're not a suspect of being racist in the first, like I don't think Jimmy Fallon has a problem. He hired the Roots.
Right.
This dude ain't
well, they
racist.
tried to bring up the whole Megyn Kelly situation and her take on blackface. They tried to lump all of this in one.
No, there's a difference between being a racist bitch and a comedian. Megyn Kelly was a whole different thing.
Yeah.
Megyn Kelly said some racist thing about Santa being white. She said stuff about Michelle Obama and Jesus
Christmas,
being white.
Yeah.
So that's a whole different thing. She editorialized. He tried to tell a joke.
Right.
He was telling a joke amongst that would be like, and it was between them. Why are we in it?
Yeah. It was pretty good, actually. The impersonation was pretty good to me.
Robert Downey Jr. is the best nigga I've ever seen.
Who you calling me?
Welcome back to D.L. Hughley Uncut. Our guest today is a stand-up comedian, writer, and producer. He has a special that's available on Netflix right now. It's called Fat Ballerina. And I took his stand-up comedy class. Oh, yeah. Please welcome David Arnold to the show.
Yeah.
Don't say it. Don't say it.
Hey, you motherfucker. Let me.
That's how you start that.
Okay, let me tell you what happens. What's been happening to us recently.
Yeah.
This is what's been happening.
Drop the scenario.
So we're like, man, Jasmine's getting funny. What the fuck is this? And I was like, wow. I just think it's from years of being around us. Finally, she wearing off. Yeah, she started to get.
I had a life before you.
See, even that ain't funny. So
it wasn't funny. That was the point.
She would just like really funny shit. Not shit that you think is funny just so they shut the fuck up. It's like funny.
Right.
And we were talking about, man, Jasmine really got funny. Then I found out she took your fucking class and you didn't say shit about it. You apple eating son of a bitch.
Hey, listen, I told her, I said, you come with me. After a while, we're going to get you your own show. Fuck DL Hughley.
That part. And I was like, well, where do I sign up?
She's really, like, funny. Like,
you know, this is what's funny, D. As you know, and Jay know, everybody who funny ain't comedian. You know what I mean?
Right.
Because uncles at the barbecue be funny. And a lot of people that take my class, I always tell them, I can't make you funny. Only thing I can do is point you in a direction. Your ass got to go out there and get on stage and do the work. I'm not going to lie. She went out there and got on stage. She
went on stage?
I did.
She got on stage several times. And when I thought you was going to come to the show.
He didn't show up. He flaked out on me.
No.
He flaked out.
I thought she was bullshitting. I promise you. I swear to God.
She did it and killed. I was like, because I'm not going to lie to you. I thought when she took the class, I was like, she doing this shit for a day or it ain't going to work out.
Yeah.
So put in week 3, she finished that shit and finished strong. It's good. I'm glad to see that you out here getting their attention. What's up, Jack?
I'm like, we joke about how she comes down from her pedestal because, you know, she's kind of one of them highbrow.
That's not true.
And you know, consorts with the common folk.
I'll come down here and make you laugh briefly, and I'll go back to my perch.
Right.
I don't want to get dirty, you know.
And then it's a broom, and she's out. It's
not a broom. God damn.
Don't listen.
I didn't just see, but I saw your Netflix special. I remember I was in New York, you know, before the world ended.
Right.
And when I could actually go there. And you were fucking hysterical. And not that I always knew you were funny, but I think that there's sometimes when people will like take a step back, like you were writing a lot, you were teaching classes a lot. And for the most part, that's a symbol that you're taking off, that you're gonna seek a different path. Like most people do that are doing something else.
Well, you know what? That first of all, thanks. That's the reason why I didn't for a long time want to teach stand-up classes, because they say those who teach because they can't do it.
Right.
And for me, I let that mess with my ego. And one day I just decided, you know what? I can change the narrative around that, and I teach because I know what I'm doing and I do well.
Right.
And I think that's the reason why that class has 300 and something waiting people on the list. I get to it when I can. But stand-up is my first passion. I write and produce television also because I can. But if I have a choice between teaching a class, writing a TV show, or going on tour, you're going to see me on tour every single time.
I would say most people doing what you're doing right now and straddling those worlds wouldn't feel like that. I think most people who become writers and, you know, producers just kind of are, they're proficient enough at stand-up, but it ain't what they really want to do.
No, man. I'm a comedian. Like that, you're one of the people, and I remember when you and I talked, you gave me a call after the special came out, which was one of the dopest moments for me, because I've told you this many times, and I don't know if you ever gonna get it. But when I was getting ready to get out the military, and I saw that special that you did with that clock on the stage.
Right.
Nothing ever moved me more than that moment.
Oh man, that
made me go, I gotta fucking try this. Like that was the thing that made me go, I gotta try this. And if you see videos from my first 2 years of doing stand-up, I'm doing all DL Hughley. You know, I like, you know, got the voice and the tempo and the movement. I was like, I'm about to do this shit.
Thanks for taking my Netflix special, you son of a bitch. I appreciate it. You are, it's a different world now. It is. Yeah. I know for me, I've never, ever in my career, been away from the stage this long. Ever. Like, there's nowhere to go.
Yes.
Nowhere. If you live in Los Angeles, well, if you live damn near anywhere, there's no way you can perform live. Even in some places, even if it's just too recently.
Right.
It is going to be a different world. Is that something you're factoring in? It's going to look different. It's going to
you mean
appear
like
different.
the way we perform, the way we toured, what the crowds are going to look like? That is that what you mean?
I mean, just the whole effort. Because now there's such a, I've been places where people were afraid of an event, like there was a hurricane or 9/11 or an earthquake.
Right.
But now there's a pervasive sense of fear and uncertainty that is in the country, and that's one of the things that really make you a performer is to being able to perform in these kind of climates. And I don't know that we've ever seen anything like this.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I think that we will eventually get back to where we were. It might take a little longer.
Yeah.
And they might separate the tables, and the crowds might not be as packed on top of each other as they are in the beginning. But we're gonna get. They need us. We are the relief to society. Look what's going on in our society right now. Every time something happens, the country goes through one thing, and comedians, our voice, our point of view on life is needed. So, I mean, for me, I'm trying to find a way to touch people through my social media, you know what I mean, and bring laughter and insight that way. But as far as touring is concerned, listen, if they can come out and say, we're doing 10 tables in each room, everybody 30 feet apart. If they showing up, I'm coming.
Yeah, that's the point.
But I think that's what's going to happen. I think people are going to adapt. I think the thing that makes this so different and so scary is unlike a hurricane and unlike, a tornado. Those are things that you can see and you can actually put a name on it. But this is something that you can't see. So it's almost like you are afraid of a monster that you don't know where it is or where it's moving. But I think like anything else, we adapt, we evolve, we learn to adapt to a new normal, if you will.
I 100% agree. And this is another thing. See, I used to be a registered nurse before I did all of this stand-up. So one of the things
you are the roughest looking nurse I've ever seen in my fucking life.
If
I woke up from a coma, I'd be like, that nigga did it.
Get out of here.
I can save your life, but I'm going to talk shit to you the whole time.
You just don't seem like Florence Nightingale. I don't get it.
No, you know
David
what
Arnold's concerned about saving people. Yeah, that's it.
No, you will get to a point. We will come out of this differently. You'll wash your hands. Maybe the meet and greets won't be what they used to be after the show. It's like, yeah, I'll take a picture with you, but you stand your ass over there and I'll stand right here. Like, I think things will be a little different, but I don't think that it won't go back to what we're used to, because what we do is needed. And society will be a little, maybe you start washing your hands. I don't mind the mask. I ain't gonna lie to you. I can walk around. Some of these faces, some of these mouths that ain't been to the dentist in years, some of that shit is needed. So I'm cool with it. I ain't gonna lie to you.
But even if we're not even just talking about stand-up now. You're a writer too, and I would imagine you're gonna sell a sitcom, and you just like even the way we're doing this right now, like this is no one's ever seen this before. Like that, some things aren't necessary are gonna be obsolete.
I'm in the middle of producing a television show for Nickelodeon for these two YouTubers, and we got shut down in the middle of doing it. But we're about to come back and do the writer's room virtually. And so you're right. Some people going to find out the way we did stuff is not necessarily the way we need to do things.
But a writer's room is here's the thing. I think you need the synergy of the intimacy of a writer's room. Mm-hmm. I think that product will suffer because the ancillary there's nothing like being in a writer's room and being exhausted and shooting ideas of each other and ordering shitty food. Right. But that whole part of it is gonna be gone.
Well, this is the deal. I think they will come back. Maybe they won't be on top of each other. Maybe they'll have to wear masks for a while. You know what I mean? But I agree. I'm working with John Beck and Ron Hart,
who did my TV show. Yeah.
They talk about you all the time.
Yeah.
And they
were writers' assistants, and I went, you motherfuckers is funny. I'm gonna make them niggas writers, and now they won't hire me to say they fucking life. Sons of bitches. And you too. All these people I inspired, I ain't getting on the show. I see all that shit.
Yeah, there's a little dose of truth.
The thing is that we are definitely going to find a way to do the writer's room. It might be different for a while, but I agree. We've got to be back. I'm literally developing 3 shows right now.
Yeah, that's a good part. That's a good part. I mean, this much time has I think open compartments in your brain you're not necessarily using. You and your wife are hilarious. Hilarious.
I love Julie.
Hilarious.
I love her.
So
She be checking you too.
hilarious.
I love it.
I think that there is because of the kind of entertainer you are and the kind of person you are, there is a level of openness that you have. Because most people only want to be seen. Like most people only want to wear a cape. They only want to wear a white hat. They only want to be seen in a certain light. But nigga, you be eating apples. You ain't putting no goddamn makeup on. You know.
I don't comb my hair.
No, I'm like, this nigga doesn't care.
You know what it is?
There's quarantine and then there's this shit. This is not.
You know what it is? So I think what's tripped out about it is that it started with me just with no agenda. I captured, my stand-up. If you know my stand-up has always been about family, relationships, life. So when I started to, lean into my social media, which was like 18 months ago, I had, 1,200 followers. Now I got over 1 million. And I got on TikTok 4 weeks ago. I hit 100,000 followers literally in 4 weeks.
Right.
My kid is so pissed off. But I think people respond to the realness. People respond. Me and my wife, we not putting on no air. We're not Boris and Nicole. And I'm not saying Boris and Nicole not real, but Boris and Nicole have an image. They're beautiful people.
Right.
They always gotta be beautiful. That shit is exhausting.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Right. You don't have to worry, nigga. You all right. No ain't gonna confuse you with Boris.
But I do think people enjoy seeing the whole authenticity of you, and not just Julie, but your girls. And, you show, how I remember I saw an episode where one of the girls had pretended to have her phone plugged up downstairs because I guess there's a rule in the house you can't take the phone to the bed, and she had kind of jimmied it so it looked like it was her phone and it wasn't, and you got on. Like all of those things we like to see because we like to see daddies in action, and we really don't get an opportunity to see black fathers, in action like that with such love, but also funny.
I love doing it because it's not us putting on airs. It's effortless. It's working. And it is. We real with my daughter. I'm very real with my daughters. My wife is the perfect balance to me. Julie is, she's as rough as I am. She's the complete opposite. And I think that's what we're developing actually a reality show right now with Bone and Murray. So we'll see what happens. You develop shit, you don't never know what's going to happen. We going through it, we'll see.
But you're already doing a reality show. That's the thing. I just think that now the one thing that kind of curtain has been stripped off this whole thing, and you already are producing. What makes you laugh?
Authenticity, truth, real shit. People who can find comedy in places where comedy probably should not exist. People who are not afraid to be transparent. People who are original. People who love what they do, and even if everybody is not laughing with them, they still find the humor in what they're doing, and that is what drives them. Those are the kind of things that make me laugh.
I always say that comedy is selfish. It is a very selfish thing. Like I'm glad you're laughing. I'm glad you came, nigga, but I'd be doing this anyway. So I'm glad that it is a very selfish art form. Very selfish.
It's a selfish art form because we have to do it by ourselves. Like you and I can be friends and we can talk, and me and you and Jay can go to the club and bullshit and laugh. But when they call your name, you going up there alone. Mm-hmm. And there's nothing we can do about it. So good, we hope it's good, and we hope it's not. You know what I'm saying? Like, if it's not, it's not. Don't throw it as comedians alone. And even our wives and boyfriends and people in our lives, our kids, they're all subjected to what is our truth. And and none of it is off limits. When you want to If you want to, somebody asked me the other day, what do you have to do to be with a comedian? I said, you got to get the fuck out of the way and let them grow.
Yeah, you do.
That's true. Know what I mean? Like, that's what you got to do. You know, I tell people this all the time. The two things that I've seen take people out of comedy, drugs and alcohol and relationships.
Yeah.
Them is the two things.
Well, a bad relationship will lead you to drugs and alcohol. It will.
Right.
Are you excited?
You gotta love it, man.
Are you excited about like, because as nervous as I am about the way things look, and as apprehensive as I am, I'm excited about the opportunity of crafting a kind of a new way. Are you excited about like kind of what lays ahead?
I'm excited. I just got a deal to do another stand-up special.
If you brag about one more deal you got, I'm gonna lose my fucking mind.
I love it. Keep bragging.
I got another deal.
No, damn.
You know what I'm excited about? I'm excited about finding a way to continue to share my comedic voice in this climate.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And I feel like people who are like, look at you. Look what you doing. You ain't stopped.
No.
You play the shit out there. And it's not going to stop. It's never going to stop because that's what you do. This is what we do. We comedians. We got to get this shit out of our head or somebody around us going to pay for it.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back.
That's right. That's right.
It's gonna be us. We can drink and talk shit as much as we want. Nobody can say anything to it. D.L. Hughley, Uncut.
And welcome to the show. This is D.L. Hughley, Uncut.
You said that you look like one of them game show.
Yeah, I'm like Vanna Black.
D.L. Hughley, Uncut.
And then I turn to you.
What's behind
and
number
you say
one?
Nothing,
nigga.
Stupid. It's the same thing every show.
Well, you do. You pizzazz the joint up.
Well, I try to do what I can.
Like Jay, he's just like he's here.
Furniture.
Yeah, furniture is necessary. Just so you know. It's good to laugh a little bit though. It's been a lot going on lately.
It is
with this George Floyd situation.
Yes.
Video has gone viral, of course.
Right.
People are rioting in the streets in Minneapolis, and of course, what are the police doing? They are throwing, tear gas at them and basically manhandling them as they often do.
Do we have the video?
Because we do.
I've had a hard time. I'm going to see if I can get it.
Yeah, you cannot breathe in the red.
I cannot breathe.
You just a grown. You're a tough guy. You're a tough guy, huh? I say you're a tough guy. You're not even resisting the rest, bro.
His whole nose.
You don't fight with him?
Bro, but why you just sitting there? He ain't doing nothing now. Put him in the car.
It'll kill me.
How long y'all gotta hold him down?
This is why you don't do drugs, kids.
It ain't about drugs, bro.
I can't really. But there's not a police expert that will tell you that that's allowed. Putting your knee on the neck of a suspect is allowed anywhere, is trained anywhere on any police department in the United States of America. And he had his knee on that man's neck for 7 minutes. It takes 6 minutes to strangle a human being. Generally, the average is 6 minutes before that. He was 7 minutes, and he basically had to feel that man's life leave his body.
Mm-hmm.
And what kind of people are populating our police departments where no matter what's going on, you can see that and not understand that what we witnessed was a murder in high def. And even if you look at his facial expressions, it didn't look like an officer who was worried. It didn't look like an officer who was trying to. It looked like an officer who was unbothered. When you murder somebody on TV, live in front of witnesses, you are generally unconcerned.
Well, not only unconcerned, but you think about how inhumane he was. Every time, George Floyd would beg for his life, the officer would kind of lean in even more, as if he was getting off on the fact that he knew he held this man's life in his hands.
Or feet, or knee. What is the point of putting your knee on another human being's neck for 7 minutes?
None.
I don't get it. And what's very sad for me is every black person has felt that fear. Mm-hmm. I'm not talking that this could be a reality. And I don't care. I'm talking about everyone that has ever existed in the United States of America from the time we got here till now has always had that as a fear. And that was a lynching this is the same. I guarantee you that scenario has played itself out in this country thousands of times from our introduction here till now, and it always is the same thing, and no one really cares. And I think it's just frightening that we're seeing this more and more, where men and women are being slaughtered in front of us, and I guarantee you more people were angry about not being able to go to the mall than will get angry about that.
So true. And you watch the other officers just sit and do nothing. Right. Not even check the guy to say, hey, look, he's in distress, or hey, that's improper, don't do that. They just sat, encouraged it, and told everybody else to step back.
Well, what they did was a bed of murder.
That's the worst part to me. If you can sit there with your back, like making sure nobody bothers you as your boy kills somebody in cold blood right there, you deserve every bit of the penalty as anybody else.
I don't understand what it is. What needs to happen is, one, I think that what's even more assaulting is those men are fired. Mm-hmm. If they're tried for anything, they will then use a union, which uses money from the community. Like, so the community that pays taxes will be paying for the defense of those officers.
Yeah.
Yep.
And I think that if you're going to make decisions like that, you should have a financial responsibility. What I know for sure is going to happen, for sure, is that there'll be millions of dollars that city pays out. And there'll be like anywhere from $1 to $5 million
in a civil suit.
In a civil suit. They'll pay it before it even starts.
Absolutely.
Unfortunately, George Floyd won't get his life back.
No, he will not get his life back.
His children will still suffer. His parents will still suffer. And then if nothing is done and these officers are not brought to account for this, then it will happen again.
Imagine if they gave him $1 million or $2 million or $5 million. And the officers that were involved in that were responsible for 15% of it, out of their own money. I guarantee, okay, we're gonna pay this because that's obviously contractually we're obligated, but your part of that is 15%. So now if it's $1 million, you owe $150,000.
Maybe then they'll think twice.
I guarantee you that knowing that man looked around like he knew that nothing could happen to him. And do you know who his lawyer is, the lawyer who's representing him? The very lawyer who represented the officer that killed Philando Castile is his representative. So he has very good reason to believe that he's in good hands. Very good reason. That's what that officer, that's what that lawyer does.
Yo, welcome back to the show. It's DL Hughley Uncut.
Wait a minute.
Is that better?
What is it? MTV Raps?
Well, I wanted to, add a little, variety to it.
You scared the hell out of Charlie, my dog.
That was spicy right there,
Yeah, I was trying to throw some flavor to it.
All right, well, yeah.
Every now and then you have to do something to spice things up, right?
Yeah.
No?
That was the perfect thing.
Thank you. Thank you. You're welcome.
I'm so spiced up right now.
Listen, speaking of spiced
up.
Yeah, listen. Did you see what Jimmy Fallon did? I mean, it happened a long time ago, but people are talking about it. They're upset, and he actually apologized because he appeared on, I think it was a Tonight Show or something, in blackface as Chris Rock.
Comedy's off. We don't subscribe to your societal norms. Like, I think if you were a politician or a police officer, or a professor or somebody, that we later on find out like a governor, and then we found out that while you were in medical school, you tried to dress like Michael Jackson, which was weird because when you dressed like Michael Jackson was whiter than y'all. Like, so I don't get why. Yeah. But I think comedy is its own thing, and one of the funniest things I've ever fucking seen was Robert Downey Jr. in Tropic Thunder.
Oh,
that
yeah.
shit was hilarious.
That was hilarious.
He killed that. Yeah.
He
was in blackface.
Yeah,
Yes.
he was
heavily.
so good in blackface. That nigga almost won a Soul Train award. After that, he became a Muslim. I'm telling you, this nigga, that was hilarious. I mean, I just think comedy has its own thing, and I think it's not one of those things you have to explain or, I have a committee about. It was funny, and I think now, I remember Soul Man I forgot C. Thomas Howell played in Soul Man.
Funny
it was
movie.
hilarious.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
And I think comedy is the irony and just being avant-garde is just funny there, and it takes on a different connotation if you're not trying to be funny and you're trying to be hurtful.
Well, I don't know if he was trying to get ahead of it or if perhaps social media, the backlash was so swift, but he did issue an apology.
Yeah.
And he said, there is no excuse for this. I am very sorry for making this, and thank you all for holding me accountable.
Shut the fuck up, Jimmy.
Well,
That
that's
shit
what he
was
said.
I mean,
and if he was a black dude, there's no way he was going to be early for it. You a black dude, you supposed to be late and not know what happened.
He just
And then
supposed
not
to
apologize.
Pop up and say, "Oh, my bad."
I didn't know y'all was mad, but y'all mad? Why are we going back in time and adjudicating things like that whole Eddie
Since
Murphy
2000.
thing? Is we laughed at it, and now we're going back when it's gauged by today's prism. I think comedy is its own thing. We don't subscribe to your societal norms. We're not trying to be what you are. And whether you know if I'm telling a joke or not, I think that comedy is its own different thing. And I think I don't think you should ever apologize because somebody didn't like what you said. That was funny. Your intent was to be funny. It didn't work, and that I'm apologize for it.
It didn't hurt the person who he was trying to imitate.
Right.
That
he
we
was
know of.
imitating
He hasn't
his
said
friend.
anything, yeah.
Yeah, that was Chris Rock he was doing.
Right.
So it's like if Chris laughed and says, "I'll go ahead," then why
Right,
can't
yeah,
we?
Yeah.
Right. And why are we waiting 20 years? Oh, he is black. It wasn't.
Well, Jamie Foxx
yeah.
came to his defense and he said, listen, we did a show called In Living Color and we played every race. Let this go. He was like, we've got bigger fish to fry. I think he's got a great point.
And he's frying fish. He is black. I just think that some things are not the same as they are in society. I really do. I think if you're a police officer and you wear something that's in blackface and you're trying to demean somebody and you're calling somebody that needed you for help and you call them a Katrina victim, that's a different thing. But if you are having, like I remember when Ted Danson and Whoopi Goldberg at the Friars Club, wore blackface. Well, Whoopi, hers was a little authentic.
Yeah,
Her blackface was so nice, it didn't come off.
Yeah, she still got it. Yeah.
At the View, they were like, hey, Whoopi, it's time. We get it. It's over. let go now. It's real.
Oh, that's you.
But I think that society is comedy and art doesn't subscribe to the same norms of society. If you do that in the office, at the office party, okay. You do that at the high school play, okay. But you do that on Broadway.
Yeah, it is different.
You do that
Way different
on a skit on TV, and he wasn't even trying. Obviously, he wasn't trying to hide. You didn't find it on Facebook, motherfucker. You Googled it. It was right there.
Right, that's the problem.
You know what I mean?
It has something to do with the person too. Like if the person doesn't have any type of other bad effects on his record when it comes to things like if you're not a suspect of being racist in the first, like I don't think Jimmy Fallon has a problem. He hired the Roots.
Right.
This dude ain't
Well, they tried to bring up
Maybe.
the whole Megyn Kelly situation and her take on blackface. They tried to lump all of this in one.
No, there's a difference between being a racist bitch and a comedian. Megyn Kelly was a whole different thing.
Yeah.
Megyn Kelly said some racist thing about Santa being white. She said stuff about Michelle
Jesus
Obama
and
and Jesus
Christmas,
being white.
yeah.
So that's a whole different thing. She editorialized. He tried to tell a joke.
Right.
He was telling a joke amongst that would be like, and it was between them. Why are we in it?
Yeah. It was pretty good, actually. The impersonation was pretty good to me.
Robert Downey Jr. is the best nigga I've ever seen.
Who you calling me?
Welcome back to D.L. Hughley Uncut. Our guest today is a stand-up comedian, writer, and producer. He has a special that's available on Netflix right now. It's called Fat Ballerina. And I took his stand-up comedy class. Oh, yeah. Please welcome David Arnold to the show.
Yeah.
Don't say it. Don't say it.
Hey, you motherfucker. Let me.
That's how you start that.
Okay, let me tell you what happens. What's been happening to us recently.
Yeah.
This is what's been happening.
Drop the scenario.
So we're like, man, Jasmine's getting funny. What the fuck is this? And I was like, wow. I just think it's from years of being around us. Finally, she's
wearing off.
Yeah, she started to get.
I had a life before you.
See, even that ain't funny. So
it wasn't funny. That was a point.
She would just like really funny shit. Not shit that you think is funny just so they shut the fuck up. It's like funny.
Right.
And we were talking about, man, Jasmine really got funny. Then I found out she took your fucking class and you didn't say shit about it. You apple eating son of a bitch.
Hey, listen, I told her, I said, you come with me. After a while, we're going to get you your own show. Fuck D.L. Hughley.
That part. And I was like, well, where do I sign up?
She's really, like, funny. Like,
you know, this is what's funny, D. As you know, and Jay know, everybody who funny ain't comedian. You know what I mean?
Right.
Because a lot of those at the barbecue be funny. And a lot of people that take my class, I always tell them, I can't make you funny. Only thing I can do is point you in a direction. Your ass got to go out there and get on stage and do the work. I'm not going to lie. She went out there and got on stage. She
went on stage?
I did.
She got on stage several times. And when I thought you was going to come to the show.
He didn't show up. He flaked out on me.
No.
He flaked out.
I thought she was bullshitting. I promise you. I swear to God.
She did it and killed. I was like, because I'm not going to lie to you. I thought when she took the class, I was like, she doing this shit for a day or it ain't going to work out.
Yeah.
So put in week 3, she finished that shit and finished strong. It's good. I'm glad to see that you out here getting their attention. What's up, Jack?
I'm like, we joke about how she comes down from her pedestal because you know she's kind of one of them highbrow.
That's not true.
And consorts with the common folk.
I'll come down here and make you laugh briefly, and I'll go back to my perch.
Right.
I don't want to get dirty, you know.
And then it's a broom, and she's out.
Not a broom. God damn.
Don't listen.
I didn't just see, but I saw your Netflix special. And I remember I was in New York, before the world ended.
Right.
And when I could actually go there. And you were fucking hysterical. And not that I always knew you were funny, but I think that there's sometimes when people will like take a step back, like you were writing a lot, you were teaching classes a lot. And for the most part, that's a symbol that you're taking off, that you're gonna seek a different path. Like most people do that are doing something else.
Well, you know what? That first of all, thanks. That's the reason why I didn't for a long time want to teach stand-up classes, because they say those who teach because they can't.
Right.
And for me, I let that mess with my ego. And one day I just decided, you know what? I can change the narrative around that, and I teach because I know what I'm doing and I do well.
Right.
And I think that's the reason why that class has 300 and something waiting people on the list. I get to it when I can. But stand-up is my first passion. I write and produce television also because I can. But if I have a choice between teaching a class, writing a TV show, or going on tour, you're going to see me on tour every single time.
I would say most people doing what you're doing right now and straddling those worlds wouldn't feel like that. I think most people who become writers and, producers just kind of are, they're proficient enough at stand-up, but it ain't what they really want to do.
No, man. I'm a comedian. Like that, you're one of the people, and I remember when you and I talked, you gave me a call after the special came out, which was one of the dopest moments for me. Because I've told you this many times. and I don't know if you ever gonna get it. But when I was getting ready to get out the military, and I saw that special that you did with that clock on the stage.
Right.
Nothing ever moved me more than that moment.
Oh man, that
made me go, I gotta fucking try this. Like that was the thing that made me go, I gotta try this. And if you see videos from my first 2 years of doing stand-up, I'm doing all DL Hughley. You know, I like, you know, got the voice and the tempo and the movement. I was like, I'm about to do this shit.
Thanks for taking my Netflix special, you son of a bitch. I appreciate it. You are, it's a different world now. It is. Yeah. I know for me, I've never, ever in my career, never been away from the stage this long. Ever. Like, there's nowhere to go. Yes. Nowhere. If you live in Los Angeles, well, if you live damn near anywhere, there's no way you can perform live. Even in some places, even if it's just too recently.
Right.
It is going to be a different world. Is that something you're factoring in? It's going to look different. It's going to
you mean like the way we perform, the way we tour, what the crowds are going to look like? That is that what you mean?
I mean, just the whole aspect. Because now there's such a, you know, I've been places where people were afraid of an event, like there was a hurricane or 9/11 or an earthquake. Right. But now there's a pervasive sense of fear and uncertainty that is in the country, and that's one of the things that really make you a performer is to being able to perform in these kind of climates. And I don't know that we've ever seen anything like this.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I think that we will eventually get back to where we were. It might take a little longer.
Yeah.
And they might separate the tables, and the crowds might not be as packed on top of each other as they are in the beginning. But we're gonna get. They need us. We are the relief to society. Look what's going on in our society right now. Every time something happens, the country goes through one thing, and comedians, our voice, our point of view on life is needed. So, I mean, for me, I'm trying to find a way to touch people through my social media, you know what I mean, and bring laughter and insight that way. But as far as touring is concerned, listen, if they come out and say, we're doing 10 tables in each room, everybody 30 feet apart. If they showing up, I'm coming.
Yeah, that's the point.
But I think that's what's going to happen. I think people are going to adapt. I think the thing that makes this so different and so scary is unlike a hurricane and unlike, you know, a tornado. Those are things that you can see and you can actually put a name on it. But this is something that you can't see. So it's almost like you are afraid of a monster that you don't know where it is or where it's moving. But I think like anything else, we adapt, we evolve, we learn to adapt to a new normal, if you will.
I 100% agree. And this is another thing. See, I used to be a registered nurse before I did all of this stand-up. So one of the things
you are the roughest looking nurse I've ever seen in my fucking life.
If
I woke up from a coma, I'd be like, that nigga did it.
Get out of here.
I can save your life, but I'm going to talk shit to you the whole time.
You just don't seem like Florence Nightingale. I don't get it. Yeah.
No, you know
David Arnold's concerned about saving people. Yeah, that's it.
No, you will get to a point. We will come out of this differently. You'll wash your hands. Maybe the meet and greets won't be what they used to be after the show. It's like, yeah, I'll take a picture with you, but you stand your ass over there and I'll stand right here. Like, I think things will be a little different, but I don't think that it won't go back to what we're used to, because what we do is needed. And society will be a little, maybe you start washing your hands. I don't mind the mask. I ain't gonna lie to you. I can walk around. Some of these faces, some of these mouths that ain't been to the dentist in years, that ain't some of that shit is needed. So I'm cool with it. I ain't gonna lie to you.
But even if we're not even just talking about stand-up now. You're a writer too, and I would imagine you're gonna sell a sitcom, and you like I mean, just like even the way we're doing this right now, like this is no one's ever seen this before. Like that, some things aren't necessary are gonna be obsolete.
I'm in the middle of producing a television show for Nickelodeon for these two YouTubers, and we got shut down in the middle of doing it. But we're about to come back and do the writer's room virtually. And so you're right. Some people gonna find out the way we did stuff is not necessarily the way we need to do things.
But a writer's room is very. Here's the thing. I think you need the synergy of the intimacy of a writer's room. I think that product will suffer because the ancillary there's nothing like being in a writer's room and being exhausted and shooting ideas of each other and ordering shitty food. Right. But that whole part of it is gonna be gone.
Well, this is the deal. I think they will come back. Maybe they won't be on top of each other. Maybe they'll have to wear masks for a while. You know what I mean? But I agree. I'm working with John Beck and Ron Hart,
who did my TV show. Yeah.
They talk about you all the time.
Yeah.
And they
were writers' assistants, and I went, you motherfuckers is funny. I'm gonna make them niggas writers, and now they won't hire me to say they fucking life. Sons of bitches. And you too. All these people I inspired, I ain't getting on the show. I see all that shit.
Yeah, there's a little dose of truth.
But the thing is that we are definitely going to find a way to do the writer's room. It might be different for a while, but I agree. We've got to be back. I'm literally developing 3 shows right now.
Yeah, that's a good part. That's a good part. I mean, this much time has I think open compartments in your brain you're not necessarily using. You and your wife are hilarious. Hilarious.
I love Julie.
Hilarious.
I love her.
So
She be checking you too.
Hilarious.
I love it.
I think that there is because of the kind of entertainer you are and the kind of person you are, there is a level of openness that you have. Because most people only want to be seen. Like most people only want to wear a cape. They only want to wear a white hat. They only want to be seen in a certain light. But nigga, you be eating apples. You ain't putting no goddamn makeup on. You know.
I don't comb my hair.
I'm like, this nigga doesn't care.
You know what it is?
There's quarantine, and then there's this shit. This is not.
You know what it is? So I think what's tripped out about it is that it started with me just with no agenda. I captured, my stand-up. If you know my stand-up has always been about family, relationships, life. So when I started to, lean into my social media, which was like 18 months ago, I had, 1,200 followers. Now I got over 1 million. And I got on TikTok 4 weeks ago. I hit 100,000 followers literally in 4 weeks.
Right.
My kids are so pissed off. But I think people respond to the realness. People respond. Me and my wife, we not putting on no air. We're not Boris and Nicole. And I'm not saying Boris and Nicole not real, but Boris and Nicole have an image. They're beautiful people.
Right.
They always gotta be beautiful. That shit is exhausting.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Right. You don't have to worry, nigga. You all right. They ain't gonna go fuse you with Boris.
But I do think people enjoy seeing the whole authenticity of you, and not just Julie, but your girls. And, you show, how I remember I saw an episode where one of the girls had pretended to have her phone plugged up downstairs because I guess there's a rule in the house. You can't take the phone to the bed, and she had kind of jimmied it so it looked like it was her phone and it wasn't, and you got on. Like all of those things we like to see because we like to see daddies in action, and we really don't get an opportunity to see black fathers, in action like that with such love, but also funny.
I love doing it because it's not us putting on airs. It's effortless. It's working. And it is. We real with my daughter. I'm very real with my daughters. My wife is the perfect balance to me. Julie is, she's as rough as I am. She's the complete opposite. And I think that's what we're developing actually a reality show right now with Bone and Murray. So we'll see what happens. You develop shit, you don't never know what's going to happen. We going through it, we'll see.
But you're already doing a reality show. That's the thing. I just think that now the one thing that kind of curtain has been stripped off this whole thing, and you already are producing. What makes you laugh?
Authenticity, truth, real shit. People who can find comedy in places where comedy probably should not exist. People who are not afraid to be transparent. People who are original. People who love what they do, and even if everybody is not laughing with them, they still find the humor in what they're doing, and that is what drives them. Those are the kind of things that make me laugh.
I always say that comedy is selfish. It is a very selfish thing. Like I'm glad you're laughing. I'm glad you came, nigga, but I'd be doing this anyway. So it is a very selfish art form. Very selfish.
It's a selfish art form because we have to do it by ourselves. Like you and I can be friends and we can talk, and me and you and Jay can go to the club and bullshit and laugh. But when they call your name, you going up there alone. And there's nothing we can do about it. So good, we hope it's good, and we hope it's not. You know what I'm saying? Like, if it's not, it's not. Don't road as comedians alone. And even our wives and boyfriends and people in our lives, our kids, they're all subjected to what is our truth. And we're going, and none of it is off limits. When you want to, if you want to, somebody asked me the other day, what do you have to do to be with a comedian? I said, you got to get the fuck out of the way and let them grow.
Yeah, you do.
That's true. Know what I mean? Like, that's what you got to do. You know, I tell people this all the time. The two things that I've seen take people out of comedy, drugs and alcohol and relationships.
Yeah.
Them is the two things.
Well, a bad relationship will lead you to drugs and alcohol. It will.
Right.
Are you excited?
You gotta love it, man.
Are you excited about like, because as nervous as I am about the way things look, and you know, as apprehensive as I am, I'm excited about the opportunity of crafting a kind of a new way. Are you excited about like kind of what lays ahead?
I'm excited. I just got a deal to do another stand-up special.
If you brag about one more deal you got, I'm gonna lose my fucking mind.
I love it. Keep bragging.
I got another deal.
No, damn.
You know what I'm excited about? I'm excited about finding a way to continue to share my comedic voice in this climate.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And I feel like people who are like, look at you. Look what you doing. You ain't stopped.
No.
You still, you play the shit out there. And it's not going to stop. It's never going to stop because that's what you do. This is what we do. We comedians. We got to get this shit out of our head or somebody around us going to pay for it.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back.
That's right. That's right.
It's gonna be us. We can drink and talk shit as much as we want. Nobody can say anything to it. D.L. Hughley, Uncut.
And welcome to the show. This is D.L. Hughley, Uncut. What are you doing, Jeff?
I'm playing the air bass, baby. That's a dope jam.
Okay.
You know, they have a contest. They have like
an air bass contest?
They have an air guitar bass.
Yeah, I took.
But can't nobody, when it's air, you can't tell what it is.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
You can. Oh yeah, you can.
That looks oddly scary.
You can feel it.
That looks like the uncle you never wanted to visit.
You're a real bass player. You do this, you go, call me.
See, you about to lose. Yo, John.
I love that.
That was Janika Charles, I think her name is.
I love it.
You know what's great about this story is that there is such a.
You gotta tell them what the story is.
Okay, so there's a video that's gone viral of a young woman who is now was in cuffs outside of a club. Now, they thought she was trying to sneak back in or something, and she was like, no, I basically left my bag or whatever. And so the cop put her in cuffs, and she was like, what are you detaining me for? It's gone viral.
Why am I being detained?
Right.
You about to lose your job.
And now everyone has remixed it. But the thing is, she was homeless for a while. She was on drugs for a while, and now because of this, first of all, her family was able to find her because of the video that has gone viral. There she go. And someone set up a GoFundMe account. They've raised hundreds of thousands of dollars for her, and so now things are looking great.
We got to say something. You about to get a job.
Yes.
You about to get a job.
Your job. I love it though. It was cute.
So of course I write books. I've probably written my new book is called Surrender White People, Our Unconditional Terms for Peace, and it really when I write, I wrote How Not to Get Shot and Other Advice from White People. When I write, it's always from a position of what I see and the fact that the country is going to be pretty consistent. You know what I mean?
Sure.
So I'll start writing and shit will happen, and it'll look like I was ahead of the curve, but all I'm really doing is watching history.
Right.
Repeat itself.
Because it's interesting because everything that has happened will happen again. But now I don't know what will happen from this event. Like, I don't know if we're going to really change as a nation. Yeah, I don't know if we're really, because America's been always pretty predictable to me. But now I'm flummoxed. Like
I don't know that I've ever seen it quite like this.
That's the
though.
truth. Yeah,
you know what I mean? Like
fair.
The number of people who are speaking out, the number of people, white people who don't have to stand in harm's way and stand in the gap, are doing so. And I don't think I've ever seen that before.
And it's disturbing, and it'll fuck up my next book. But
it's disturbing.
No, really, I'm like,
I think we're changing as a species. I don't think it's just.
You mean the humans?
I think as humans. If you follow any of it at all, we're moving into the age of Aquarius. That's why you have
like
this
the song.
I was going to say
yes,
that song.
exactly like the song. There is an open awareness. This is how you get millions of white people to go, you know what? This is wrong. It's not them. It is a overall consciousness that's changing.
So what happens after the song, though, when the song is over? Like,
you got 2,000 years worth of it. So.
Right. but I think we've had times like this. I think that there were times somebody had to say we wanted to end slavery. Somebody had to say we wanted to have an end to, separate but equal. Somebody had to say, so I think we've seen times like this, but I don't know that we've ever seen a time where people were this keen to it. Like
sure.
It's people getting shot in the face with rubber bullets and hit in the head with metal batons, and wearing shirts that say Black Lives Matter, and I'm really I keep saying this, I'm really hardened, hopefully, and not even cautiously. Look, if I'm foolish for hoping things that don't exist or aren't real, then I'll take the way. But I want the world to be better for my children and for not for you, Jeff, because you don't deserve it. But I'm just talking about
that's fair. That's fair. That's fair.
I think it's great that you're hopeful, though.
Yeah.
In all the years that I've worked with you, I've never heard you say
that's not a word
you were not being cynical about something and that you were being optimistic.
Yeah, I don't believe I believe we've been alone so long. It was a great thing. I've been in the dark so long that now the light hurts my eyes.
Absolutely.
And that's pretty much kind of how I feel about it. Yeah.
Like we were talking about it. Do you know why there is a black church? It's because white folks wouldn't let us love God together. Now we're getting to a place where these people are putting that God to the Pepsi challenge and going, really, if I really believe this thing I read and I believe this God I serve, then I got to see this as wrong.
Did you say the Pepsi challenge?
Yes, Jesus is taking the Pepsi challenge right now.
I thought there was a guy for me to build a building, a black church for me to build a building fund. I didn't know that.
back to DL Hughley Uncut. Our guest today is a producer, a motivational speaker, and a best-selling author. Don't say anything. Please welcome Devon Franklin.
There he is right there.
Yo.
I know right
What's
away
up,
he wants
y'all?
to start, comparing how many books he has as the bestseller.
No,
Yeah,
I can
He
be
does.
happy for another young man doing what he did. I mean, I got 3.
See?
That's not the point.
Who's counting?
And I didn't even, and God didn't, I didn't even say God in mine. So one time. So
wow, forgive him.
I talked to there are a couple of people that I am always interested in their perspectives, and particularly depending on what the backdrop is. Kirk is one, and you're the other, and it's for entirely different reasons. We are faced with a lot of problems as a nation. And as a community, and they like the COVID affected us disproportionately, black people disproportionately, and obviously police brutality, bias, racism affects us disproportionately, and throughout that, you see this black people who have needed faith, I think, more than any time in my existence. I think that faith is so much more important. Do you think that the faith-based community is doing what they're charged to do, what they should be doing in such tumultuous times?
Well, the answer is yes and no, right? So when you say the faith community, I'm looking at the entire faith community.
Sure, me too.
Which is not just black folks, but
me too.
white,
That's exactly why I asked it that way. right.
So what I do see is for the first time, when we've seen all these racial issues and police brutality before, I have never seen this many white people in the church speak out and then want to figure out, okay, well, what do we do? I mean, so I do see that there's a desire for understanding and common ground on behalf of more white people in the church than I've ever seen before. So that's what I'm optimistic about. However, I think when you say, is the church doing enough? I think the answer has to be no. I was just having a conversation with a white pastor friend of mine, and I was, talking to his congregation. I said, listen, here's the reality, that when you look at the Sermon on the Mount that Jesus gave, it was his first sermon. And in the text, Matthew chapter 5, he says, you are light. And he was talking to the Israelites at that time that were under Roman oppression and heavy taxation, and they didn't feel like they were the light of anything. But he said, you are the light of the world. And you don't hide that light. And so I said, as Christians, we are able to take part of that promise. And I said, but here's the issue. If white people in the church do not start speaking up for black people and other people of color around issues of injustice and police brutality, then it's impossible to use their light to point people to Jesus. Why? Because Jesus, the one that we profess to follow as a Christian, was all about justice. He was all about coming against those that were being oppressed. And so if we're supposed to be the light of the world and we're lighting people to Jesus, but we're apathetic to what's going on in the world, people who do not know Jesus will not want to know Jesus if the Jesus we serve is not concerned about issues like police brutality and discrimination and racism. So it's important to know that, yes, I think things are changing, but I think the church has to do more. I talked about this also. I said, listen, we got to stop in the church, especially as Christians, we got to stop allowing a political party to hijack the vote and the voice. At the end of the day, the only thing we should be voting for is the kingdom. And Jesus, when you look at the kingdom, is all for those who are being oppressed, being brutalized, those who can't always do for themselves. And so too often in the church, we allow a political party to hijack a vote. No, at the end of the day, when we meet God, he's not going to say, what political party did you vote for? He's going to say, did you fight against police brutality? Did you fight against injustice? Did you fight against racism? Did you help those who needed the help the most? And unless we do that, we are going to continue to lose our influence and our impact in this culture.
That's exactly why. Now, I think that they are the light. I think that people who are silent about this are the light. Unfortunately, that's a helicopter light. That's a searchlight. There is, I think, a incarnation of Christianity that is about supremacy, that is about power, that is about might, that is about subjugation. And I think that they have perverted and I think been a detriment to an antithetical to what Christianity is all about. When to me, it is a simple notion. Whatever I wouldn't like done to me, I shouldn't wantonly do to someone else. And when I watch, and let's be clear, the reason that we have the people in power that we have in right now is because white Christians say we not only can, but should. There are Christians right now who believe that what is happening is God's work. And that can't be either somebody's lying to me. Somebody's lying. Either it's your interpretation of it or it's theirs. But there can't be it is a binary choice. Who's right? The people who support the brutality and money and military might, or the people who have a different view of it? Because somebody has to be right.
Right. Well, look, I think that when you go back to Scripture, you know, and you look at what it means to be a Christian, you know, you cannot say that you follow Christ and you are not involved in ending systemic racism and injustice and fighting against police brutality in this country. You just can't do it because one contradicts the other.
So you would say are they not Christians?
Here's what I would say. It's not that they're not Christians. It's just that they have allowed what it means to be a Christian to become so narrow that they're missing what it means.
Then they're not Christians. Because I was going to say, I don't think they know that they're not Christians. Because they always do everything in from their own mouth in the name of God and you know, God bless us all, whether we're talking about kids in cages or whether we're talking about police brutality. In their mind, they really believe they're doing it in the name of Jesus.
So did Pontius Pilate. He believed he was doing the right thing too. Like here's my dilemma. I saw a man tear gas people and brutalize them to take a picture holding the symbol of Christianity. And Christians said, thank you. That to me is the conundrum we find ourselves in. What was more Christian? So the symbol, what should I glean from that? What should I take from that? What does that mean?
But what you should be gleaning is that Christianity is being hijacked by a certain conservative sect. And so this is why, you know, when that photo came out, you know, I did some interviews around that and I was very vocal. And I said, any Christian who's really a Christian should be offended by this picture, should be upset by this picture, because this is it. If he read the one scripture that matters the most, love your neighbor as yourself. If this administration was living by that one scripture, and if he actually was following the book, then we wouldn't see half of the things that we're seeing in the country today.
But we only see those. We only see those, Devon. We only see those because his core supporters are evangelical Christians, and they agree and say it should be so. It could not. If support among here's the absolute truth. If support among evangelicals Christians waned, he's reined in.
Yes. Okay. But here's what's happening. And I believe that we are seeing a waning. That Bible moment, the tear gassing, his response to, you know, George Floyd and so many things that he's been saying and doing, I have seen and you know, the people that I know in these circles, that support is waning because it becomes really hard to say, yes, I believe in Jesus and I want people to give their life to him and I support this man. The two become really hard to do. And I have seen more so than ever before, a lot of people in these conservative circles starting to say, I don't know. I don't think I can do that. I don't know. Like, we're seeing, again, we got a long way to go, but I am seeing for the first time much more progress in the thinking and the hearts of white men and women within the evangelical community than ever before as it relates to their support of this administration.
Do you think that prayer has brought us here? Do you think that there has been, because I agree, I do see a changing and a waning. I don't know what to ascribe it to. I don't know if it was COVID and the fact that people didn't have things to distract them. They were home and they actually started to listen and hear. I don't know if it's just the preponderance of things that happened and the succession of things that happened were undeniable to people. And I don't know if it's prayer. Whatever it is, I'm grateful for it. I don't care how it happens.
That's the truth.
But what do you ascribe this change to? What do you ascribe this détente to? What do you think?
You know what? What I think you're hitting it, on the head. I mean, when you look at the pandemic, what the pandemic did. Again, it's tragic and all the lives that have been lost. My heart goes out to every family affected by the virus. What the virus did and what the pandemic allowed were fewer distractions. We were more connected than ever before. There were no sports going on TV. Churches were closed. You couldn't go to restaurants. You can't go to movie theaters. So we were less distracted than we probably have ever been before in this generation. And so when, Ahmaud Arbery, when that video came out, it started. Then the news about Breonna Taylor and then seeing the video about George Floyd, I think because we were less distracted, it allowed everyone to connect to the dehumanization and the brutality of that moment. And I think what it did is it stirred something up in people saying, wait a minute, this is what we've been allowing to happen? No. And so I was just at the Black Lives Matter march in LA over the weekend, man. We're talking, had to be 100,000 people.
Sure.
And it was Black people, Latino, it was Asian, it was Middle Eastern, it was Native American. I mean, it was every race and creed, white people. And I was like, got it. The pandemic has served a powerful service for us because it has allowed everyone to wake up and say, no, not on our watch. We're going to fight this thing. We're not going to allow it to happen. And so I think the pandemic played a part in that. And then I do believe in the power of prayer. I do believe in the power of prayer. And I do think that praying and doing. So it's not just about a matter of praying. You got to pray and prepare. You got to pray and do. You got to pray and protest. So I do think that spiritually, there's, God is at work. And then we as the people got to continuously take action until change really happens.
Yeah, because we still have a lot of those people in power who don't believe that. And they have not been distracted, and they've been seeing and watching what's been happening to young Black women and men in the streets, and they still didn't believe it, and no amount of COVID or anything else convinced them that Black people were being treated unjustly. They thought that perhaps we were just exaggerating the truth or overreacting, and you still have a lot of people who are against, the necessary, the need to kind of have police reform in this country.
Yeah, but that's a process, right? I think we just got to continue to be loud and continue to be vocal and continue to mobilize, continue to organize. I mean, listen, when NASCAR comes out and says, we're no longer allowed Confederate flags,
that's huge.
We got to pause and say, wow.
When football players are as big as y'all on Sunday. Let me tell you something. Do you
know what I mean? We gotta say progress is happening.
Do you think that because I'm a cynical man and you know that?
Yes, I do.
Do you don't say it like that?
I think he's right on the money.
Do you think that God used the pandemic to make us be still so that we'd hear some of the things that we wouldn't have before? Do you think that it's that literal?
Listen, God's ways are not our ways. His thoughts are not our thoughts. I probably won't fully understand his intent and his permissible will until we get to heaven and say, God, tell us about this.
Right. You tell me what it's like, because I won't be there. But let me tell you this. It won't be me.
I can't wait for the moment when you get to heaven and you're like, what? I don't believe it.
What you'll say is, how did this nigga get here? Yes. What's interesting to me is I feel more hopeful. I think it's brave to hope, and I think that cynicism is a form of cowardice, which I fully admit, and I think it's brave to believe in things you can't see. I think it's brave to accept the bending of a will to an entity that you ascribe to, and I am hopeful because I've always believed that if people could see, they could do. If they could see, they could believe. If they could hear. Like my mother always go, if you can hunt, you can hear.
I like that.
But I think that it is we're in such a precarious position that we have to be consistent and truthful, even if it is dangerous. Yes. And I think that Christianity, if they stepped into the gap right now and had a consistent, ethical mantra, it would matter. Is it wrong? Is it wrong to not do what we know is right, even if it's inconvenient?
Is it wrong to not do what we know is right? Of course.
Because
yes,
I think that it's wrong to murder people. It's wrong to place more in money than it is in people. It's wrong to build your military might and your will and ethos and EIDs are bankrupt. Agreed. It is wrong. And that is that's the line of demarcation. That's what we're seeing right now. Would it be wrong to not take advantage of this moment?
It would be absolutely wrong. It would, no doubt about it. I mean, going back to the idea, is God in this, or is God allowing this? Is he using this? I do believe in the scripture that all things work together for the good of those that love him and are called according to his purpose. So, do I think that, when God looked at the world, that he said, oh, I'm okay with this. I want this to happen. I don't believe he's the originator of it, but I believe he's allowed these things to happen. And when you will see that, the good that's coming out of it, again, these are horrific things. Right. So we don't want to ever underscore or underplay the tragedy of COVID or the tragedy of losing George Floyd and Ahmaud Arbery and Breonna Taylor. Those are tragedies. Yet through the tragedies, we are seeing some good, so that these things did not happen in vain. And one of the good things that is happening, that has to continue to happen, is solidarity, staying in the fight, and maximizing the moment. Because we all know that in a moment, everybody's focused, but then all of a sudden, everybody gets back to their life, and what could have happened didn't happen because we did not maximize the moment. So it's important to lean all the way in. It's important to break down as many barriers as we can. It's important to vote. It's important to donate. It's important to protest. It's important to get as much progress as we can in this moment before the headlines change, the news cycle change, and then people aren't as connected as they are right now.
My favorite passage, my favorite, I used to love the trials of Job. I loved it. I loved it.
Okay.
And I loved it because just by being faithful, he got all his women back. That's not the point. That's not what I'm saying.
That's true. That's accurate.
That's so accurate. Beneath where I'm going.
I'm not shocked at that.
But he looked at what was being inflicted upon him as a test. And he persevered through that test. And consequently, his perseverance bore fruit that he wasn't guaranteed. He didn't know. It could have been just my death and my suffering is going to be a testimony. But what he did was persevere and believe in what he believed in, and he was rewarded. And I think, much like Job, we're being tried as a nation, as a community, as a race, as a human condition. And
yes.
how we come out of that will decide how we stack up in whatever deity or belief you ascribe to. I literally believe that.
I think that what you're saying, I get it. And I think that, one of the powers of this moment, right, going back to like God's permissible will. And I think maybe one of the reasons why he may have allowed the pandemic, right, is that I think he wants us to really get back to him and to each other. We got to get back to what really matters. Think about how many things we.
But when was that? Let me point, because it's interesting when I hear. When was that time that we need to get back to? When did it happen? Because I missed it.
Well, here's the reality, right? We're talking about when you look at scripture, right? When you look at the world we've lived in.
Sure.
I don't know that until this pandemic that we really got to a place where collectively.
So we need to get to, because not back to, because going back is not going to be optimal for us.
Well, here's how I look at going back.
Okay.
Right. I look at the origin of a relationship is the time when when we were with God, when we committed our life to Christ, when we started the relationship, it was because there was a need. And that relationship was good. That relationship was connected. And then we started doing life. And then we got busy, and then we got plans. And so the relationship kind of got fractured. So, I mean, on a personal standpoint, if we believe in God, if we are Christian, we got to get back to the reason why we believe in him, why we started this relationship and made this commitment to begin with. And I believe the pandemic has allowed clarity on that. And you're right. For those who may have never had the relationship, this is the beginning of a connection that they may have never thought they needed.
I had it before. I had it. I used to believe. I used to want to be a preacher. I used to believe.
What?
Yes.
I know. Difficult
when
to
I was a
believe.
kid. That's all I wanted to do.
So
I
then
used
what
to.
happened?
What happened?
America happened. America happened. Christianity happened. Hypocrisy happened. Brutality and anger and selfishness and pettiness happened. I am a product of all I've seen, and I didn't come through it. I just didn't respond to it the way you did. The hurt people hurt people. I am the cynicism that you showed me, not you, the person. What I am is quintessentially, undeniably, unapologetically American. That's what I am. I'm a black man in America. That's what happened to me. I'm a black man who watched Christians and people who were supposed to love God do the things they did. I am you. I'm a reflection of you. I'm what happens when you don't respond the way you do. I'm the anti-you.
Well, but you know what I find though, and I hear what you're saying, but I also find.
Let me take this drink while I do that.
Take the drink.
He's a bizarro DL. You the bizarro DL.
But DL, what I find is, one of the reasons why, I've always been a fan of yours, is that, like even with what you just said, and I hear it, I also look at your life, your career, your impact, your voice. And I think that this is really important for anyone listening right now, that it's so important that, yes, while you may have had hurts and others have had hurts, to still press into your gift, to still be excellent, to still find our place in the world. Because even through the hurt and all the challenges you faced, you have a voice that matters in the culture, and you were able to channel it into this. Because heaven forbid, those things didn't happen to you, and we never got the deal that we get now. So yes, I understand that, but I also find it remarkable that even in the face of those things, look what you have done and look what you have created.
I believe
you.
I believe you're right, and I'm going to believe again. I'm going I ain't going to church because that's too expensive, but I am going. I hope and I want me to be wrong and you to be right, and I'm betting that that's true. And I always love talking to you, man.
Oh man, you're my brother. I always love talking to you, and I'm placing that bet with you. I'm placing that bet on belief. Absolutely.
So if I win, you pay me. Or
Okay, all right. I just went back and did a queen check, and the queen is here. Yes. I did a queen check. I said, is the queen here? And there is a queen on the stage. And I will tell you, she is the #1 diva of all divas in our music, okay? Now, your kids won't know Mesa, but the grown folks will, and that's all that matters. Coming to the stage, one of the most beautiful voices that you've ever heard and sweetest spirits that you've ever heard. If you have music like from Incognito, and you heard that beautiful voice on there, that's our Queen Mesa. Please, ladies and gentlemen, put your Gateway Jazz hands together for the Queen of contemporary jazz music, the vocalist, the Queen, Mesa!
Why don't you love me? Won't you love me? Why don't you love me? Won't you love me? Have you ever been through some rough and stormy weather? Sometimes I know that it gets hard. Maybe I'm just a bit too optimistic, but I tend to think love can conquer all. But you gotta want it too. You gotta want it too. Want to love me, want to love me, want to love me good. But don't you love me like you said you would? Don't you think that you should love me good? Baby, won't you love me good? I think you misunderstood. I need more loving. Maybe not the physical, I'm talking about the mental. I need more loving, yeah. Well, don't you love me like you say you would? Don't you think that maybe that you should love me good? settle here for a love or two. I won't give my all until I know it's true. I will be the one sitting all alone, waiting for the day when my true love comes along, baby. I will wait for a higher love. Baby, I'm gonna wait for higher love. Yes, I will wait. I won't settle here for a love untrue. I will give my all
true, I will be the one sitting all alone, waiting for the day when my true love comes along. Baby, I will wait for a higher love. Baby, I'm gonna wait for higher love. Yeah, yes, I will wait, baby. Don't sit da-ba-da-da-da. A higher love. Oh, baby, yeah, yes, I will wait, baby. Oh, yo esperé para un amor más alto. Yo esperé para un amor más alto. I will wait, baby, yeah, yeah. I will wait for a higher love. Am I wrong for loving you so long? A love is strong, should never be mistreated. Don't know when it will come your way again. Am I wrong? Don't Am I wrong for loving you so long? A love is strong, should never be mistreated. You don't know when it will come your way again. Am I wrong, baby, for loving you, honey? Am I wrong for needing you, honey? Am I wrong for loving you so long? A love is strong, should never be mistreated. You don't know when it will come your way again. Soy un tuyo, bodida. Soy un tuyo, bodida. Soy un tuyo, soy un tuyo, bodida, bodida. Soy un tuyo, bodida, bodida. Sorry, but I don't Should never be mistreated. You don't know when it will come your way. Baby, baby, am I wrong? Am I wrong? The song we're gonna do for you now is a song that was written. How you doing, St. Louis? Oh, so glad to be here at the Gateway Jazz Festival. Let me tell you, we had a good time today. We got off the plane and went right to Sweetie Pies. Oh yeah. We got there at 11:15 and waited in line. First people in the line today. So proud of ourselves. This song we're gonna do for you now is a song that I wrote about a man that I wanted that I couldn't have. A friend of mine introduced us, an ex-friend of mine I should say. And I talked to the man on the phone for about 6 weeks. And I was starting to feel this man, you know, I was starting to get excited. And we decided to meet. And I got catfished, y'all. Oh yeah. I found out in the nick of time, before I gave him all of this, I found out he was married. And homie don't play that. I'll share everything I got, my house, my car, my money, cheeseburgers sometimes, I feel like it. But I don't share men at all. And it's a little, you know, I've been a little by myself for a long time. It's okay. I've found the perks of being alone. I can watch The Walking Dead all day. Nobody got to tell me nothing, ask me to cook no dinner, nothing like that. I can hang out at Walmart as long as I want to. Nobody be calling my phone, asking me where I am. So some good stuff to that. But this song I wrote about him to make myself feel better instead of eating more cookies. I decided to write music to heal myself. This is called Hypnotic Love. Take over my mind. I surrender to the rush of your time. You're making me weak, so incredible, your control over me. I can't resist no matter how I've tried. Your love has got me hypnotized. Oh yeah, closer and closer, subduing your day. Over and over, subduing your day. I ain't going nowhere. Hypnotic love. I can feel it when you're standing next to me. I'm attracted to your energy. I can feel it when you're standing next to me. I'm attracted to your energy. Stronger than the force of gravity. Hey, you're making me high. Cast a spell on me when I looked into your eyes. I'm wanting you more and more. Baby, you make my heart soar. Make my heart soar. Oh, baby, closer and closer. Hey, over and over. Yes, I'm gonna be strong. Don't wanna make you uncomfortable. Every time I'm wrong, I'm not gonna gear up. If you just let me be sweet to you, baby, I wanna be your everything, baby. 'Cause boy, you mean every little thing to me. Oh, baby, friendly, yeah, yeah. Pressure from midnight into the sunshine. Oh, I don't wanna get wet until the rain begins. Until the rain begins, don't wanna get wet until the rain begins. I don't wanna get wet until the rain begins. Until the rain begins, don't wanna get wet till the rain begins. Break it down for me, fellas, right here. I just want it to be easy, baby. I don't want to fuss or fight with you, baby. I just want to love you. I just want to love you. I just want to love you, baby. I don't want to fuss. I don't want to fight, baby. Friendly pressure, baby. Friendly pressure, baby. Oh, thank you. This next song we're going to do for you is a song that I wrote for my son Jazz. In 1999, I was on tour with Incognito. We were in Osaka, Japan. I was 6 months pregnant, and I was on stage when my water broke. Oh, yeah. I gave birth to my son there. He was only 2 pounds. They told me he wouldn't survive. But by the grace of God, my son is now 17 years old. In his last year of high school, has a beautiful girlfriend and wants to be a filmmaker. So we are blessed, very blessed. When I was in a hospital bed, I didn't understand what was going on with me. I was so far away from my family, and Incognito had to go to Tokyo to finish the last week of shows. So I was there by myself in Osaka, Japan, couldn't speak the language, and I just had emergency surgery to have a baby. It was probably the most terrifying and most beautiful times of my life. When I was in the hospital bed, across my mind kept coming these words like ticker tape over and over and over again. I think I was losing my mind, but I got it back somehow. I knew my baby was coming, but he still came out of the blue. Boy, I'm so glad you're here in my life now. each and every passing day, I would pray that you would come my way. Was feeling weak, but I stay strong. Strong enough just to hold on to. Witness the answer to my prayers. And like a bolt of baby, out of the blue into my heart. Wasn't expecting you so soon, but I'm so glad you're here in my life now. It's gonna be alright. Out of the blue, take on my dreams. My selfish love is what you bring. Boy, I'm so glad you're here in my life now. Everything is gonna be alright. Baby, now you're here with me. My heart is singing joyful melodies. I never had a love so rare. So wherever you go, I will be there, baby. Oh yeah, baby. Boy, I'm so glad you're here. Now everything is gonna be alright. Straight from my dreams is what you bring. So glad, baby. Do I do? Hey, come to you, baby. Yeah, baby. Come to you, yeah. Hey, this is on guitar, Mr. Richard Tucker. Out of confusion, pain, and despair, the universe has finally answered my prayers and sent me an angel from above, yeah, baby, full of joy, happiness, and love. I'm so beautiful. I love you. I love you. Mommy loves you. So glad you're with me, baby. I love you. So glad you're with me, baby. Hey, so glad you're with me, baby. I love you. So glad you're with me, baby. Hey, so glad you're with me, baby. I love you. So glad you're with me, baby. Hey, so glad you're with me, baby. I love you. So glad you're with me, baby. Out of the blue to my heart, wasn't expecting you so soon, but I'm so glad you're here. Out of the blue to my heart, wasn't expecting you so soon, but I'm so glad you're here, baby. Out of the blue. Out of the blue, out of the blue, out of the blue, out of the blue. All right. Song we're gonna do for you now is a jazz standard, mostly known to be sung by Miss Barbara Streisand, but my favorite version is by Miss Sarah Vaughan.
I'm going to feature on sax Mr. Carl Cox, on piano Mr. Damon Bennett, and on violin Miss Chelsea Green. This is dedicated to all the lovers out here and to all of us who want to be in love. This is called What Are You Doing the Rest of Your Life? What are you doing the rest of your life? North and south and east and west of your life. I have only one request of your life, that you spend it all with me. All the seasons and the times of your days, all the nickels and the dimes of your days. Let the reasons and the rhymes of your days all begin and end with me. I want to see your face in every kind of light, in fields of good and forests of the night. And when you stand before the candles on the cake, oh, let me be the one to hear the silent wish you make. Those tomorrows waiting deep in your eyes, in a world of love you keep in your eyes. I'll awaken what's asleep in your eyes. It may take a kiss or two, and through all of my life, summer, winter, spring and fall of my life, all I ever will recall. of my life is all of my life with you. Is all of my life with you. Oh, yes. All of my life with you. Sa-da-dee-da, sa-da-da. All of my life with you. Miss Chelsea Green. That's Miss Chelsea Green, y'all. Oh, yeah. And now we're going to feature Mr. Carl Cox on saxophone. That's Mr. Carl Cox, y'all. Wanna spend my life with you. Oh, baby, I wanna spend every day, every night, every night, every day, every day and night and night and day and day and night with you, baby. I want to spend all my life. I want to spend all of my life with you. Thank you, thank you. Y'all, we're running out of time. I gotta skip a few things. One thing I want to do for you now is we're gonna jump into the new album. I have a new album out called Love is a Battlefield. I covered Pat Benatar's song from the MTV world of the 80s. And so I wanted to do this real fast for you. Or I could skip. I don't know what to do. Should I do that song? All right. We're going to do Love is a Battlefield. This whole album is dedicated to something I do on Sunday nights called Karaoke Sunday. Anybody see that? On Facebook Live at 7:30 every Sunday night when I'm home. I sing to people who can't come to my concerts and play songs that people don't normally hear. And this is one of the songs. Begging me to go, making me stay. Why do you hurt me so bad? It would help me to know, do I stand in your way? Or am I the best thing you've had? Believe me, I can't tell you why, but I'm trapped by your love and I'm chained to your side. We are young, heartache to heartache we stand. No promises, no demands. Love is a battlefield. We are strong. No one can tell us we're wrong. Searching our hearts for so long. Both of us knowing love is a battlefield. When I'm losing control, will you turn me away or touch me deep inside? And when all this gets old, will I still feel the same? There's no way this will die. But if we get much closer, I could lose control. And if your heart surrenders, you'll need me to. Oh. Thank you. This is the title track from my third covers album. I did two more. One a long time ago called Sweet Classic Soul, and another one called Feel the Fire. And my boss today, Marvin, wants to hear Playing Your Game, so we're going to play a little bit of that. Playing Your Game, baby.
But don't you know you can't hide? When you give it up, it's only enough to get me high. You're playing a game, it's so plain that you want me to win. And I'm willing to play whatever you say, if love is the end. Playing your game, baby. Your game, baby. Just you and me. Playing your game, baby, yeah. Your game, baby. Nobody but you and me, yeah. You start to stop. It only got what I need. I can't remember the words. Oh yes, indeed. When you give it up, it's only enough to get me. See, come on, baby. You're playing a game, baby. It's so plain that you want me to win. And I'm willing to play whatever you say, if love is the end. Playing your game, baby. Your game, baby. Just you and me. Playing your game, baby, yeah. Your game, baby. Nobody but you and me. All right, y'all. We got to fly through this now. We got to fly through this. Y'all ready to have a dance party? Y'all remember that song last night, The DJ Saved My Life?
Well, I wrote my own. Want to hear it? Here it go. It was clear you're the one for me. I'm feeling all the things that you said, boy. You're full of positivity. I never thought I would ever find a perfect love like you. And it shows whenever you call my name. I come running straight to you. It's the magic that you do. Keep it real for you, baby. I'm caught up in your love. You make me feel something I never knew I was missing. Oh, baby. Anytime that you want it, baby, I'ma keep it real for you, baby. You touched a part of me no one's ever reached before. Keep it real for you, baby. I'm caught up in your love. You make me feel something I never knew I was missing. Anytime that you want it, baby, I'ma keep it real for you, baby. That's Damon Bennett on Keep Going. St. Louis, here we go, y'all, here we go. Last night a DJ saved my life. Last night a DJ saved my life from a broken heart. Last night a DJ saved my life. You can chair dance, it's okay. Night a DJ saved my life with a song. Last night a DJ saved my life. Last night a DJ saved my life from a broken heart. Last night a DJ saved my life. Last night a DJ saved my life with a song. I cannot go wrong, must be the music, my baby. It's turning me on, must be the music. I cannot go wrong, must be the music. I cannot go wrong, must be the music. I cannot go wrong, must be the music, my baby. It's turning me on, must be the music. I cannot go wrong. Hey! Come on now.
Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Baby, we can do it. Take your time, do it right. We can do it, baby. Do it tonight. Baby, we can do it. Take your time, do it right. We can do it, baby. Do it tonight. Baby, we can do it. Take your time, do it right. We can do it, baby. Do it tonight. Baby, we can do it. Take your time, do it right. We can do it, baby. Do it tonight. Take your time. Oh, I know St. Louis. I know y'all know these songs. Come on now. Just a touch of love, a little bit. Just a touch of love. Just a touch of love, a little bit. Just a touch of love. Gives me peace of mind. Gives me peace of mind. Uh-oh, uh-oh. Hey. Okay, come on now. Hey. I need your loving. That's bottom line. I need your loving. Just a little time. I need your loving. That's bottom line. I need your loving. Just a little time. That's what L-O-V-E love. Na 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 na. L-O-V-E love. Uh-oh, y'all don't know this. Y'all remember this. You don't know this. Hey! Y'all don't know this. Y'all don't know this. Come on, St. Louis. I know you got it in you. Roller coaster of love. Roller coaster. Woo-hoo. Roller coaster of love. Roller coaster. Woo-hoo. Your love is right. A roller coaster, baby, baby. Your love is right. A roller coaster, baby, baby. All right, y'all. Come on, y'all. Come on now. Oh, I know you don't know this one. Come on. Y'all too young to know this. You're too young. You're too young. You don't remember this. Reserves won't last. Uh-oh. Hey!
one minute? She's cutting me off. Gotta cut me off, y'all. All right, what we're gonna do? I'm gonna sing off the stage, okay? This is the last song, a song written for me 26 years ago by the leader of Incognito, Bluey. He wrote this song because I fell in love with one of his band members. This is called Deep Waters. Is it a crime? Believe it. Believe it. For me to be feeling this way, I'm going out of my mind. And there's no change from my runaway love. Is it a dream? Is it a dream that I'm throwing in the wishing well? I'm losing control, body and soul. Ah, yes, standing here waiting for a train that may never come. I saw the signs, I read the book. I should have had a second look, but boy, you caught me dreaming. And there are times you'd come around and we'd agree just to be friends. Tell me who was fooling? Deep waters, I'm drowning in. Deep waters, slowly drowning in. Deeper, deep waters, I'm drowning in. Deep waters, slowly drowning in. Deeper. Where words have failed me before, what do I do when I'm feeling so blue? And there's no place for me to run and hide. I saw the sun inside your smile and wished for more than just a while. 'Cause boy, you caught me dreaming, dreaming. A giant step into the dark. We threw caution to the wind. Tell me who was fooling? I'm drowning, baby. Deep sugar, yeah. Thank you, St. Louis. I'll see you again next time. I love you. Come visit me at Mason.com and come see me on Facebook Live tomorrow night, 7:30 East Coast time. On sax, Paul Thomas. On keyboards, David Bennett. On guitar, Richard Tucker. On drums, Tim Hudson. On bass, Charles Baldwin. On violin, Chelsea Green. On vocals, Angela Phillips and Soul Edler. I love y'all.
Hi, I'm Salome. So today I'll be preparing you one of my favorite dish, Italian dish. So I'm gonna start with the sauce. Usually in Italy, the first things they do make their sauce. So I'm gonna show to you how to make Italian delicious sauce. So I have my onion, chops, and garlic. This one here, got my pan, and put put the onions first, and then garlic. Then I'll grab my olive oil. Add a little bit of olive oil. The Italians, they love olive oil. I love olive oil. It's good for you. Just a little bit. Put back the olive oil. Yeah, when I used to live in Italy, this is what I used to make always. So, yeah. Like that. This. In the meantime, so one thing about the Italian is they don't just make the pasta. They have to have first course, and second course is always appetizer. So I'm gonna show you how to make bruschetta, and here in America they call it bruschetta, but actually it's bruschetta. So I'm gonna put my bread in the pasta for 3 seconds. I'm gonna wait for that. The meantime, for second course, I'm gonna start with chicken. I'm gonna season my chicken, always with olive oil. I used to do this when I was in Italy. I learned so much from the Italian. So add always garlic, it's good for you. Then rosemary. I love rosemary. Okay. A little bit thyme, just a little bit. Then I'm gonna check on my onions for the sauce. So I have that all mixed. Like that. Now I have my tomato sauce already here. So you're gonna add that on the pan. Oh, that's good. Put that there. And we'll mix this. In the meantime, I have the water here for the pasta. Wait on that. I have the pasta ready. Yep, bread is ready. We're gonna add more than one bread. Okay. Chicken is seasoned. So you have to turn the chicken. You have to do the other side also. Ready? Now, I'm gonna put the pasta. Okay. And you mix your pasta. Let that cook. You just check on the pasta every second. Now put the olive oil the other side of the chicken, just a little bit. Now this is my favorite part. The Italian, they always use seasoning. So just a little bit oregano. That's that. Garlic powder. I love garlic powder. The Italian, of course, they use garlic powder. I used to do that when I was in Italy. Especially when I was visiting Amalfitane Coast, Positano. It's fresh, it's easy to make, especially summertime. That's that. That's that. Okay, I'm gonna check on my sauce over here. Almost ready. Pasta. I noticed that here in the US, the people, they put oil in the pasta so it doesn't stick, but the Italian, they don't. So I do it Italian way because that's where I learned. That's how I learned to make the pasta. In the meantime, I have a cheese. Parmigiano cheese over here, my favorite cheese. I love cheese. Of course, the Italian, they are well known for cheese. My bread is ready. There you go. We add one more for for the bruschetta. So I have my cheese. I'm gonna make this for the bruschetta. I use the mozzarella cheese to make bruschetta, but I like Parmesan cheese because I like the dryness. Tastes very good. That. Now I make a different way. So gotta have tomato to make bruschetta. I have that ready here. Then I have to slide my tomato around. This is actually used to be my snack when I was in Italy, Milan. So I went to school and I studied in Italy for fashion and merchandise. And this was very simple and easy to make. So I used to literally make this almost every day because I was a student. You know, I don't have a lot of time to make other stuff. And so I've got my bread ready. So what you do is grab your tomato, put it over here. It's very simple and delicious. Once it's done with this, we have that. So now we're gonna add olive oil again. Olive oil for Italian household is like having all the seasoning and everything you need. You must have olive oil. And then I add a little bit of black pepper, just a little bit, not too much, because it has that taste. I'm showing you a different way to make bruschetta. Okay, I'm gonna grab my cheese and then add the cheese on the bread and tomato. Look at that. That looks yummy. That's that. Let me check on the pasta, because the pasta always the time they're like al dente, not super cooked. Okay, that's almost ready. Then I'm gonna check on my sauce. The sauce is ready. Perfect. That's done. Now, in the time I'm waiting for the pasta, I'm gonna come back to my chicken. I'm gonna start with the chicken. I have my pan ready. Then we're gonna wait just for a few minutes, get a little warmer. In the meantime, one more thing I have to add on the bruschetta is anchovy. Not a lot of people like anchovy, but of course this is Italian meal today, so I have to put the anchovy. The bread and the cheese. You can always remove the anchovy. I know it's too salty if you don't like it, but I love it. Very good. That's done. Now, what I have here is I have honey. So you wouldn't think you can add honey. Just a little bit. Put a little bit on the top of the cheese. Like some people, if they are on diet, they might not want to eat the bread. So what they do is they put the honey in the cheese. You see? You just eat it. But of course, I love the bread, so I'll eat with the bread. We're gonna check the pan for the chicken. Yep, that's warm. Now, look how seasoned it is. Gonna come over here. Put the chicken. Yeah, gotta get that. Yeah. Then you always mix it with the rest of the oil. Yeah. Gonna just do like that. Okay, that's that. I'm gonna take check on my pasta. Like that. In the meantime, now I have the chicken, the pasta, the bruschetta, almost ready. So in the meantime, I'm gonna work on my salad. And Italian house, you always find wine all the time. First, I'm gonna check on my chicken. Oh yeah. There we go. This is looking good. That's good. We got salad. Always. Olive oil. Like I said, the Italian. I use olive oil all the time. Now, gotta add black pepper on the salad. Mix my salad. So I put olive oil, with pepper. Alright, I have my salad. I already have olive oil, black pepper, and then my favorite part, berberry. A little spice, you just add a little bit, don't need too much. They love spicy to the Italian, I'm telling you. And garlic powder, just a little bit garlic powder. There you go. And vinegar, of course. Just a vinegar, there you go. Now you have to know one thing, not one thing, a lot of things about Italian. They don't eat just one thing. So they have to have, like I said, the appetizer, the first course, and then secondo. Secondo means like, it will be the chicken secondo, and then salad always, and bread, and a glass of wine or two. So mix the salad. I have my salad ready. I'm gonna check on my pasta. Pasta is ready. Oh yeah, pasta is ready. I'm gonna turn this off. Get my pasta. Here you go. That's ready. Okay. That's ready. I'm gonna bring my plate with the pasta. Got sauce ready. I'm gonna add the pasta here. All the pasta. Now the sauce is ready. So what you do is very easy, simple. Just add your sauce on the pasta, and then you mix it together. And always with the pasta you have to have Parmesan cheese. That's good. Look at that. Can I add a little bit more? There you go, that's that. And lastly, I'm gonna check on my chicken. Go nice and brown. Chicken is ready. Okay, off. So we have pretty much everything ready. So I prepare bruschetta, and then I have the salad, the pasta, and the chicken. So everything I prepare now, it took about 20 minutes. And it's very easy, healthy, just like the Italian. They always go to the fresh market, get all the fresh stuff. So that's what we did. We have salad, bruschetta, pasta, and chicken, just like Italian style at my kitchen. This has been home cooking with me, Salome. Ciao. Hello, I'm Salome. Today, I'll be preparing you Ethiopian food, an American style. So I have lentil, cabbage, collard green, we call it in Ethiopia, gomme. I have tomato salad. I have pita bread right here. Usually we use injera in Ethiopia. So I usually kind of mix it up multicultural. So we're gonna start with the lentil. So I'm gonna put the garlic first. Everybody does it a different way. And then you add a little bit of onions for the lentil. And then oil. I love using avocado oil. It's super healthy, super delicious. Oh, perfect. Then we're gonna start. Okay. So just kind of stir the garlic and onions together. Just gonna wait for a few minutes until it gets very heat. And then I'll come over here, grab my lentil. So all you have to do is just add lentil without making a mess. And then you stir together. Now, everybody in Ethiopia, they make the lentil a different way. But this is the way I like to make my lentil. Then all you have to do, add a little bit of water. Just a little bit. You don't want to burn. And then mix it together. And then of course my favorite part, the spicy part, the red pepper. In Ethiopia we call it berbere. Got my berbere right here. So now this is for American taste, so I'm not going to put a lot of pepper, just a little bit. Look at that. That in here. Then take it. Add a little bit more water. There you go. So lentil, usually in Ethiopia, we eat it during fasting time. But I make lentil in the house 3 times a week at least. So let that cook. Then cook that. So I have pre-chopped my cabbage. It's already ready. So I'm gonna start with it. Put your cabbage first in the pan. I do it a completely different way. Because in Ethiopia, first of all, they add the garlic, onion first, and then the cabbage. But I do it the other way around. That's how I like it. And then I'll come over here. Just the onions. Of course, I'm making always a mess. There you go. That's that. And always olive oil, avocado. There you go. That's enough. Put that there. Then, of course, a little bit of berbere. So, I love seasoning. It tastes really, really delicious. That's good there. And then we put the top. I'm gonna let that cook for about 10 minutes. Yeah, that. And then I'm gonna check on my lentil. Oh yeah, almost ready. Smells really good. So I have my lentil, my cabbage. Then I'm gonna come over here, grab my collard green, which we call it in Ethiopia, gomme. I have my pot ready. I'm gonna put the gomme, the collard green first. Right there. Then a little bit onion, always. This is Ethiopian way, I'm sure you guys here make it this different way. That's that. I'm gonna grab my avocado oil. Add avocado oil. Put that back here. Then you have to add water. Here. Now, I have to put seasoning. So I got my ginger powder. Just a little bit for the taste. Just a little bit. It's really good. Then I have my organic black pepper. Sorry, it's basil. This is black pepper now. Just add a little bit. It's delicious. When you season everything, all my food. That's that. You come over here. Mix all that together. Mix that. And now okay. That's that. And then you put the top. That took about 15 minutes. So I'm gonna check on the lentil. Okay. That's that. Let the lentil cook a little bit more, and then I'm gonna start with my lamb. All right. I'm gonna season my lamb. So we eat lamb in Ethiopia. We call it bag saga. It's really good. But a fasting season, of course, no meat. And Wednesday and Friday, we don't eat meat. Just fasting. Do the lentil, the cabbage, the collard green, gum, all that good stuff. And if you're not meat eater, so you have all those green stuff. A little bit more. Yeah. And then I always remove the fat, but I don't like that part. This is completely a different way I'm gonna season. Now I'm gonna pick my pot over here and put my lamb on the pad. With that, remove that over there. Put the lamb over here. Now I'm gonna season my lamb. Always onions. Look at that. Onions. Pepper. Black pepper. A little bit oregano. It's really good. And then a little bit of the ginger powder. And then I'm gonna go over here, get my berberry. Of course, it's all about our spicy food seasoning. So I don't want to put too much because my American friend, they have to taste this delicious lamb. Now, look at this jalapeno. It's kara in Ethiopia, we call it. We love kara. I'm gonna put just a little bit. This is for American taste, so I don't want anybody to complain. But I'm gonna put this towards the end. So I have that ready. Then I'll grab my avocado oil, mix it with the lamb, onions, and the berberry. Add a little bit more. Doesn't hurt. Now, see this? It's all seasoned, looking good. What I'll do is use my hands to mix it. Look at that. this is how I do it. Everybody in Ethiopia, they do it different way. I just feel like it's all mixed and seasoned together. Now, with my hand, I'm gonna come over here. The lentils already ready. So I'll move the lentil. I have my lamp right here. Okay, let's say my lamp over here. I'm gonna reduce a little bit the temperature. Yeah. I'm gonna let this cook for 15 minutes or so. Then I'm gonna come over here. I'm gonna clean up this mess over here. Put that there. Then I have my tomato salad. But first, sip of wine. All right, I'm gonna make a tomato salad now. I have my tomato already washed, ready. All this stuff we use in fasting season, but you can also make it all the time. Super healthy, delicious, good for you. That. Now, the jalapeno pepper or the cut I said earlier, I was going to use it for lamb. I will use it for lamb also for the tomato salad. So, the tomato over here. Okay. I have that. It's ready. Plates. What you do is you put the tomato, the plate over here, and then I'll use the jalapeno or the cara. This is with tomato. That's it. And you add a little bit of carrot, not too much. And then of course seasoning, the most important thing. We'll start with black powder. There you go. I said black powder, it's black pepper. And then my favorite, a little bit barberry. Just a little bit, not too much. And that oregano. Just a little bit. Just one taste. And then the ginger powder. It's super delicious. It's really good. Ginger is good for you. Now, I'm gonna grab my spoon. Just you mix it all together. Look at that. I'm gonna add one more thing. This is the trick on tomato salad. You have that avocado. I love avocado. In Ethiopia, avocado, we don't just eat it. We put it in our hair and our face. So it's good for beauty also, not just for cooking. But I'm gonna check on my lamp. Oh yeah. Almost ready. Oh yeah, that looks really good. Gourmet, almost ready. Gotta check on my cabbage. Can't forget my cabbage. Oh yeah, it's really good. Yep. Almost ready. Let me try. Gotta taste it. That's good. So, then it is. You're ready. I have my rosemary over here, but I'm gonna use it on the lamp. We call it tabs. That's almost when it's a little bit ready, so you add the rosemary. But in the meantime, I'm gonna finish up my tomato salad. To clean up all this mess over here. There you go. Then cut my avocado. slice my avocado. How about this? The easy way, without hurting myself. Okay, there you go. Take that part. Usually take the dark part. Okay. So what you do is you just chop it very small pieces. You put the tomato over here. And mix it all together. So, tomato salad is already ready. So we're good now. So I'm going to check on my lamb, my gourmet, collard green, and then my cabbage. It's almost ready. My lamb is cooking. Yeah. Almost ready. Now I'm gonna add the rosemary. From here, grab a few. The depth means it's a lamb stew. What you do is just go like that. You can add as much as you want. Hey, might as well throw on. It's really good. I like rosemary. I promise it's really delicious. Good. Look at that. How's the gourmet? Okay. Pretty much everything almost ready. So now I have my pita bread. So like I said earlier, we normally use injera. So we don't have injera. This is for American taste. I'm gonna have the pita. So all the food I made, the lentil, the gourmet, the collard green, the cabbage, the tomato salad, and the lamb stew all together. Ethiopian food, American style. This has been home cooking with me, Salome. Thanks for watching.
Now, I must read the disclaimer one more time. We want to welcome the global worldwide audience on GFNTV, and please be aware that by entering this area, you consent to your voice, name, and/or likeness being used without compensation in films and tapes for exploitation in any and all media, whether now known or hereafter devised for eternity, and you release WGFN-TV, its successors, assigns and licensees from any liability whatsoever of any nature. Do not enter this area if you do not wish to be the subject of the foregoing and be seen by our global friends that love jazz all over the planet. So let's welcome them in. Give them a hand, St. Louis. Welcome all our friends in. We're streaming live on GFN-TV. Give it up, St. Louis, give it up. Yeah. All right. Yes. We don't want the global audience to know St. Louis is asleep at the festival. They say, well, they have neck bones and barbecue ribs, biscuits and cornbread.
Did you say neck bones? Did you say neck bones?
Girl, don't start me up now. I'm from Kansas. I'm country Kansas, okay? I really am from Kansas. Now, we want to say thank you to Moscato Light, our sponsors, WFSK, Jazzy 88, WFSK. Umbrellas about to pop down, please. Umbrellas down. Get your food, get your drink, get your spot, get yourself ready. And are y'all ready for Najee? Are you ready for Najee? Are you ready for Najee? Are you ready for Najee? He's in the back. He can't hear that, y'all. Are you ready for Najee? Are you ready, y'all? We got 30-some years of hits coming down on this man. Are you ready for Najee? All right, coming to the stage, live and in color. Let's welcome the one and only Mr. Contemporary Jazz himself, the one and only Najee!
Or confident of Almighty God.
Gateway. What's going on here? How y'all doing? I don't hear you. How y'all doing? How's somebody in the back doing? Y'all ready to help me out right here? Everybody put your hands together. Come on. Sean Northern.
You
Thank you so much. How you doing, ladies and gentlemen? I want to thank you all for coming out and supporting live music, all right? How about a nice round of applause for all my friends? I don't get to see them often. All right, Mr. Brian Simpson, Mr. Kaylee Minucci, all right? And so many others. Oh, Mr. Nick Coleon, of course, Mr. Steve Cole, all our good friends back there. Come on, let them feel you back there. They back there. Yeah. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor to be here. It's been some time since I've been to the Missouri area. I know, right? It's been a while. I don't know why we get to Chicago, we get to Kansas City. We haven't been here in a while. It's nice to be here, though. Thank you. And then in my allotted time, I'm trying to do as many songs from my previous albums as I can, all right? All right. So with that being said, if you will promise to sing along with me on some of these things, we're going to Take You Back. Is that all right? Are you ready? I still don't hear you back there. What? You know, I'm from New York, man. You got to show me. Or is that here, right? All right, here we go, y'all. Come on. good time with us so far? All right, we'll take it back. We're doing a song for a very special lady. She's not my ex-wife, but she got the house, I got the song. You know what's up. don't mind if I take a break from the soprano saxophone, do you? Play a little flute for you. Y'all might know this one. Everybody in the back. everybody? Y'all all right? I want to take a minute to recognize a couple of people in the house. I'm very fortunate to have my daughter here tonight, Salima. She's around here. I don't know where she's sitting. She's here with her husband. Where are you at, daughter? Over there. Oh, hey! What's up, sweetie? And then my son is sitting next to her, Fareed. He's next there, right there. And that's her husband over there. All right, fellas, so don't even try. And they moved here about a year ago to the St. Louis area, so if you see them in Starbucks, don't trip. Anyway, this next song I'm going to do, I'm obligated to do it. I wrote this song many years ago on an album called Just an Illusion. Y'all know it? Okay. And I wrote it for my other son, Noah, who's now almost 28 years old. And but since that time, I've had the pleasure of playing this with several people around the world. But this evening, I'd like to dedicate this to a few of my friends who passed on. As a matter of fact, I have a new record coming out on August 25th called Poetry in Motion. And thank you. I'm very proud of this record, too, because we have my first single was released last week, and I hear it's doing very well. It's a song called Let's Take It Back, which features Incognito as my backup band. Can you get that one right? Also on there we have Mesa. Mesa is doing something with me. Will Downing. He did a song with me that Al Jarreau and I had started to record, but then, Al got sick, and you know the rest of the story. So we ended up recording the song and making it a dedication to Al Jarreau and Prince. That's what we did, called We'll Be Missing You. And, of course, who else is on there? Oh, Eric Roberson is on there as well with me. And the legendary pianist, Mr. Bobby Lyle. And the smooth jazz guitarist by the name of Blake Aaron is also on there with me. So it's a very full album, It's one of those type things that I called up everybody and I said, listen, we need to do something. I didn't expect everybody to show up on one record. So when it comes out August 25th, that's what you're going to get, all right? But with that being said, I'd like to just dedicate this next song to two people I've had the pleasure of touring all over the world with. One is, as you know, was Prince. Toured with him for 3 years and was a great experience. And, anytime I do press and people want to hear Prince stories, I always say, I have no bad Prince stories. All this drug stuff they're talking about, I never saw any of that. He was one of the most humble, one of the most generous human beings I ever met in my life, honestly, and I mean that, Also, Mr. Al Jarreau, we miss him as well. So this song is called Noah's Ark.
Come on, y'all, give it up for Najee. Yeah. Shut it up. He shut it down. He shut St. Louis down. Bam. Knocked y'all out real good, didn't they? Najee, the man. Give it up for the band. The band. Woo. Now, may I ask, are y'all having fun yet? Finally, thank you. Don't let me get happy out here. We have a perfect day. We have an inaugural festival. We have great entertainment. We have the world's greatest jazz fans, all right? What else could y'all ask for? Yeah. Are you happy now? All right. Coming to the stage. I want you to show your love. And I told y'all early on, there's no charge for applause, okay? It's the only thing still free in our country, for real. Please, but the band members, oh man, he's bad. Give him a hand, y'all. Now, I really want y'all to give some thunder love to my brother. Now, you see, I'm dangerous on the mic, don't you know? To Mr. Somerset Jazz. He had a dream. Yes, he did. She said, Sharon K., would you stop? I can't help it. He had a dream. He said, Sharon, I think about St. Louis. I'm like, huh? Last year, he said, I'm thinking about St. Louis. Okay, and I was...
So we travel into Black Africa to learn the story of the Nile Valley, a story generally told from Egypt. Today we're going to tell the story from a place that thrived before Egypt, alongside Egypt, and after Egypt.
The lands to the south of Egypt, generally called Nubia, had 5 important golden ages. The first golden age, which was called Tarseti, some people call that, in translation, the land of the bow. This civilization was older than First Dynasty Egypt by about 200 years.
They also domesticated animals here first and before Egypt, so pastoralism was very important. Depending on how far back, if you say 9,000 years ago, then you can say yes, it was probably more developed than Egypt. But starting from the 4th millennium BC, the center really is in Egypt and develops from there.
Sudan was often ahead of Egypt in terms of developing technology because it had perhaps a smaller population. In Egypt, there's not much need for human economy. You don't need to save on human labor because every time the Nile flooded in midsummer, you had a huge reservoir of human labor as long as you were feeding them a living wage.
The ancient Egyptians themselves said that they came from the south of Kemet, ancient Egypt, which is further up, higher up the Nile Valley, closer to the source. And they identified the mountains of the moon, which are in modern-day Uganda, as their place of origin.
Most historians now accept, even the European Eurocentric ones, that it is the movement of the peoples from the south to the north that gave birth to Kemet. However, what they fail to recognize that is not just the movement of these one set of Africans traveling from the south to the north, but also movements of other Africans coming from the west to the east. They met and collected together in what is now Kemet. That's why that civilization was so powerful, because it was a multicultural expression of the African experience. It was several sets of different Africans coming together in one place and creating a civilization.
We travel through Sudan, the largest country in Africa, to learn about a world that was already old before our world had even begun. The ancient land once known as Tarseti, Kerma, and Kush, home to the Nubians. This is a place where early Europeans came to study and learn from Africans, and to study from the oldest people in the world, Africans.
So when you hear recent discussions on who were the black pharaohs, referring in particular to the Nubian pharaohs or the Cushitic pharaohs, those pharaohs they often call black pharaohs in a way to try and distinguish them from the others, but they can't be, because as we said, all the early dynastic and intermediate pharaohs were black.
This is home to the world's oldest recorded religion, a place whose kingship and political system continued to bring harmony and prosperity to its people for over 3,000 years. Today, Sudan is the largest country in Africa, rich in oil and other natural resources, but a country culturally split by the Arab African North and the African South. In recent times, this country has been greatly affected by civil wars and droughts. This is a place where the great Blue and White Nile meet to form the famous River Nile that runs through Egypt. This is an amazing land that predates Egypt, but for many is just another part of our world's hidden history. The question is, what happened? What was this ancient civilization about? And what left it in ruin? Why do we only know the story of the Nile Valley from Egypt? And why do we think that Egypt is somewhere separate from Africa? What do we still have and use today that was connected to this time period? We're gonna peel back the pages of time and find out.
I'm standing here on ancient holy ground, in an area that was once part of the Napatan Kingdom. Today this place is known as Jebel Barku, which is an Arabic term that means holy mountain. It goes by this term because in ancient times, for over 1,000 years, this area was the Kemetic and Kushite religious center of the world.
Home to the Nubians, ancient Egyptians, and other traveling Africans.
Jebel Barku is a very important site, both in the history of Kush and in the history of Egypt, or Kemet if you prefer. The mountain had a particular shape, and both the Egyptians and the Kushites regarded this mountain as the Holy Mountain. That's what the Egyptians called it, the Holy Mountain.
So at Jebel Barku you have this great ritual religious complex which is set up in a monumental form that we see first when the ruler of Kemet conquers it, when Tutmosis III is building his great temple there, and then it continues, and it's in that area that Napata is.
The city of Napata becomes a very important capital during this golden age of Kush. The site has a long history. We can trace it back to the 18th dynasty period of ancient Egypt, where the ancient Egyptians saw it as sacred to their deity Amen.
Really remarkable point in the landscape, and again you have to be in the landscape, or you have to have the photograph of the landscape to understand how different it is and why it attracts attention. And people have different theories about that, but they don't tell us. They just call it the Juwa'ab, and they saw there a certain kind of form of sacredness.
So the influence of the Sudanese Nubians in Egypt is quite clear, but on the other hand, the influence of the Egyptians themselves in traditions, in religion, is still people having different minds. So is it originated from there, or is it being acquired or adopted as gods by the Nubians?
So here at Jebel Barkal, in between Upper Kemet and Lower Nubia, we find much shared culture. And there's much debate around whether it started deep in Africa, at the heart of the Nile, and spread upwards, or if it started in the north of Africa, at the bottom of the Nile, and spread down into Africa.
We must have in mind that these political borders were not there.
But the boundaries were constantly shifting in any case, and there'd always been a lot of trade between these two separate states, if you like.
When you talk about Lower and Upper Nubia, you're talking about a span of land where people have got blood relations, and they have got some sort of culturation and acculturation always happening there.
There'd always been a very strong relationship, and to me, the more I look at the cultures from these two separate states, the more similar they actually become. And I think we need to try and move away from some of the images that we see that show Nubia in particular as a very different country. We know for a fact that, as I've said, there was a lot of trade between the two, and that also many of the people would move across the borders effectively over time. So there's always a very strong, close relationship, and at certain times, you know, they were the same thing. They were just one.
It's like the relationship between America and England. England is the mother and father of America. The population of America are predominantly English American. The presidents of America are English American. Even though America is an expression of the European consciousness, the vast majority of people are European, the predominant power is the heritage that England has given it. The Americans acknowledge this. They trace their lineage, if they can, back to England and come back to here. The relationship is a special relationship of power. Though America has power on this earth, England is its mother and father and recognized as such. That is precisely the way that one should look at the relationship between Kemet and Nubia.
The religion of the Kushites is quite interesting. One of the important deities was Amen. Now, Amen is the pronunciation that the Hebrews give it, and some scholars agree to use that pronunciation. Amun is the pronunciation given to it by one of the old European scholars, Plutarch.
In the language of Kemet, the word for hidden is Imen, or Amun is the way that we put it in English. And Amun is the name of a goddess creator who is everywhere and hidden, combined with Ra'ah, who's the energy of the sun. That's the metaphor for the creator, so Amun Ra'ah. But Amun is the hidden part, very much like the Christian, Jewish, Muslim concept of God as everywhere and invisible.
The sun, the symbol of the creator, was reborn every morning. It reached its highest position in the day at noon, where it was known as Re. Re represented the creator, God, the sustainer of life on high at its highest point. When the sun set in the west, it was known as Amen. Amen is a Kemetic word which means hidden or concealed.
Amen was supposed to be unseen and therefore very all-powerful also, because Amen was responsible for creation. Amen was responsible for everything, knew everything, understood everything, could foretell everything, and so on, the great omnipotent and omnipresent divinity.
At this religious center, one of the main temples that is still here to be seen today was a temple that was dedicated to Amun. The ram was a sign that was always associated to the worship of Amun. It has been claimed that during the time of these temples, it was the astrological age of the ram, what we know as Aries, and that's why the ram was represented.
They all worshipped God Amun, who was the same god as in Egypt, the state god of the pharaohs, whose main temple was in fact in Napata.
Their deity Amen, they make it quite clear, Amen is a deity coming from Cush. And then during the Kushite Golden Age, they resurrect that same belief system, and then they build monuments sacred to Amen, and then Amen's wife, or Amen's consort, Mut. Mut was the goddess of Amen. What's important here is that same site, the Egyptians had their belief that that's where Amen and Mut came from. So that becomes a very, very important center.
Within the African systems, be they in Kemet, be they in Nubia, or be they in Kush, the male god has an equal and opposite female god. We see this representation in all African cultural systems that flow.
Every Netcher in Kemet had his female counterpart. So I reference Asar and Aset. They were Netcher who complemented each other. They were co-equals.
They are usually together in families, producing children. We have a man and a woman and a child produced as the union.
We tend to think of the deities as a family. It's not quite so biological, it's more religious.
In the beginning there was only Noon, the original ocean of chaos that contained the beginning of everything to come. Ra, the sun, was born and appeared to rise from the surface of the water. Ra then gave birth to 2 children, Shu, the god of air, and Tefnut, the goddess of moisture. Shu and Tefnut then had 2 more children, Nut, the goddess of sky, and Geb, the god of earth. And so with them the physical universe was created. From the union of Geb and Nut, 4 human children were born, and so the story of civilization begun.
The Egyptian creation story, in many respects, represents the development of a civilization and the growing of Egypt, I suppose. And it's coming out of something that's very simple and coming out of nature, and then is being developed by man and being developed also into obviously one of the greatest civilizations that there ever was.
The spiritual world represented the physical world. So as it was in heaven, so as it was on earth. The Africans came together in Kemet to build a heaven on earth.
So what you see is this combination of balance and harmony. The essence of what we find within traditional African society is an understanding of the totality of life that is literally matrilineal and is paired with the masculine energy in order to maintain its force and its operation throughout society. If you suppress the female, you suppress 50% of the power of the creator.
It seems to be really important, and in many respects the sort of male and female seem to represent the 2 different forces coming together. And I suppose it's a bit like the unification of Upper and Lower Egypt in some respects.
Because they understood that it wasn't just about gender. It was about the understanding of the energy and how it moves, how masculine energy moves and how feminine energy moves, and how to marry the 2, which created balance, life.
The idea was to create a land which was like the land that was up in the skies and beneath the earth. And in that sense, they saw that how they were arranged in families was also how the gods must also be arranged in families, and how the spiritual energies of the universe must also be arranged in families because they are arranged in families.
3 of the most important Neteru in Kemet were Asar, Aset, and Heru.
Or to give them the more usual names, Osiris, Isis, and Horus. These 3 deities originally came from Kush.
These are very, very important triumvirate.
Their stories are as much mythology as they are history.
Now, according to Diodorus Siculus, who was one of the ancient Greek historians, Osiris was originally a community leader of very early Kush. He doesn't call him a king of Kush, but he makes it quite clear he was a leader.
Asar is regarded as the founding father of Kemet. He unified the two lands. He established the first nation state in the recorded history of humanity. He is said to have introduced writing, the writing which the ancient Kemites referred to as Medu Neter, or the writing of God when it was written, or the words of God when it was spoken. He is also said to have introduced agriculture and theology.
Also decided to take civilization to certain parts of the Nile Valley as well as to other parts of the world.
Asar married a beautiful Nubian woman by the name of Aset, who was his co-regent, not his inferior, his co-regent. And when Asar decided that he was going to travel to other parts of Africa to share his technology with his brothers and sisters on the continent, he left his wife Aset to run their nation.
And he was very successful, very admired, and this provoked the jealousy of his brother, Set.
And Set then plotted to overthrow his brother Asar.
Set, or Sete in ancient Egyptian, murdered his brother, dismembered his body into 14 pieces, and then scattered those 14 pieces throughout Kemet.
When Aset learned of the murder and dismemberment of her husband, she fled for her life, and then she went searching for the missing parts of her husband's body. Aset found 13 of the 14 parts of Asar's body, and as she found each body part, she cleaned it, she anointed it with oils, and she laid all 13 parts out, and she literally remembered her husband, wrapped his entire body in bandages, and created the first mummy in the recorded history of humanity. As Aset was preparing to bury her husband, she grieved because she was about to bury the man that she loved. She grieved because she was still a virgin. They had never consummated their marriage, and thus she would never bear children by the man that she loved. And according to the story written on many papyri in Kemet, carved on several temples in Kemet, the spirit of Asar came and impregnated his virgin wife, Aset. And then 9 months later, the virgin Aset gave birth to their son, Heru.
Now, in the case of Isis or Set, she is the original Virgin Mother, and she is seen suckling Horus. He is shown as a child suckling his mother, and he's wearing the pharaonic headdress, making it clear that he was born a king.
Haru is the son of Osiris, and he's the embodiment of order. He has to take over the kingship, and he has to do that through a struggle.
So Heru was born, the son of a virgin. He was born with a specific purpose in life. That was to restore his father's kingdom, to do battle with his uncle Set and reclaim his father's throne.
Heru would then take up his father's struggle, in a way, against his uncle Seth.
One of those classic battles, not so much between good and evil, it's more a battle between order and anarchy.
And Heru eventually triumphs over Set.
At that moment, Heru was miraculously transformed into a falcon. He flew into heaven to meet with his father Asar, told Asar of his victory over Set. His father blessed him, and Heru then returned to Kemet as the legitimate heir to the throne. And when he ascended to the throne, the symbol of the Heru Badet, the winged sun disk, was a symbol that was carved above the entrance of every temple in Kemet to serve as a reminder of Heru fulfilling the reasons for which he was born. And at the moment Heru reclaimed his father's throne and was crowned the king of Kemet, his father Asar was resurrected from the dead and took his place on the throne of judgment.
According to Plutarch, what he says about Osiris is that Osiris was associated with the moon, and the moon has its lunar cycle and then disappears at the end of the lunar month, and then 3 days later is then reborn, and this is then the resurrection of Osiris after being dead for 3 days. So Osiris is then the god of death and resurrection.
And Seth or Zetesh, is never thrown away. He's an important part of the whole series of gods. He's not the annihilating factor.
Set was not purely evil. Set represented the forces of discordance.
Zetesh still has to be there. If you take him away, you're taking away part of reality. But he shouldn't be king. So that balance between Hor and Zetesh is one where Hor, Heru, is meant to be very much on top and ruling.
And our ancestors were very inclusive. And they knew for certain that, as I said, there was a little bit of good in the worst of us and a little good of bad in the best of us. And they represented that in this way.
So the reigning ruler in Kemet, and this is taken over to an extent in Kush, the reigning king is Horus because he's managed to take over and rule.
I'm here at Naga, at one of the Kushites' most well-preserved sites here today in Sudan.
Temples were really important, both in Kemet and in Kush.
When you begin to look at the development of temples, the temples that we find in Nubia, the temples that we find in Egypt, the temples were universities.
In many respects, they were kind of mini universities. So you have your Egyptian elite living in the temples. They were developing languages, they were developing mythology, they were developing the religion.
There were places where the so-called priests, who were actually priest scholars, part of a system of learning.
And the fact that the temples not only acted as places of worship, but places of learning also.
One was the house of the book, and the other one was the house of life, Per Ankh, meaning house of the life, house of life.
The education was holistic. So you couldn't study maths without studying geography or biology. Everything was interconnected.
These priests that came out of these systems were to be the guardians or the custodians of this cultural practice. They were not theoretical religious people. They were individuals who were both warriors, both scholars, and both priests at the same time.
It might be important to look at the system of education as a system of formal learning and the system of socialization as a way or the way in which one generation was socialized into the fundamental values and rituals and meaning of life of the community and therefore of the society.
The belief was that you weren't born man or born woman, you were born male or born female. And through the process of passage, then you became male or you became female. The passage was intended to be arduous, rigorous.
They would have had to have gone to the temple and gone through certain rites of passage.
The socialization has to do with becoming an adult, with knowing your roles as an adult.
And the training was both physical, both mental, and both spiritual.
And a lot of this came to rest in the temple, where you had schools in the temple.
The temple itself was not to be worshipped. The people themselves understood that they were the most sacred thing, not the temple.
All the professions were premised upon somebody having completed what is called scribal training. To become a scribe was really to achieve the platform from which other careers took off.
What I also find very interesting and very attractive about the Kushite civilization was that, unlike in Egypt, where it was only the educated classes and the priesthood and so on who could read and write, in Kush they achieved a high level of literacy. That meant that humble people could actually read and write and were encouraged to do so.
In actual fact, I don't think there's any modern equivalent to one of these temples. They were both centres of scholarship, but they were also the centres of religion.
So the custodian, the intellectual custodian, was also a spiritual custodian. Was also the warrior custodian. In times of war, it was they that pulled up their cloth and went to war. It was also they that kept the spirit of that nation alive. It was also they who kept the intellect of that nation alive in books and study. So there was no separation. Kemetian philosophy is so monotheistic. All of it was part of the one science, which is life. This science was not separate from religion. So the science and the religion were combined together.
And it's that understanding that everything is interconnected, which is the spirituality.
Everything in the cosmos, in the universe, is related to everything else. We're all interconnected.
There is an understanding that there is one central energy source, but with different aspects. The aspects are represented by how we call in the Western world gods. But there is never a thinking that there isn't one monotheistic central source or power. There is the understanding, whether you're in Kemet, whether you're in Nubia or in Kush or in any of these kingdoms in the Nile Valley or any of the African kingdoms that follow subsequently, that there is one central source or energy from which everything comes from.
Clearly, they share the same religious beliefs as with the Egyptians, with some additions, so to speak. Some local gods were worshipped, like god Apedemak, a lion god. And you have to remember that lions were common here up until the early 19th century.
These historical sites found here in Africa are all that's left of the Nubian and Kushite cultures of people who lived all along the Nile Valley. These ruins are evidence of some of the world's earliest highly developed civilized cultures. These people had an understanding of astrology, medicine, philosophy. They had mapped out the world. They had circumnavigated and understood the planet that they lived on.
We find that the people of the Nile Valley were responsible for developing the first calendar of 365.25 days.
Now, because of the tropical or semi-tropical condition in the Nile Valley, there were clear nights and people could see the stars and the other heavenly bodies. And it is very clear that humanity began to notice patterns. Think about this. How long would it take, for example, for us to understand the movement of the moon?
The moon travels around the Earth every 27.322 days. Because of this, the ancients based their month around a 30-day cycle.
How long will it take for us to work out that the Earth goes around the sun once in every 365.25 days?
The calendar was utilized as late as 4,230 BCE. Now, in order to come to that definitive understanding of how long it takes the Earth to rotate on its orbit around the sun, you have to be able to make celestial observations for at least 1,000 years to identify the patterns, to then correct the patterns, to come up with the most accurate calendar that has ever been used by human beings.
The ancients of the Nile Valley based their year and months around the natural cycles of the universe. Each of their months was connected to an astrological sign, like our zodiac, and so their yearly calendar became a map of the Earth's human, earthly, and heavenly cycles.
And this is where the sense of time, the whole question of the calendar, the year, different months, came out of.
So you had groups of people who had time on their hand to observe their environment and then to produce great works that recorded their observations. So you had astronomers.
In terms of astrology, that was always, again, very important to the ancient Egyptians, and when people were born, they would actually have their charts drawn up.
We see water irrigation, we see aqueducts, we see underground heating, swimming pools, we see heated swimming pools.
We had people who studied rocks and minerals, geology.
These very brightly polished ones, that's again a classic Sudanese. I think that particular colour combination, those happen to be the colours of the modern Egyptian flag, but actually it's a very, to me, very Sudanese combination, that clear white with dark and red. Earlier in the history of Kemet, you get a lot of carnelian, the red stone, coming out of Nubia.
Precision drilling, iron smelting, precision iron smelting.
You had people who studied plant cycles, agriculture.
We see papyrus paper, we see glass making, we see stained glass, we see use of gunpowder, not in weaponry, but in religious services and religious rites.
You had people who studied building, how to build structures, what materials are best used to build structures.
This was a great golden age of pyramids, of temples, of writing, scholarship.
We see elements and a good deal of evidence, perhaps of electricity.
You had artisans who were responsible for creating great works of art, sculptures, paintings.
Gold smelting, silver smelting, the creation of refined industries.
These are classic faience beads. This is the colour that most of the material in this tray should look. Faience is simply desert sand, it's quartz sand, but it's ground down and fused at a fairly high temperature, and you add the colour from adding ingredients, so that amazing blue will come from copper filings that have been added in. So there's a very close link between the artists who are producing all of this material and the metal workers, because they're using the filings from the metal workers' floor. So the underpinning of order in Egyptian religious art and in the language is a pedestal. It's a block that looks a bit like kind of a carpenter's plane, something to make things smooth. And the word in the language of Kemet is ma'at. Ma'a is smooth, and it's trying to make things on a smooth path. That seems to be the metaphor they use. And ma'at almost means what is good.
One of the most significant aspects of spirituality in Kemet had to do with the concept of ma'at. Ma'at represented the ubiquitous powers that flow throughout the universe, that maintain the balance, the harmony, and the order throughout the universe and on planet Earth. Ma'at was represented by a female figure with wings and an ostrich feather. One later came to recognize this figure of a human being with wings as a prototype for angels within Judaism, Christianity, and Islam.
Ma'at was fundamental to the Nile Valley because it was its moral code.
The ancient Kemetians believed, as did the Africans from the south, that when one passed from this existence to another, there was a point of spiritual judging. This spiritual judging was to weigh your heart with a feather. The heart had to measure itself and be balanced against a feather.
And you quite literally get the heart being weighed on scales to see if a person is worthy of going through to the next life.
We can actually still see Nubians wearing the feather of Ma'at, showing their connection to this moral order.
The people and the pharaohs tried to establish and maintain Ma'at. And they didn't have a word for evil, because that's, I think, what people think, good and evil, light and dark, do you know what I mean? But the opposite of Ma'at was Isfet, which was unbalanced.
Ma'at, the feather, would then be weighed against a person's heart. And if your heart is heavy and it tips against the feather, it shows that you have done things to have a heavy heart, meaning you're a guilty person.
The idea of the feather was a representation of the female aspect and also of air, but also of the lightness of being, the idea that your heart was not heavy. We still say it now. My heart is not heavy. My heart was light. I had a light heart, a clean soul.
They declare their innocence by reciting the 42 admonitions of Ma'at, some of which would sound very familiar to Jews and Christians. Those 42 admonitions were, I have not stolen. I have not committed adultery. I have not polluted myself. For I have not polluted the land. I have not spoken ill of my neighbor. I have not spoken ill against God. I have not defrauded offerings. As a person's heart was weighed on the scale of Ma'at, as they recited these 42 declarations, if they were true to these declarations, then their heart would be as light as a feather. This is where the concept comes from. And so it means that they would be pronounced Ma'at Keru, true of voice.
The clean soul was the fundamental aspect. We see it represented in all the Kemetian philosophies, which they had taken from their mother from the south.
So the idea then of Ma'at is she represents keeping the law, keeping truth, keeping justice, keeping righteousness, keeping reciprocity.
And what this basically meant is that we had to say that we didn't do these 42 cardinal sins. And once we lived a life that didn't contribute to those, we lived a good life, a righteous life.
This event was recorded in the Book of Judgment by Jehuti, and then in the next scene of this very important document, of which thousands and thousands were produced, because every person who died wanted to have this document to help them be able to recall these 42 admonitions. One of the very last panels shows Heru, the son of Asar, leading the vindicated soul of this person to his father. And it brings to mind the passage in the Bible, I think it's John. So Heru was the way, Heru was the truth, Heru was the light through which the soul of man was brought before the Lord of judgment and then proceeded to go into heaven or hell to experience the next life.
Ma'at is also called Sit Ra'a, the daughter of Ra'a, the sun god, the creator. And although you find parallels for that in European Christianity, the church is called the daughter of God, so you can see that kind of idea that the great force that protects good is related to the creator.
So Ma'at represented the means by which a person can achieve their highest spiritual level of understanding.
This wasn't about religion, this was a way of life, of being, of relating to each other, because relationships was our highest value, how we related to ourselves. So before you can relate to somebody else, you have to relate to yourself.
It's often used as a kind of unique force that you don't find in any other society in the world. I'm not sure I believe that, because I think every society defines itself by what it thinks is right. So in Kemet, the word of the language of Kemet for what is right is Ma'at.
All of these ideas and concepts can be traced back to the Nile Valley, to Kemet, to Nubia, at least 1,000 years before the advent of Judaism.
Talking about the importance of spirituality and of spirituality itself, not only to Kemet, Kush, and other places in the Nile Valley, but to all African society that remain African, even unto today. And I think it's important for us to understand that to be African is to be a spiritual being, because our ancestors recognized being spiritual as the fundamental of human existence.
From the start, whether we look at the Nile Valley during the Tarseti, Kemetan, or Kushite period, we see a unifying system of understanding that gave the people their moral core. An understanding that may have changed slightly from generation to generation, but a knowledge of a divine force greater than themselves continued to be at the center of their civilization. Debates still rage about the length and continuation of the Nile Valley cultures and how interconnected they were. What we do know is that over time rulership changed between the different black rulers along the banks of the Nile. It appears that Kemet was roughly 3,000 years old before it had any interference from cultures outside of Africa. Asiatic people known as the Hyksos melted into the Northern Nile society at first, and then by chance took full control of Lower Kemet and ruled for roughly 100 years. During this time, Kemet was inflicted with corruption and a depraved form of leadership. There's still debate around whether they were fully kicked out or not. Society in the Lower Nile Valley continued to come under attack from groups outside of Africa.
When the Assyrians took over Kemet, they attempted to separate Egypt or Kemet from Nubia. Now, this was a hard thing to do since both sets of people were entwined. Their families, their culture, their religion was part of the same culture and religion.
In about 1,000 years BC, the Nubians moved in and took full control of Lower Kemet, bringing the whole region under Kushite protection.
When Kemet got into difficulties, it was the Nubians from the south who came from the south to the north to rescue Kemet.
The Kushites, they decided to go into Egypt and to take control of the situation, to sort things out, to restore traditions, to restore religion, to restore law and order, and to basically remind the people in Egypt who they really were.
They were trying to retake Kemet because Kemet was theirs. It was their bloodline. They were not foreign invaders. They were individuals who were part of the original bloodline, attempting to retake the bloodline and the land which was once their own. So that line of 7 or 8 Nubian kings was an attempt to give an African renaissance, to return Kemet back to African hands after the Assyrians were attempting to cut off Kemet from the Sudan or cut off Kemet from Nubia.
During the period of Kushite rule in Egypt, the way they administered that country was quite interesting. What would happen is the male pharaohs would then rule from the city of Napata. Female rulers would then rule from Waset, which is in Egypt.
In Africa, women didn't rule and men didn't rule. Men and women ruled equally with a co-rulership with different functions, where the woman was fully vested and the man was fully vested.
And what I find interesting and very attractive about this civilization is the fact that women could actually rule in their own right. So they didn't have to be, rulers because they were waiting for a boy king to grow up, or they weren't ruling behind the scenes while, the guy was the king and he was the official ruler. They actually ruled in and of themselves.
Now, who were these female rulers? Some people say that they were the wives of the Kushite pharaohs. Some people say that they were the sisters of the Kushite pharaohs. Whichever be the case, they formed a parallel dynasty, and that dynasty would be aunt being succeeded by her niece, and that kind of line. Iron, the center of that industry, was of course Meroe.
Meroe is already a city, a royal city, when the capital is further north at Napata.
The royal city of Meroe is very important to our understanding of the achievements of the Kushites because it was actually a planned city. It was planned, it had a water sanctuary, which are known as the baths, it had temples, and it also had spacious homes on the scale of aristocrats.
Today at this ancient site of Meroe, we can see the most amazing arrangement of pyramids. Here, like in other parts of the Nile Valley, it's still debated whether the pyramids were used just for burials or if they were astrological markers and places for holy rituals.
The city of Meroe dates back to about the 10th century BC, although this is controversial. If one looks at some of the older writers writing in the 19th century, They argue that Meroe is so old that it even predates ancient Egypt. But let's get with the conservative dates, 10th century BC. Scholars who have been to Meroe have all pointed out the same thing, the huge amounts of iron slag.
Meroe was a massive industrial center of antiquity and clearly a major center of iron production.
As a production center, it's long before the Industrial Revolution, but in a certain way it's an industrial city.
In fact, the early explorers call it Birmingham of Africa.
Now, why the Birmingham of Africa? Well, Birmingham, back in the day, was the center of England's iron working industry.
As an industrial centre, it was very, very important. The main thing that people think about when they talk about Meroe is iron. There was iron production there. Some people have even said they had steel production.
In this area, it was rich in iron ore, so it allowed Meroe to develop not just as a major political and, with some temple, religious center, but also as a major industrial center, which perhaps traded with countries elsewhere.
There are reports that the Kingdom of Kush had trade routes going as far as India, and that many Nubians settled there, creating an area called Indus Kush.
That makes you look at how people inside Meroe related to one another and to the outside world in a new way.
Meroe has a whole series of pyramids in a very good state of preservation. There are at least 84 pyramids, and it's quite possible that many more have since been found.
I'm standing here at the pyramid complex of Meroe. Here in Sudan, there are over 200 pyramids that have been found here to date. This is almost twice as many as its neighbor in Egypt. These pyramids were built by the Nubians, and this is just one of the complexes that can be seen here today.
Gold and iron were two most important trading products in Kush. Gold has a long history because the reason why Nubia got the name Nubia in the first place is derived from the ancient Egyptian word nub, which means gold.
And what the ancient Egyptians are saying is that this is the land of gold. This is where we get gold from.
There was a reputation that the Egyptians had that gold was as plentiful as dust. Wasn't true, but this was a reputation that it developed. But where did the Egyptians get their gold from in the first place? They got them from the Kushite gold mines.
They traded with each other.
Herodotus mentions that gold was used to enchain prisoners. Now, he may well be exaggerating, but since there are images of even mundane things like golden tweezers, the fact that gold would then be used to make tweezers, that shows that it's not a far stretch of the imagination for Herodotus to say that gold would then be used to enchain prisoners.
Many of the things that we think of as advanced culture or advanced technology has its root within Kemet.
We know that pottery was first used in Sudan rather than in Egypt.
The Kushites throughout their whole history were always very good at making pottery. They were very artistic, and their pottery is some of the best in the ancient world. That was also manufactured at Meroe.
This is the great glory of Meroe, the pottery. Much of this has been conserved and restored. What's extraordinary is how thin they're able to make this pottery and how they choose every tradition open to them.
What's amazing here is this pottery is over 2,500 years old, and much of it is still usable today.
This is much more an Egyptian form. That's a little baby feeding cup. That's just the mud of the Nile.
Now, the last ruler, Shepenupet II, was on the throne when the Assyrians conquered Egypt. They made their conquest in 663 BC.
When the last of the Nubian kings, Tawentameni, fought his last conflict with Ashurbanipal, who was the Assyrian king in 664 BCE, we see Kemet being split from the African world, or an attempt to split Kemet from the African world. As the subsequent more barbarous invaders took control of Egypt, the kings of Kush were afraid that their central kingdom would be attacked, would be destroyed. So they moved their capital from Napata to Meroe, which is why Meroe grows when Napata declines.
The kings moved their burial ground, their pyramids, to Meroe, and perhaps they moved the capital city even earlier, around 500–600 BC.
So this dividing line that was set up by the Kushite kings was a matter of defense, a matter of safety.
After this, there are no more black rulers of Egypt. The rulers are now Assyrians or Assyrian puppets.
And essentially the northern part of Kemet became part of the culture and history and civilization of Assyria. Assyria became the focal point, the married line, the feminine line, the female line of Kemet was deliberately usurped by the Assyrian kings.
And therefore Shepenupet II was the last independent black ruler of Egypt.
As the Assyrian kings took control of Kemet, then we have a resurgence in consciousness in Nubia. The Kushite people, the Nubian people in the south, resurged because after 664, perhaps by 590 BCE, there were no further attempts by the Nubians, by the Kushites, to retake Kemet. That's why Meroe had a second renaissance. It had a renaissance before, but that's why it had a second renaissance, because the Kushite kings, the Nubian kings, were no longer trying to take back Kemet. That's why the Meroitic script was resurged.
Now, during the time of Kushite pharaoh Natasen, the Kushites invent this script, which scholars call Meroitic.
And interestingly, they also borrowed from Egyptians the signs for writing their language.
But let's be quite clear. Egyptian hieroglyphics themselves date back to the Tarseti period, which is the first golden age of Nubia. So if we wanted to trace the origin of Egyptian hieroglyphics, we have to go back to very early Nubia.
Basically, for the longest time in Kushite history that we find evidence of writing, they were using the same hieroglyphs as the Egyptians were using. Both cultures used the same. But later on, when the kingdom became more centered in Meroe, they devised their own script.
But they borrow 23 hieroglyphic signs and a number of other demotic signs to write in their own language, which is the second oldest written language in Africa, Meroitic language.
They actually devised two scripts. One is known as the cursive script, and the other one is known now as the Meroitic hieroglyphs.
The script had 23 letters, of which 19 were consonants and 4 were vowels. There was also a word divider, so scholars know when the words began, when the words ended.
And it's only partly deciphered, so there's lots of mysteries in the work.
And there are 900 books and inscriptions written in this old script.
In terms of understanding the language, it hasn't been translated yet, and so that really hampers our understanding of the culture and the religion, and basically how the people saw themselves and what they'd like to say about themselves. There are a couple of people who are trying to decipher the language, and one of the ways that they wanted to do it was to speak to people who today speak what may have been a related language.
Time is running out because a lot of the languages of Africa are not spoken by more than literally sometimes a dozen people. And as the elders die and people don't capture these languages, we won't have that link. People in the landscape won't know what the sound was.
It appears that the Nubian Kushites created this new language to protect the last of their secrets from the invading foreigners. In doing so, they created a greater divide between them and their lost gem of the Nile Valley, Egypt.
Then Egypt is conquered by the Persians in 525 BC.
The Persian kings, like Cambyses, a ruthless and genocidal ruler who took over Persian rulership and then took over rulership in Kemet. This Cambyses attempted to invade Nubia and failed. His army died in the Nubian desert. That which was left was destroyed by the Nubian bows. If you don't know, then you should know that the Nubians were famous for having the longbow. Even before the 14th century Englishman said he created the longbow. I don't know how he came out with creating the English longbow. The longbow was the famous weapon of choice for the Nubian, the Kushite warriors.
Then it's conquered by the Greeks in 332 BC.
Then, of course, after the Battle of Gargamella, in 323 or 325 BCE, Alexander the Great, a Greek, a Macedonian, defeated Darius III. In defeating Darius III, Alexander the Great then became a pharaoh of Egypt.
He took charge of Egypt, which is what we get the name from the ancient Greeks. That's what they called the country.
So the Egyptian world becomes part then of the Greek world.
And following his death, when his kingdom, which was so big it had to be divided up amongst his generals, a general called Ptolemy took charge of Egypt, and initially as a satrap, as an official who was ruling there, and then later as a king.
The Macedonian rulerships, Ptolemy, etc., was a Macedonian Greek general, married into the Egyptian bloodline. Married into the female Egyptian bloodline, producing Egyptians who are Greek and Egyptian at the same time and facing towards Greece.
And he founded really the last resident dynasty of pharaohs.
So then Egypt then became even more divorced. And then, of course, there is the classic story. Whether or not there is historical accuracy to it is another matter, although we do have references to it, of Alexander's attempt to invade Nubia and the Candace Amerinus with elephants and warriors preventing him from invading Nubia. We have that recorded under several Greek scholars. The Macedonian rulers of Egypt did not conquer Nubia. Nubia remained essentially intact.
The Greeks had had a lot of contact with Kemet, and they saw Kemet as a place where they would go to learn. So many of the famous Greek philosophers, mathematicians, scientists, playwrights, all went to Egypt to actually learn from the Egyptian priests.
The Greek rulership did not affect the religious systems in the same way that Christianity and Islam did.
The Romans started to interfere with Egypt about 100 BC. And that was because this Ptolemaic dynasty, the dynasty Cleopatra was the last ruler of that dynasty, had started to have a lot of dynastic feuds. So brothers and sisters had been sort of arguing and vying for the throne. One person would be exiled, somebody else would take control. And the Romans were starting to become increasingly powerful. And quite often the ruler who'd been exiled would actually run to the Romans and ask them to put them back on the throne.
Then it's conquered by the Romans in 30 BC.
For the Greeks and Romans, the Egyptians were Africans, and when you get depictions of Egyptians, they're always shown people with black skin, afro hair, sort of small noses, broad faces, full mouths. So they actually sort of have a caricature almost of what they see as an Egyptian. And the Greeks often confused Egypt with Ethiopia, so they'll quite often call the Egyptians Ethiopians. So obviously somebody with a dark face. And when they showed Ethiopians, they showed them in exactly the same way that they showed Egyptians as Africans. So there was no question at all that Egypt was an African country. It certainly wasn't seen to be European by either the Greeks or the Romans.
Now, the Romans and the Greeks and the Assyrians and the Persians came to Egypt because Egypt was the breadbasket of the world. The control of Egypt and the granaries of Egypt was fundamental to the control of any civilization that attempted to control the world. Not only that, but Egypt, through its trade relations with the South, had control and access to the minerals of the South, the iron, the copper, the gold, the silver. The Roman system of coinage was based on gold and silver. Therefore, they needed access to the mines of the south. So the control of Egypt was fundamental in getting the trade from the gold and silver from the south to the north. So therefore, the control of Egypt was fundamental. Egypt was the most wealthy nation in the world, and it remained so through Assyrian, Persian, Greek, or Roman rulership. Egypt still was the most wealthy, not just in terms of gold and silver, which was, you know, tenuous in terms of its commodity value, but in terms of grain, wheat. Rome as a civilization, like the Greek civilization, did not produce enough food to sustain itself.
The Romans saw Egypt, and the reason they really wanted Egypt so much was it was a grain source for their armies.
When Kemet was invaded by the Greeks and the Romans, they effectively ruined the country. They used it not for itself, they used it for their own country. So, for example, when the Romans were ruling in Kemet, they took all the grain from there and sent it to Rome as dole for their people, because the Romans had a dole system where they would give people bread to keep them quiet. That was their dole. And all the grain that made that bread came from Kemet. So basically they ruined the country completely.
But they also traded things like animals, obviously for their gladiatorial fights. A lot of the African animals were shipped over to Rome because the Romans saw Egypt as this sort of exotic and interesting, sort of another world almost. It wasn't just another country, it was a completely different world to the one that they were used to.
So when you overexploit a country like that and you take all of its resources and you use it for another country, obviously there's going to be nothing left for that country. And over time, Egypt became poorer and poorer, and I feel that this ultimately led to the final downfall.
So the relationship between Egypt and Rome was fundamental in Roman survival, not in Egyptian survival, in Roman survival.
I think Egypt was crucial to Rome's development, both from a political point of view in that it gave it a very important and very wealthy territory, but also because a lot of people in Rome became very interested in Egyptian religion and Egyptian cults. And also, they must have been learning from people in Egypt, as the Greeks had learned from people in Egypt. So I think that Egypt was actually very important for Rome, certainly Rome's early development.
But all of this means, of course, that Egypt is getting more cut off from its neighbour from the south. It sees its relationship as being north. Its connections are northward, not southwards. It sees the south as a trade route, a source of supplies and minerals and grain. And we see further connections between the royalty, the royal families, the political people of Egypt, and we see with the south, because the south has cut itself off and it's been cut off.
Now, the conquests of Egypt changed the population. And so Egypt was already moving into an Afro-Asian direction.
The calendar was actually adopted by the Romans. They decided to adopt the Egyptian calendar, so we've actually taken that from obviously the Romans, then spreading throughout Europe. So actually Rome's quite a key and important player in us today learning about ancient Egypt, because it adopted so many different parts of its knowledge and culture and was very, very keen to promote it.
So as Rome tightens its hold on Egypt, and the failed attempt by Cleopatra and Julius Caesar to produce a line of individuals, that line being destroyed by Octavian or Augustus Caesar.
And at that point, finally, Egypt loses its last resident ruler, Cleopatra.
The line of pharaohs abolished. It's at that point that we have the end of dynastic Egypt under Roman rulership.
And it's after that point, when Rome takes control, that we start to, in many respects, I suppose, see the downfall of Egypt and the demise of Egyptian culture.
Meanwhile, in Kush, the pharaonic culture continues.
One of the great things about the Sudanese Meroitic Kingdom, they're one of these kingdoms that keep the Romans out. It's one of the kingdoms that the Roman Empire tried to conquer and failed to conquer.
I think also the further south that the Romans went, obviously, the further away they're going from the Mediterranean and from Europe, and so arguably the more difficult that would become for them.
I'm standing in the center of the once great city of Miro. Behind me is a temple dedicated to Amun. Excavations done here in the 90s reveal temples with walls and statues covered with gold leaf, a remnant of Merowe's immense gold trade. At the heart of this ancient city, we find the remains of its spiritual center. Here, Amen was revered in temples of the highest splendor.
When they moved here, they built another temple to this god, the largest, as I said, apart from Napata, in the Sudan, which unfortunately now is in a ruined state, as most of the site is.
The royal city was walled with gates and towers. And one of the old sources makes it clear that the population of Merowe supported at least 200,000 soldiers and 4,000 artisans. And that would give us some kind of indication of what scale of city that we're talking about. Herodotus, the ancient Greek historian, made reference to a violet-scented fountain where people would wash and they would bathe in these aromatic salts. And the Liverpool expedition at the beginning of the 20th century excavated in Merowe and found that Herodotus was probably talking about this bath that shares affinities with the Roman bath. What's interesting about this capital is that only a tiny fraction of it has actually been excavated.
Perhaps I am standing right now on the ruins on the temple, which is still to be discovered.
In truth, at least 90% of it is still to be found.
I hope to do it in the coming years. We did some preliminary sondages, and we found, again, domestic remains, but also a fragment of a temple from maybe 300 BC, so we hope to find it.
So we can only infer from the little bit that we've seen so far, and the little bit that we've seen so far is very, very impressive.
Hidden under the desert surface of this ancient temple are the tile remains of its ancient modern beauty. Much of this area is covered with these types of tiles. The modern day neglect of these temples is only equaled by the invading nations that came in and replaced religions and took over the land of these areas. The Nubian and Kushite culture began to slowly decline as the invading nations took control of the surrounding areas. As Rome became Christian, it began to spread its New World religion throughout its empire, taking religious control of the Nile Valley.
For the essential part, Kush remained essentially unchristianized. However, on the eastern side of Sudan, in a place called Aksum, they created a Coptic religious system. This Coptic religious system, though essentially African, had a different philosophical base to it than that which had been there present, and a different thinking process to that which had been there present.
The last of the Kushite pyramids is around 300 and something AD. And so it would seem that the last burials of the Kushites coincides with the punishing of the Red and the Black Noba by Emperor Ezana of Aksum.
This Aksumite kingdom was the kingdom that in 320 AD CE was the kingdom that eventually conquered Kush.
The end of Kush brought the end of roughly 5,000 years of royal culture in the Nubian lands of the Nile Valley. So as we look back over this ancient world, we can say that the ancient Africans of the Nile Valley had a civilization that lasted longer than the society we are part of today. At its peak, it had reached a great level of spiritual, social, economic, and structural development. This was a civilization of religion, astrology, medicine, philosophy, architecture, art, engineering, mathematics, and much of what was passed down to us from the Greeks and Romans actually came from the legacy of the Africans of the Nile Valley.
ሰሎሜ የወንዶች መልካም መዓዛ
Hello, I'm Salome. Welcome to Salome Styles. I'm your host and producer, and we'll be bringing you the latest in fashion and the designers who create them. Let's start on the runway.
Hello, I'm Tim Reed. For many years, it's been my pleasure to produce a number of documentaries discovering fascinating and provocative tales, the accomplishments, tragedies, and the greatness behind some of the most unique people of color that have ever walked through life. From my archives, here is one such story.
In 1927, Dewey Brown gained membership into the PGA of America, becoming the first black to do so. So Dewey Brown, for 7 years, performed all the duties of a PGA club professional. He gave lessons, organized tournaments, then very suspiciously, in 1934, his membership in the PGA of America was revoked. Come to find out, Brother Brown was actually a black man. Somebody found out, dropped a dime on him. Several months later, the PGA of America instituted its Caucasian-only clause in 1934. So for 27 years, blacks and other minorities and women could not play on the PGA Tour.
Hello, I'm Tim Reed. Since the debut of Jackie Robinson with the Brooklyn Dodgers, the African-American community has gained great acclaim in the world of mainstream sports. In addition to becoming leaders in baseball, basketball, football, and tennis, a small number of African-Americans have ventured into a sport that many had fought to keep exclusive, the world of professional golf. Over the course of this program, we will uncover a legacy that has been mostly unknown and rarely told, as we present part one of Rainbow on the Green. Origins of the game of golf date back nearly 1,000 years to 11th century China and 12th century Europe. The object of the game was to use the least number of hits or strokes to get the ball into designated holes across a playing field known as a golf course. Thus, the modern game of golf was born. By the end of the 19th century, golf had become a highly popular game among the upper crust of European society, especially in England and Scotland. As the popularity of golf reached the United States, international competition between Europeans and Americans led to a major historic moment at the second United States Open tournament at Shinnecock Hills Golf Course in Long Island, New York on July 18, 1896.
John Shippen was a 16-year-old caddy. He and a fellow caddy, a Shinnecock Indian named Oscar Bunn, became proficient as players. So the second U.S. Open came to Shinnecock Hill Country Club, and the members wanted them to compete in the championship. They were the best players at the club. So you had these Europeans, mostly Scots, Brits, Irishmen. They raised so much hell at the thought of these minority players, these young caddies, playing in the tournament that they threatened to withdraw. The head of the United States Golf Association was a man named Theodore Havermeyer. Mr. Havermeyer told them, withdraw. The tournament is going on if only 2 players compete in it. They backed down, of course, and after the first round of the tournament, John Shippen, I think he shot a first round 81 and shared the first round lead with one of their top players. Of course, the second round, he finished tied for 4th or 5th in the event overall. But what he proved was that a black man could play the game at the highest level.
Only 3 years following John Shippen's historic U.S. Open debut, a prominent African-American dentist and Harvard University faculty member named Dr. George Franklin Grant brought a new dimension to the sport of golf with a bold new creation.
Dr. Grant had a fondness for the game, but he also was a master of haberdashery. He was used to the finer things in life. And so back then, the way that you made a golf tee was to take some damp sand and form it in the shape of a tee and set your ball on it. Well, this could be quite messy, as you might imagine. Well, Dr. Grant, I guess he was tired of, soiling his clothing. So he decided there had to be a better way. He came up with the wooden golf tee. He did patent it in 1899, but he didn't exploit it. But what he proved was that blacks and other minorities had the wherewithal to find a better way. And we have done that throughout history in many other areas, and it was the same in golf.
When Rainbow on the Green continues, African Americans solidify their place in golf by creating a league of their own. Following the groundbreaking achievements of John Shippen and Dr. George Grant, many more African Americans and women began building on these successes.
If you look at the history of golf, we kept inventing and improving. You know, we had our own country clubs. When they wouldn't let us play on the PGA Tour, a group of black businessmen met in 1925 at a YMCA in Washington, D.C. and started our own tour called the United Golfers Association.
The United Golf Association, also known as the UGA, founded in 1925, staged tournaments, clinics, and golf outings around the country. Its mission was to gather all colored golfers and golf associations into one body. Despite the success of the UGA, the ability for black golfers to play consistently required the support of prominent black business leaders and entertainers to finance their golf ventures.
There were some tournaments that were open to blacks, the U.S. Open, the Canadian Open, the L.A. Open, but it took money to compete.
Joe Louis, Ray Robinson, Billy Eckstein, these were the type of people that we had to turn to for our money in the early years that really helped us to help get us started.
That was the impetus of black golf during that period. You had to have someone who could sponsor you.
I worked for Billy Eckstein. Teddy Rose taught Joe Louis how to play. But we all used to travel together. Sugar Ray Robinson, Joe Louis, and Ike Williams, you know.
Billy Eckstein, of course, was a famous singer, band leader back in the day. And Charlie Sifford was his man Friday, who taught him how to play, who served as his hustle buddy and would chauffeur him around the country, and so this is how it was done. Celebrities helping black golfers.
In addition to Billy Eckstein, Joe Louis, and Sugar Ray Robinson, numerous other celebrities were all influential in the progress of the UGA.
This tour spawned many, many great players. Probably the most famous was a guy named Teddy Rhodes. Teddy Rhodes is arguably the greatest black player in the history of the game, bar none.
Pound for pound and shot for shot, he was probably the greatest golfer that I had ever seen.
He was the best player then, Teddy Rose. It took me 5 years before I could beat him.
On the UGA, this man won over 150 golf tournaments. He was a master of the short game. They say that he was the greatest wedge player ever to pick up a golf club.
Probably one of the sweetest swingers that golf I've ever seen, and I think that that's probably what won him over and the reason why he was able to be so successful at it.
He never got a chance really to show how good he was because of the Caucasian-only clause. By the time Charlie Sifford broke through, Teddy Rhodes was a little too old to be considered a contender on the PGA Tour.
Joe Louis rose above the masses as one of the greatest heavyweight boxing champions and one of the most famous Americans of his time. His love for golf solidified friendships with many top black golfers, eventually leading to his support of the UGA and influence over the ultimate integration of the sport.
My father was instrumental in pointing out the segregation of golf, pointing out the unfortunate consequence that black pros couldn't play on the same playing field. And I don't think that rule changed until 1960 or 62. The fact of the matter is my father sponsored a lot of golf tournaments. In 1952, my father was invited to play in the San Diego Open. He was invited by the sponsors, which were the Chevrolet dealers. And they didn't realize that there was a non-Caucasian rule in the PGA bylaws that said if you weren't white, you couldn't be a member of the PGA. If you weren't a member of the PGA, you couldn't play in a PGA tournament. But they wanted the heavyweight champion of the world, Joe Louis, who dominated for 12 years, to play in the 1952 San Diego Open. When they learned that there was this non-Caucasian rule and they had to disinvite my father said, well, they're going to have to tell me to my face. So he got on the plane and went on to San Diego and said, here I am. And so as it turns out, they asked him to qualify, and some black pros tried to qualify as well. And he was the first black to play in a PGA Tour event in the 1952 San Diego as an amateur under a sponsor's exemption.
Lewis was allowed to play, but that didn't break down the barriers. That only nudged the door open about a crack.
While Joe Louis and others continued to struggle for racial equality in golf, a group of 13 women, led by Marilyn Smith and star golfers Patty Berg and Babe Saharias, formed the Ladies Professional Golf Association, or LPGA, in 1950, opening the doors for women to stake their rightful place in the game. When we return, a former caddy from poor beginnings in North Carolina breaks golf's color barrier.
Up until 1961, they had a Caucasian clause in the Constitution of the PGA that said if you were not a Caucasian, you could not be a member of the PGA Tour. We fought that very heartily and carried it to the courts of California, where it was stricken out of, and we were able to become members after that. Charlie was the first to become a member, then Ray Botts, and then Pete Brown and myself. So I was very fortunate to come along at a time when it was a lot easier than it had been for Charlie, you know.
Charlie Sifford says, don't give up hope. Watch what I do with this shot. Get in there!
Despite dealing with racial slurs, death threats, and hate mail, Charlie Sifford never backed down. And in March 1960, his perseverance was rewarded by becoming the first African American to receive a tour card to play on the PGA Tour.
Charlie Sifford. Charlie's been a good player a long time, a hard worker. Deserves a lot of credit. Okay, Charlie.
Good shot, Charlie.
Center of the fairway.
Sifford, starting the tour as a 37-year-old rookie, would go on to win 2 PGA events and amass more than $340,000 in earnings during his PGA career. He garnered another $1 million on the senior PGA Tour.
Charlie Sifford here with a wedge and lofts it up right at the flag. This should be very good. It's going to be right at the hole. Could be very close. Beautiful shot. Almost a stiff one there by Charlie Sifford.
Charlie's accomplishments as both a tour professional and an ambassador for minorities of all colors who followed him onto the tour led him to golf's ultimate prize, induction into the World Golf Hall of Fame in 2004.
The World Golf Hall of Fame, as you probably heard called a number of times, is golf's highest honor. To have someone who literally blazed the way in golf, you only have one of those.
Charlie, had he played in his 20s, he might have won 40, 50 tournaments.
We don't know really how great he would have been in terms of player and number of victories, number of major championships he could have won, but we certainly know a lot about the caliber of the person that he is.
Beautiful putt by Charlie. Fine putt.
You're going to have to forgive me because this is touching. A little old caddy boy from Charlotte, North Carolina. Come from a very poor family. Out there running up and down the road behind this little white ball and getting inducted into the greatest hall, the World Hall of Fame. How about it? I started out in this game, I wanted to do 5 things. I wanted to win a golf tournament. I wanted to play in the National Open. I wanted to play in the U.S. Open. I wanted to play in the Masters. And I wanted to get in the Hall of Fame. Well, I got 4 out of 5, so that little old golf I played was all right, wasn't it?
Coming up on Rainbow on the Green, with the color barrier broken, golfers of all colors joined the PGA Tour. Following Charlie Sifford's historic run, the torch for African-American greatness in golf was passed to Lee Elder, a former UGA star and protege of the great Teddy Rhodes.
He taught me the game. I traveled with him for well over 10 years, and it was certainly something that I enjoyed, and Like I say, he was instrumental in getting my game in the condition that it was in.
Lee Elder established a new standard for black golfers on the PGA Tour, becoming the first African American to earn more than $1 million, the first black member of the United States Ryder Cup team, and qualification for the 1975 Masters Tournament, golf's biggest event.
It meant that I had did something that I was leaving perhaps a goal for other young African Americans who was coming after me to reach, to qualify for the Masters.
Given the racial climate for black golfers on the tour at that time, Elder worked diligently to develop a strong mental focus that helped him achieve his goals on and off the golf course.
I felt that if I could make myself strong mentally and be able to really just block it out of my mind and go ahead and compete and do it with my golf clubs, and I felt that it would certainly prove how tough that I could be mentally and physically.
While Lee Elder brought black golf success to mainstream America, other black golfers joined him on the tour, including James Black, Pete Brown, and Jim Dent, one of the longest drivers off the tee in PGA history.
The first time I ever played with Jack Nicklaus, I played with him at the rail. And I never even think about no distance, how far I was hitting the ball. Well, the first hole I hit at 385, and he hit 325, and he stepped it off. He said, as far as I ever been outdriven by hitting a 300 yard.
On the green, Chichi Rodriguez putts out for par.
Juan Chichi Rodriguez, a native of Puerto Rico, turned professional in 1960, and in 1963 won his first PGA event, the Denver Open. Rodriguez would go on to win 8 times on the PGA Tour and was a member of the 1973 United States Ryder Cup team. His career on the senior PGA Tour proved to be phenomenal, as he won 22 events in 8 years and established himself as one of the greatest showmen that golf has ever seen.
Watch this.
I could still hit the ball a long way when I went on the seniors tour, so the golf courses were short, and I've always been a good short iron player from the 5-iron on down. I felt more confident over there. There I had a bunch of guys on Social Security.
In 1989, Rodriguez won the Bobby Jones Award, the highest honor given by the United States Golf Association. And in 1992, Chichi became the first Puerto Rican inducted into the World Golf Hall of Fame. In this episode of Rainbow on the Green, you witnessed the transformation of golf from its segregated roots into a true multicultural sport, showcasing the very best regardless of color. In our next episode, you will see how opportunities created by integration have resulted in a new era of superstardom in both the PGA and LPGA tours, and have nurtured the future of minority growth in golf worldwide. I'm Tim Reed, and I want you to tune in to our next episode of Rainbow on the Green, Part 2. Hello, I'm Tim Reed. In Part 1 of Rainbow on the Green, we explored the groundbreaking accomplishment of early African-American golfing pioneers like John Shippen, Charlie Sifford, and the United Golf Association. This legacy of achievement was only the beginning. Over the next half hour, we will explore the journey of women and other minority golfers and investigate what the future holds for them as they emerge as global superstars in the world of golf in Part 2 of Rainbow on the Green. By the 1960s, the LPGA opened its doors to minority women with the introduction of the great Althea Gibson to the tour in 1963. Gibson, already considered one of America's greatest athletes, had broken the color barrier for women in tennis in 1950. She played in 171 LPGA events from 1963 to 1977. Renee Powell joined Gibson on the LPGA Tour in 1967, after a successful run winning UGA national titles from 1959 to 1961. Powell now manages Clearview Golf Club in East Canton, Ohio, the first golf course in America designed, built, owned, and operated by an African American, her father, William Powell. Following the paths forged by Althea Gibson and Renee Powell were Japanese golf sensations Hisako Higuchi, winner of 69 titles on the LPGA Japan Tour, and Ayako Okamoto. Winner of 17 LPGA events and the first non-American to top the LPGA's money list in 1987. Higuchi entered the World Golf Hall of Fame in 2003, while Okamoto was inducted in 2005.
Down 15, Trevino plays with a possible win in sight. The birdie puts Lee Trevino at 12 under.
The acceptance of Mexican Americans as great golfers came with the career of Lee Trevino, the first Mexican golf superstar.
You're 150 to the pin. A little 8 iron down. 155. Oh, oops. Now hit the 8. Hit the 8. No, you're supposed to jump. He's going to caddy for me this week. I'll tell you one thing, if I caddied for you, you'd have done won the Grand Slam a long time ago.
Trevino was born into poverty in Dallas, Texas, and began his golf career as a caddy at the age of 8. Trevino joined the PGA Tour in 1967, and in 1970 won the PGA Money title. Trevino would go on to win 85 tournaments during his PGA career, including 6 major championships. Trevino, also known as Supermex, was voted the 14th best golfer in history by Golf Digest magazine in 2000. When Rainbow on the Green returns, the late 70s sees the emergence of golf's first Latina superstar and one of the most successful black golfers ever. In addition to the growing African-American participation on the tour, the PGA also saw the arrival of Isao Aoki in 1974, the first Japanese golfer to play on the PGA Tour. Aoki's victory at the 1983 Hawaiian Open was the first win by a Japanese player on the PGA Tour and one of his 73 victories on 6 different tours around the world. Nancy Lopez entered the 1978 LPGA season as a rookie and had a season like no other. Lopez won 9 tournaments, including a record 5 in a row. She was named LPGA Rookie of the Year and Player of the Year, a feat yet to be repeated.
I used to read a lot of things and watch her play and watch her win, and I picture myself in her shoes. I wanted to be like her.
Lopez won 48 LPGA tournaments and was inducted into the World Golf Hall of Fame in 1987 at the age of 30.
Calvin then with his tricky little 8-footer coming up the hill. Might break a little from his left. What a good stroke.
Oh. Calvin Peete was not your prototypical golfer. He did not pick up the sport until he was 23 years old, and due to a broken arm he suffered during his youth, never had the power to hit the ball as far as other golfers. However, Peete took on these challenges and became the most successful black golfer in PGA history up to then, winning 12 tournaments over an 8-year period.
He didn't hit a soft one this time. And that's right at it. What a great stroke.
In addition to his tour success, Peete played on 2 United States Ryder Cup teams and led the tour in driving accuracy for 10 consecutive years, an achievement that may never be matched. Pete's outstanding career was only a prelude to another legendary career.
Tiger is the most complete golfer that I have ever seen in my life. The man does not have a weakness.
Eldrick Tiger Woods has become the symbol of world golf and one of the most dominant and influential athletes in history, a child prodigy who began playing golf at the age of 2. Tiger won his first tournament, the Junior World Golf Championship, at the age of 8, and won the U.S. Junior Amateur Championship 3 times. He won 3 consecutive U.S. Amateur Championships, firmly placing his amateur career as the greatest in golf history. Tiger's professional career, which began in 1996, has been nothing short of phenomenal. To date, at the age of 31, Woods has won 61 PGA Tour events, 5th all-time, and 13 major championships, second most of any player of all time.
Do you think that Papi Ortiz is the athlete that Tiger is? There's no way. Roger Federer, to win a tournament, has to beat 6 people. Muhammad Ali beat 1 guy, world champion. Tiger Woods has to beat 153. That is quite a difference.
Tiger also has become a symbol for multiculturalism in golf, and his incredible talent and allure has drawn millions of people of all colors worldwide to watch and play golf.
Tiger has done so much for the U.S. sport, the international world of golf, because a lot of people say, I want to be like Tiger.
It's a big word to say, but they're looking for another Tiger Woods, but it's going to be a long time before they find a Tiger Woods because his father taught him everything he knew.
Nota Begay III is a former teammate of Tiger Woods at Stanford University and a 3-time college All-American. In 1995, he became the first full-blooded Native American ever to play on the PGA Tour. One of the few golfers ever to shoot 59 in a pro tournament, Begay, a native of Navajo and Pueblo descent, has won 4 times on the PGA Tour and is a role model for Native American youth nationwide.
Well, that was a good, clean hit, and it's a great line. What a shot.
Oh, this is a great shot.
In 1998, Se-Ri Pak joined the LPGA Tour as an unheralded rookie, and like Nancy Lopez 20 years prior, started out with a bang, winning 2 major championships that year en route to 4 victories and the LPGA Rookie of the Year award. During her 10-year career, Se-Ri has won 24 PGA tournaments and 5 major championships. Pak was inducted into the World Golf Hall of Fame in 2007 at the age of 30. Se-Ri Pak's success has led to a Korean revolution in golf.
Victory number 7 for Lorena Ochoa in the 2007 season.
After a spectacular 2007 season, Lorena Ochoa is now the world's #1 woman golfer, only the 2nd Mexican-born player on the LPGA Tour. Ochoa has dominated the LPGA Tour in recent years, winning Player of the Year honors in 2006 and 2007, and amassing more than $4 million during the 2007 season, the most in tour history.
I'm very competitive, and I like that part of the game a lot. I dream high. There's no limits for the dreams, and I always try to do my best, every day.
Ochoa is a national hero in her native Mexico.
I'm very proud to be a Mexican and to represent my country and to be an international player.
When Rainbow on the Green continues, the quest for the next Tiger and Lorena leads us to explore golf programs that are bringing more people of color to the sport. With Lorena Ochoa and Tiger Woods holding the #1 rankings in the world of golf for 2007, the question of who will follow these superstars begs for special consideration. The challenge to expose more minorities to the sport of golf has led to the creation of numerous programs around the country supported by the PGA Tour, the LPGA, and the PGA of America.
It's important for our game to continue to grow, that we look more like America. And we're dedicated and focused on doing exactly that.
When I first came to PGA, one of the things we were concerned with was how can we create more diversity in the game. And since I've been here 10 years now, I've seen more people of color play golf. I've seen them integrate their social program into golf. So what we're trying to do is to create more of that type of growth.
Founded in 1997 by the World Golf Foundation, the First Tee is a national youth development program that nurtures youth by teaching a group of core values designed to promote success in golf and life through multiculturalism, honesty, goal setting, and sportsmanship. The organization, ironically, is headed by Joe Louis Barrow Jr., one of the most prominent African Americans in the golf industry, and son of the great Joe Louis, heavyweight champion and one of golf's true groundbreakers.
One of the goals is to really let golf more properly reflect the culture of the United States. Right now, 16% of golfers are from diverse backgrounds. The First Tee is fortunate to have 50% of our participants being from diverse backgrounds, with 22% African Americans, 17% or so Hispanic Americans and Asian Americans and others. We're excited about that because we think that golf can contribute so much more to individuals' lives that we want to make sure that everyone who wants to have the opportunity to play and learn and enjoy the game of golf has that opportunity. And that's really the fundamental premise of the First Tee.
On the collegiate level, the PGA National Minority Collegiate Golf Championship brings together 180 minority golfers from 38 colleges and universities to compete for national honors. Off the course, golf has expanded from minority exclusion to minority ownership, with more people of color owning golf courses and golf-related businesses in the United States than ever before.
One of my jobs is to figure out how to make those connecting points between minority-owned companies and the industry to start creating more sharing of that wealth among the ethnic groups.
The Oneida Indian Nation opened the Turning Stone Resort and Casino in 1993 near Syracuse, New York, and later launched the Atunyote Golf Course, one of the finest golf courses on the East Coast. In 2007, the Oneida Nation hosted the PGA Turning Stone Resort Championships, the first PGA Tour event ever held on Native American soil.
We're like unknown in the world. We're almost unknown in America. The stories about American Indian people have not been told. The true history about our people has never been told. So this is just one step towards people becoming more aware about who we are, the things that we do, and that American Indians in this world, in this country, and the kinds of things that they're doing. We're not just out of the movies or in the history books. We are real people who live here, who have rights and treaties, and we're a living, breathing part of America.
Bull Creek Golf Course, located in Lewisburg, North Carolina, is an 18-hole course built on farmland owned by the Massenburg family for more than 80 years. The course has become a target destination for golfers around the country. Following a stellar Hall of Fame golf career, Chichi Rodriguez moved back to his homeland of Puerto Rico to build what he would call a legacy to my country. The golf course he built, El Legado, or The Legacy, is truly a testament to Chichi's incredible vision and love for his people. Boasting 4 top-caliber courses, the Innisbrook Resort remains one of America's premier properties. In early 2007, Sheila Johnson, a noted philanthropist and entrepreneur, and one of the most powerful women in American sports, purchased the resort and immediately began remodeling a property that was already considered one of the nation's best.
What she's able to demonstrate is that people, women, and also minority women, can get into the golf business as owners. And as an owner, you have a tendency to drive more inclusion.
I think the word out on the street was that the perception, and this is important, the perception of Innisbrook was that it was just a very exclusive resort where it was very hard to get into, and I really want to make this an inclusive resort. And it's very important that we do that because I want everybody of all gender or nationality to feel welcome to come here to Innisbrook. You know, as an African American woman, I all too well know about the exclusivity factor, and I think it's important that I send a message out there that this is really open to everyone.
I'm in heaven. I'm in heaven.
Outside the United States, another significant moment in golf history took place in October 2007, when the PGA of America held its first PGA Grand Slam of Golf event on the island of Bermuda.
Bermuda was a beautiful choice, and when you get the enthusiasm behind not only the government with Premier Brown at the head of that, the support of what we're doing, you add that to the flavor of the island, the energy, the enthusiasm, the warmth, the open arm welcomeness that has been displayed for us right here and our great champions. It was an easy decision to make, and we are so proud to be right here in Bermuda at this great golf course, Mid-Ocean Golf Club. So we're excited.
This is just a day for the history books. For me personally and for Bermuda. We worked on this for a long time. And now that it's here, it's showtime. And for me to have the honor to play with Lee Elder is just over the top.
I'm in awe. This is pretty surreal, to be honest with you. I just don't want to get kicked off the island.
The sport of golf has evolved into a popular recreation. With millions of minorities in the United States playing the sport, golf is destined for continued growth for the next decade.
Just from behind the desk here, the calls I get every day, the emails, it's a tremendous response from black women. They're taking up the sport later in life. Some of them are 40, 45, but they are heavily taking up the sport. And I even heard a number where golf is the fastest growing sport among African Americans. So with that in mind, and the calls that I get every day through the office, I can see that African Americans are very interested in playing this game and being involved both professionally and entrepreneurially.
The true success of golf's growing diversity will come with the increase in the exposure of golf and its diverse history to our youth, and by the creation of more opportunities for people to play the game and become leaders in the sport of golf, both on the course and in the boardroom. I hope you've enjoyed Rainbow on the Green, our journey into golf, one of the world's most beloved sports, as we explored African American pioneers as well as present and future superstars. I'm Tim Reed, and history will never be the same.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back.
That's right, that's
it's
right.
It's gonna be us. We can drink and talk shit as much as we want. Nobody can say anything to it. D.L. Hughley, Uncut.
And we're at it again. It's D.L. Hughley Uncut. Welcome to the show.
Why do you always get to do this?
Yeah, I do, because I'm the best at doing it. Duh.
Don't say that.
It's true.
Charlie lets you do it because he thinks I won't do it right.
No, that's not true.
I'm not say my own goddamn name.
First of all, I'm just a better speaker.
Yes.
A better reader.
Yes.
That's all.
Look at Jesse
no more
Jackson.
Animated.
Me too.
And plus, Indian Jay's here. Look
there
at his gorgeous mane.
Look at it. I'm sure I've purchased several packs of that hair before.
Let me ask you something. Do you believe that history is written by the winners?
It obviously it is.
Yeah.
That's the only reason we believe Columbus discovered it. Like, it's obvious. It's obvious.
Is. Well, that's what Barr said when he was questioned about, I guess, Michael Flynn being released from prison.
You bullshit. Let me see.
Well, check it out.
Motherfucker say?
It's a clip from CBS this morning, and of course the Washington Post. Check it out.
Are you doing the president's bidding in General Flynn's case?
No, I'm doing the law's bidding. I'm doing my duty under the law as I see it.
When history looks back on this decision, how do you think it will be written?
Well, history's written by the winner, so it largely depends on who's writing the history. But I think a fair history would say it was a good decision because it upheld the rule of law. It upheld the standards of the Department of Justice, and it undid what was an injustice.
Yeah. Well, there you go.
Well, here's what I don't understand. This man admitted, well, he obviously did what he was accused of doing. He certainly lied to the feds, right?
Yeah, and he said he lied.
What I don't understand is how, first off, Barr has been called on by 2,000, former
members of the Justice Department,
right? To resign.
Yeah, to get out.
He's made a department that wasn't political very political. So he is, in essence, he might as well be Donald Trump's personal lawyer. He's his Larry Parker.
Yeah, he
what
is.
he is.
Which is why he whispers, because you can't tell a lie
Right.
out loud. You have to whisper it.
Then the
Oh,
fact
that
he looks like Roseanne's husband on
Dan.
he looks but you know it's funny, like now they're calling this Department of Justice to investigate prosecutorial misconduct in Georgia, like letting
In the
William
Ahmaud
Barr
Arbery case. Yeah.
like investigate prosecutorial misconduct is like, why don't we let R. Kelly investigate sex trafficking? Why don't we do that?
No, I mean it's ridiculous, and the fact that obviously it's no secret that he will support anything that Trump does or says,
Right.
and we all know how Trump is when it comes to race. You know, my goodness, look at what he did with that reporter during that press conference.
But you know what? Trump would never pick anybody to a department that he couldn't manipulate or use in some way. He wouldn't do it.
No, he's the first. So George W. Bush, I believe, was the first president for the people who voted for him. Every other president before him tried to be a president for the United States of America.
Right.
And then Donald Trump took what Bush did a step further and said, I'm going to be the president for just Donald Trump.
Right. So, but ultimately, there was like people pretended to have these moral standards, but now all of a sudden we have he's nakedly vague. Donald Trump, the Mueller report, he squelched it. He made sure that he cherry-picked, and now he abets, like I don't understand how you expect us to believe in justice when you subvert it all the time. When you say, I'm going to make it be what I say it is. And we are now in a situation where we're supposed to believe a guy who laughed when you said how history is going. I'll be dead. I might not even make it out of the room.
But the sad thing too is that we're sitting by, and not just us, but the people around him are sitting by and allowing this to happen.
But what is it like? The alternative is they basically had a president who was impeached. People are forgetting that with evidence. He said, I did it. He said, I did it, and then first he didn't do it, and then it's a witch hunt, and then, well, he did it, but it doesn't rise to the level of impeachment. We can't have a justice when people don't have moral standards. They don't have the integrity. They don't have integrity anymore, so they can just do whatever they want. Yeah. They can make the rules up as they go.
Well, now if you look at the way the divide is, people just blindly believe him and believe what he does is right and believe everything.
Right.
And so then anytime you present facts or arguments that counter what he says or anything he does, people, fake news.
Everything's fake.
So then what happens, 20 years when we study the presidency? Is it going to be fake history, alternative history? What are they going to argue?
Well, let black people. Yeah, it's always been fake history.
You didn't know, Indian Jay?
Oh, but then, the name Indian was taken from my people for a little bit in
First
that
of
fake
all,
history.
your people? What are you talking about, Indian Jay? Your people?
Look at his two Indians.
Columbus was looking for my people.
First of all.
So your people could get that hair.
Look great.
You know what? We're going to go to break.
Great.
Whoop his ass. I don't know what you're talking about.
It's a 7-Eleven and a casino having an argument.
It's D.L. Hughley Uncut, and I'm still mad at Indian Jay.
Why?
He knows why.
No, I'm just asking.
Those comments about yo people and we were here.
Both you guys.
First of all,
both you guys.
Can we just all agree that we're all disenfranchised Americans?
Right. Only you have better math scores.
Right.
That's not right.
Are we really better? Are we?
No, I don't understand why y'all get mad. Both you guys.
Well, first of all, the difference is dot and feather. You do understand that,
right? I'm not the kind who own casinos and bitch about the white man stealing. I'm the kind who own motels and bitch about the Pakistanis stealing.
Right, and also profile black people who come into your store.
No, he just sells blankets. That's not right. We shouldn't have this.
These are terrible stereotypes that we are doing.
I don't know why anybody would say these things.
I do. And speaking of I don't know why anybody would say anything, why in the world would Donald Trump, during that press conference on the White House when he was talking to Weijia, I think her name is Weijia Jiang.
I could never pronounce that name.
Well, there you go. You're welcome. But why in the world would he tell her to go ask China when she basically asked him a very valid question?
Do we have the video for
I
that?
hope we do. We have to have this video.
Yeah, go ahead, please.
Said many times that the U.S. is doing far better than any other country when it comes to testing.
Yes.
Why does that matter? Why is this a global competition to you if every day Americans are still losing their lives and we're still seeing more cases every day?
Well, they're losing their lives everywhere in the world, and maybe that's a question you should ask China. Don't ask me, ask China that question, okay? When you ask them that question, you may get a very unusual answer. Yes, behind you, please.
What, sir, why are you saying that to me specifically?
I'm telling you, I'm not saying it specifically to anybody. I'm saying it to anybody that would ask a nasty question like that.
That's not a nasty
question. Please go ahead.
Why does it matter?
Okay, anybody else?
See what I mean?
I feel shame. I feel mostly shame. I think, you know, I'm a comedian. I take, you know, some liberal cuts at things. I can tell a crass joke or two, but I think it says a lot that you all of a sudden would like the things he does. I don't understand how he thinks that elevates America. And if you believe that that's what we're all about, and that's you know, he's antithetical to everything we say we are. And the fact that this woman asked him a legitimate question, and he went to where she was from, and he basically only did it when she asked, "Why are you asking me that question?" It's the same reason he asked that question of April Ryan or
Michelle Sindor,
or any number of people. It's because he believes that if you are a woman of color, that you are automatic, or a woman period, but a woman of color, you're less than. And the fact that his followers and supporters respond to that, if you still after all this time support him, you're a fucking horrible human being. I don't understand how you think you're not.
I don't necessarily feel shame. I feel anger. I feel anger because collectively, as the journalists sit around and they watch how he eviscerates these reporters, especially women, why do they continue to show up? It's not as if he's giving any information that is of value or importance. He's basically peddling false news, lies, and hatred. Why even cover it? What's the point?
I'm Googling eviscerates because you ain't going to...
Eviscerates. E-V-I.
There you go. Of course.
See,
of course. Listen.
I was just starting to like you again, Black J. Don't ruin it.
Listen, Life of Pi, let me tell you something. We don't need...
Life of Pi?
He called me Life of Pi, which is actually, that's one of the nicer terms. I found out that when I first came into his life, he and Gary and Lou and his entire crew used to call me Haji behind my back.
Not behind your back. Don't say that. That would mean we didn't mean it. Don't say that.
Unfortunately, I thought it was your real name. I did. I was like, I wonder what his last name is. Haji. Sorry about that, Indian J, but I did.
Do you think that it says like Lyndon Johnson said, if you convince the lowest white man that he's better than, you know, I'm paraphrasing, a black man, he'll turn his pockets off for you. I think that there is a faction of America that no matter what we're going through, no matter how bad it is, feels like if you make them feel better about being white and American, that they don't care what happens. And that's just true.
It is true. You can tell that by the COVID virus.
Yeah.
They know it's more black and brown people who are dying, but guess
And they
what?
don't care.
They're not doing anything about it. They've not launched any type of new, policy or procedure to kind of infiltrate it and say they haven't done anything.
Well, when the Atlantic published a great article and it said that once he found out who was dying from it, but the problem is that there are old white voters dying from it, and they're angry because they don't feel like their lives are over. Like, I know that they are consigned to the villages now, but but they feel like the problem is that if any group of people should sign up first to give their lives in the service of the economic power of America, it is the people in that generation who's benefited the most.
Right.
You can't think of anybody who's benefited more than America's past brutality and injustices than old white people. So why you mad now?
It's
Just because you're in a wheelchair, you live good.
And it's their people who are giving them
Right.
up.
You're right. Like,
It
man,
is their people. The Republicans.
it's a dude you went to high school with.
Right. Take him first.
But it's like interesting because his support around old people is dropping, and like why am I my support? Because they are.
Right. Old people vote. Old people make it up. They plan their day around voting.
The highest demographic than anybody else, and they feel like this is how you know how bad it is in America. Before we finish this broadcast, before this airs, there'll be almost 90,000 Americans died. It'll be almost double what died in Vietnam in 20 years, in 3 or 4 months. And we never have a national day of mourning. We don't have flags at half-mast. It is because of the type of people. It's the old, the black, and the brown, and the poor that are dying. And America's like,
They don't care.
Nana and Papa's bad, but they don't care. They don't.
Nobody's ever said I'm sorry. Our guest today is known as the human beatbox. His song Lottie Dottie, We Likes to Party is considered one of the most sampled songs in history. It's Doug E.
There he is.
Look at that face.
That's when black people get out of their chairs and white people leave the club. Here they go.
Yes, think they don't? Here go the darkies again.
Man, look at this nigga's teeth all fresh.
What? Look at his skin.
Fuck you, Dougie Fresh.
You look amazing. He looks 12.
What pandemic has he been going through?
I don't know, but clearly. Him, Smokey Robinson, Don Lemon. You guys are all in the same vein.
Man, the COVID doing us bad. You look at it's like a vacation.
Face all moisturized and tight.
Right. How have you been dealing with the shut in? Where are you quarantining at?
Oh, I'm quarantining down in Florida right now.
Oh yeah,
that's why.
That'll do it. Yeah. Right now.
You know the sun. I'm closer to the sun.
Right. So what does your quarantine day start like? What do you do in the morning?
My quarantine day is that it ain't in the morning. That's first of all.
Right.
Because you know I'm up all night.
Right. How can you be up all night, Dougie, when nothing's open? I mean, when nothing's open, how can you be up all night?
Well, you know, creatively, a lot of energy. I think it kind of, for some reason, I'm so used to being up in the night from doing concerts and shows, and you know, and then when you write music or song, it's all a nighttime thing, you know. So, you know, and I don't even really watch TV. I be looking at the days. I don't know if it's for y'all, but the days be going by fast.
I think he's a vampire. I think he's a vampire.
That's why his face looks like that.
Look, his blade is what that is.
No, but he has a point. He does have a point. The days seem to go by faster and faster, and sometimes you wake up and you don't even know what day it is. Is it Tuesday, Thursday?
That's not
Don't
true.
act like it's just me.
I always
know.
I always know because it always feels like, now I don't care what day it is, but I always know the difference between night and day. Always. Everybody ain't gonna look like him.
Nah, not at all. Because you stay up. Listen, you're on the road too, so you're up all night and sleep all day. But your face don't look like that.
That's not being disrespectful.
Hey, look, I'm trying to tell you, my day though, most of my day is based on, you know, honestly, just creatively, just working out creative things that, you know, I always wanted to do.
And now you have time to.
You know, you're put to the side. But the one project that I've been working on very aggressively is this thing I made called 20 Seconds or More.
Right.
Where it's a video about everybody washing their hands.
I saw.
You know, and that particular project was very important to me because when I looked at what was going on and I seen, you know, how just something so simple as washing your hands could save lives, I said, man, you know, let me just do what I got to do to make this happen. And it's harder because you can't get to nobody really. You see what I'm saying?
Right. Do you think that you're like, because music is really the universal language. Music, love, math, universal languages. So you took your skill set and wanted to reach the masses in a way that you knew that they would accept, right? You knew that they would digest, right?
Right.
So why was it important for you to do that?
Because, you know, I'm gonna tell you, D, to me, man, you know, I feel like if we have a gift, and I started very young in hip hop, and I came up under the pioneers, and I learned certain things that I feel like, you know, when you got a particular gift, and if you can use it in a way to redirect energy and get people to think a little bit differently, or do something that can have a ripple effect to save lives. You know, like we learned through dance and song.
Right.
So I looked at it and I said, you know, let me do something that we would normally do at an old school party. I was just sitting around.
Right.
And I
Right.
said, just wash your hands, everybody. And everybody.
Right.
Well, you know what I mean?
Right.
I did it like as if we were saying, clap your hands.
Right.
And then
Right.
I said, if I trigger this thought in somebody's head, when they go to the bathroom, they might think about it a little bit more, which would save a life, because, you know, I know that the gift that I got is to help people understand things maybe in a certain way,
Right.
make them feel better, celebrate life. I mean, we see certain things that people don't always see.
Right.
You know what I mean? And then we have the job of sometimes saying something about it. And when we say something about it, you know, people might take it a particular way, but the burden is, we know something that can help you. And if we don't say it, we're not even being honest with ourselves.
Yeah, if they listen to you doing that bit, if they listen to you while they're washing their hands, just if they, by the time they finish hearing you, they will have done what you. And I think that says a lot about our society, that they have. You can't be so on the nose. You can't be so direct. You have to, like my mother used to always say, I'm going to give you aspirin and oranges. I'm going to give you something you need and something you like. And I think that's really your approach here, right?
Right. It's basically having to utilize a different way of communicating, but to get the job done. And what I found out is that in doing that, like when you look at the statistics on what hand washing can do, it reduces the ability for coronavirus to have an effect 21%.
Right.
But you know,
So
I think
21% just from washing your hands.
But you know what? I think the great thing that you were also able to do with the music is, I think most of us were taught from a very early age anyway, probably all of us, to wash your hands. But I think it's the 20 seconds. And what you think is 20 seconds and what actually is 20 seconds, sometimes they're not the same thing. People think it's just soap. Why do you do a couple of times, you're done. And that ain't going to help.
Right. And you know what was interesting? When I called everybody, you know how sometimes when you get together with artists, they say, man, the bass is not right.
Right.
Could you change the key?
Right.
Could I get a little more music in this part? I said, we're not going to go through none of that. All I want you to do is shoot me a video of you washing your hands.
Right.
That's it. You know what I'm talking about.
But
it could get so crazy that you'll spend so much time debating over the bass, the drum, the hi-hat. That instead of that, we in the middle of a pandemic. So if we could get your energy on this, doing something, people will follow. So when I called Jamie, when I called up Charlie Mack and a lot of the other people, they were just like, yo, that's all you want? So it made it easy for them to participate.
What does it say about you? And because you look brand new, but you ain't, nigga. I don't care what you say, you ain't. But what does it say about you? You have a pretty broad continuum of experiences. You you've had a lengthy career, and that at a time like this, it's very noisy now. People are very fearful. It's very fretful. It's a lot of uncertainty. But you found a way to be clear at a time when a lot of people aren't. That's not just art. That's a personal kind of tangible quality. That's a personal thing that you have where people can hear you and annoy in a space that's so loud. What do you attribute that to? What do you think that is?
Well, I personally feel, if anybody, for those that know me or don't know me, I've been pretty consistent in the way that I am. What you see is what you get, and I feel like, for me, is these compartments are very important to me. My mental health, my spiritual health, my physical health. And some people can't, and also your financial health, which is something that is a whole nother subject, right? But
you live in Florida. We know you financially healthy, nigga. We know you.
Well, look. Hey, look, some people are financially healthy, but spiritually bankrupt.
Right.
You see what I'm saying?
Right.
That's a word.
So the key for me is the balance of all of them, because, yo, you like me. We met a lot of people with a lot of money.
Right.
But their soul don't carry the heart and the spirit of just being able to engage and interact and still be happy about life, and your whole concentration is focused on that. So for me, I think one of the things that works for me is the balance between them all, and I'm always working to develop myself more. I'm always trying to learn something new,
right.
And I'm always willing to listen to somebody, another person's perspective, because there may be something about it that I don't know. And my biggest thing I know is that I know that I don't know everything.
Right. What are you?
You know what I'm saying?
What would you say you are? Like, what would you say you are? You're not just an artist. You're not just humanitarian. You're not just a caring member. What are you? Like I never know. Like, if you go to look for music, you have to look under certain categories. If you go to look under, there's a level of specificity that we all need just to be able to find things or connect to things. What are you? Like, where's your hub? Where you from? Where you located at?
You know what? I gotta say this first before I answer that. Yo, talking to you is different. I'm gonna tell you something. Your questions are not normal.
He's not normal.
We're gonna keep it 100. I remember, let me tell y'all this before I answer that question. I remember up in New York, we was at Sylvia's.
Yes,
and
indeed.
I was coming out, and we was both in there because Obama won.
Right.
And we was up there, and I kept saying, man, it's shift to paradigm. We was like, paradigm, what is that? What is that? So, he keeps it so real. And I was standing there, I was like, well, all right, well, let's talk about it. He said, we can talk about that later. That is, you remember that?
Hey, I do, man. I do.
Hey, but to me, I think that the category that if I were to be under anything is real. And that covers everything, because I'm going to be honest. I'm going to do whatever it takes to get an effect that's necessary for us to win. And I can't do that without being real. I have to be real to move. It's like somebody want to change in life, let's say. He want that change or she want that change, but you're not even honest about what it takes to make that change. So it's a certain level of realness I know it takes to make it happen. So if something is happening over here and we dealing with something political or something where I need to be there, I'm going to be real about what I feel about that. And I'm going to engage in that situation and bring what I think I can bring to complement what you do. Because I'm never going to try to do what you do, but I'm a very good supporting person in what you do. Or if I need to take the lead, I have no problems taking the lead. You see what I'm saying? So yeah. I think my
you know what I can say about you? I can say about you every time I remember we were doing that gig with Dave Chappelle when he came back. We were in Florida. I remember seeing you at Obama's thing after that. You've always been, there's something about someone who is exactly who they are in every circumstance that lets you know two things. One, they're comfortable. And two, they use great moisturizers. This nigga's skin.
It's amazing.
I swear to God, who is... All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back.
That's right, that's right.
It's going to be us. We can drink and talk shit as much as we want. Nobody can say anything to it. D.L. Hughley, Uncut.
Hey there, welcome to DL Hughley Uncut. We're all in our places.
You do that with bright, shining
I do.
faces. You do that
I like
so
it when
well.
you say that.
What?
When you say we're all in our places with bright, shining faces.
It's the only thing I remember from school. And after that, take your ass to the
Is that all you
principal.
remember from school?
That's pretty
I'm
much
just gonna
all I
leave that
remember.
alone. I'm not gonna talk about that today. Not gonna do it.
We're joined by Black Jay. How you doing, baby boy?
All is great, man.
It is.
Good to have you, Black Jay.
Thank you.
We had Lee Merritt on the phone, on the show yesterday, and he was talking about the case with
Ahmaud Arbery,
the young
out
man
of
who was
Georgia.
and he was talking about the fact that getting a conviction in this case, because they're civilian, and that is a way of life in that part of Georgia, is going to be more difficult than actually getting cops convicted, which he's been successful in.
Mm-hmm.
And that really depressed me, because that really speaks to the way of life and the privileges that they believe that they have. And they really are of the mind that there is nothing they could do to us that would justify them suffering a penalty for it.
Killing a man
That was sad.
in cold blood, broad daylight, and seemed to be pretty happy about it.
Yeah, all they
the
didn't
way
do-
that they were doing in the
All
truck.
they didn't do was hang him on the truck like deer hunter. That's prosecutors who were reticent to bring the case because I guess one of them had been on the police department for a long time, and I guess he's still having blue privilege. But the incident that happened in a dollar store where
Oh my goodness. This case was crazy to me. So basically this was in Michigan, and a woman was upset because her daughter was turned away, a security guard doing his job based on the, policy about wearing a face mask when you walk into the store, would not let her in. So she went back, got into a verbal altercation with the security guard, left, told her husband about it, who he and a friend came back later and shot the security guard in the back of the head.
I think that they should get the death penalty.
Should.
Yeah.
I do. I
Totally agree.
I don't make any distinction between. There is literally no distinction in terms of the way I feel about they should be adjudicated and the men in Brunswick, Georgia. I think that, but the problem is that they were quickly brought to justice.
Yes.
And these other men are not. And I say this all the time. I wish America, the justice system treated everybody like they do black people.
Wouldn't that
Like
be
everybody.
nice?
Got to tighten everything up quick.
Man, I tell you what.
Mm-hmm.
Wouldn't that be nice? Because even in the case with Arbery, Mr. Arbery, the young kid who was running, think about it. Twice, two district attorneys decided not to bring charges. That means they had a full-on discussion about it and said, you know what, these guys were justified, and left it alone. It was another one who came in that decided, and that was probably because there was a video.
Mm-hmm.
Right, because
after
of a video.
pressure. But that's happened a myriad of times. It happened with the young man in Florida who was killed for playing music. It happened with the case in Dallas that Lee Merritt alluded to.
John.
What he was going. So it's happened a lot where they go, oh, nothing to see here. Oh, they saw something. Oh, we better act like we care. And that's kind of really how it plays out. I'll tell you what else I'm bothered by. We know that the cases are rising and deaths are rising in the United States of America.
With COVID-19.
Because of COVID-19.
Right.
And what coincides with that is the fact that larger parts of the country are opening up. One thing that's always bothered me, we don't have a uniform way of doing things. It's just kind of catch-as-can. It's like ad hoc. I'll do this and you do that. But one of the things that is happening is that because we've done nothing, we don't have a cure, we don't have a protocol, we don't have
a vaccine,
national order,
nothing.
we don't have anything. States are doing what they have to do because they want to open the economy, and they know that they're going to be deaths. But my conclusion is that they're not concerned about the people who are dying. Because if it's old people, black people, prisoners, brown people, and Latin people, they're like,
Right, that part's cool.
Yeah.
We don't need them.
Macy's
That's
will
what
be
they
open.
think.
Right.
That's really it. And they're very uncomfortable. Like Chris Christie, who's the Nougat-filled ex-governor of New Jersey.
New Jersey.
He said, "Oh, well, we're going to have to set more deaths to reopen the economy." You know what I despise is that men like that who say shit like that know that nobody they love is going to die.
Mm-hmm.
That's absolutely right.
Nobody they love is going to die. So the we that they're talking about, have you ever noticed there is no spirit of mourning? There are almost over 70,000 Americans dead right now. Do you see sad people? No.
Not even Trump.
No. Nobody's sad.
Right.
Because the people that are dying are expendable in the estimation of this country. They don't really care that old people are dying. They were warehouse anyway. They don't care that prisoners are dying. They were warehouse anyway. They don't care that people are exposed and getting sick in meatpacking plants. They don't care that people in the projects and the barrios are getting sick. They don't care.
Not at all. And you can tell they don't care because if you think about it, Trump actually tried to use his executive privilege to say the people in meat plants had to go to work, but he wouldn't do the same thing in order to get ventilators made. How about that?
And it's amazing to me because now they say we're because they made those workers go back and risk their lives so that America can fucking eat.
That's how we are.
We have a meat shortage. And it's funny, Chris Christie, if we just stopped him from eating, we wouldn't have a meat shortage.
We'd be good. Wendy's be back on point.
How is that fat son of a bitch even out? I know he has a pre-existing condition.
But that's part of his problem. He was saying, listen, I want it, if it's up to the physicians and the epidemiologists, we will be in the house for another year, and I don't think that's reasonable.
He can't even move. Be quiet. It's a simple rule. His fat ass definitely got a pre. If you can't see your feet, you should have your feet shouldn't see the street, fat ass. And we're not uncomfortable with